Assistant Superintendent Human Resources for Associate Superintendent Business, Facilities, and Operations to sign the following documents, including grants, contracts, agreements, reports, and financial forms, and specifically the following district documents and related materials on behalf of the Board of Education effective December 14th, 2022. Contracts, purchase orders, journal entries, interfund transfers, budget transfers, revolving cash fund authorizations forms, revolving cash fund checks, district revolving cash account, salary replacement account, payroll pre-list, district orders, payroll deduction, pre-list S accounts, Bank of America district account, and authorizations for deposits to county treasurer. Temporary signature authority for Marcus Funches, Assistant Superintendent of Human Resources, to sign cafeteria warrants, check signing disbursements, cafeteria transfers, and cash investments, Money Market Fund 1, effective December 14, 2022. And finally, temporary delegation and authorizing access to Marcus Funches, Assistant Superintendent, Human Resources, to San Bernardino County Schools Computer Consortium System with an electronic signature key, effective December 14, 2022.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Solon. Any other items to discuss, pull, or read in? All right, let's go ahead and vote on the agenda as amended. All right, motion carries with our amended agenda. We will now move on to 2.4, recognition of outgoing board members. Whew, all right. At this time, it's a bittersweet moment on our agenda where just before the oath of office is administered, we officially welcome our incoming board members that we're going to take a moment to reflect on the relationships, the body of work, and our overall accomplishments, our deeply spirited discussions, and the friendships built over time by the members of the sitting board. As the president of the Board of Education, it is my great pleasure to thank my colleagues and friends, Dr. Gwendolyn Dowdy Rogers and Dr. Barbara Flores, for being the genuinely wonderful people I've come to know, appreciate, and love over the years, not just now, but for many years. I will also say I want to congratulate my friend and colleague, for those of you that didn't know, but Dr. Dowdy Rogers, who was recently sworn in at our County Board of Education meeting last night, and I look forward to working with her in that capacity. I will also like to invite my other board members if they'd like to make any remarks at this time in regards to our colleagues.
I would definitely, I want to say with regards to Dr. Barbara Flores, she was my sitting colleague, definitely will miss you. You have brought so much expertise when it comes to being the educator of educators, and you don't know how much I have appreciated your guidance, your knowledge, your wisdom, and we'll definitely be missing you on the board. But I'm sure Mary Ellen will do amazing as well, but I want to say I will definitely be missing that. I'll be reaching out to you definitely on certain issues, but I wanted to say how much I appreciate you and love you and the whole family as well. With regards to Dr. Gwendolyn Dowdy Rogers, we started off as parents being involved, so I wanted to say your guidance and also your insight when it came to parent engagement, when it came to student achievement, high school graduation, when it came to A through Gs and so forth, and especially with our African American students, with all our students, that you wanted to make sure we were doing right by everyone. So I wanted to say definitely we'll be missing you as well.
Thank you, Ms. Rosales Medina. Vice President Tillman.
I actually want to say congratulations to Dr. Rogers. Great job and good working with you. Some of you may not know, but me and Dr. Rogers grew up in the same neighborhood, and her family was bigger than mine. The Dowdys were bigger than the Tillmans, and I although it didn't make a big difference before she ran the first time, I did encourage her to run because she had been so involved in the community, and I knew how big her family was, and how much they had did in the community. And then she married into another big family, so she has a lot of supporters throughout our community, and I appreciate the work that we've been able to do together, Dr. Rogers. And then to Dr. Flores, and for Dr. Rogers, she'll never have to hear me talk about how many years I've been on the board. It's been 27, next year will be 28, Dr. Rogers. But to Dr. Flores, it's been a great ride. We were enemies at some point and then friends later on. But no matter what stage we were in, we all did good work together. So I appreciate you championing the topics that you did and being true to your conscience. And appreciate all the good things that you have done, and I'm sure we'll continue to do. Thank you both. Thank you.
Thank you, Vice President Tillman. Ms. Ceballos.
Thank you. Good evening, everybody. Also, I just want to very quickly say thank you. I came in to the board 2 years ago now, and prior to coming on the board, I didn't know any of the board members that were here. I knew them as a parent. I came before them with issues. And so when I came on the board, it was really nice to be welcomed by every single one of you guys. And so you will be missed. It's been a nice 2 years, rough sometimes, but I definitely have enjoyed and learned so much from both of you. So to Dr. Rogers, congratulations. I look forward to the great work that you will be doing at the county. And Dr. Barbara Flores, thank you so much as well for all the great work that you've done in this board.
Thank you, Ms. Ceballos. Ms. Chahusky.
Thank you. I was blessed to have, thank you, Danny. I was blessed to have professional relationships with both of you before all of this. And Dr. Rogers, I appreciate all the support you gave me as an employee and our students. Over the years, you cared very much for our students and especially for the students that I was working with, which were the most disenfranchised students in our district. So I appreciate that, and I look forward to your great stewardship on the county board. They're very lucky to have you. I know Dr. Alejandre is thrilled, and I'm sorry that I won't be able to work with you because I was looking forward to that, but I'm grateful that you will be there for them and continue your work for our students. And Dr. Flores, our relationship goes back to me being a kindergarten teacher and you supervising the AM teacher. I appreciated you as a mentor for her and for me, as I was only in my second year of teaching kindergarten. And I appreciate that everything that you have done, your work with CABE, your work for our students that the English is not their first language, but for all of our kids. And I appreciate the friendship and the mentorship you've also given me over the years. And I look forward to whatever comes next and to working with you. And I may be calling both of you at different times to ask questions. So I appreciate that. And I'm sad that I won't be working with you too, but I'm grateful that you are still part of our community and still doing your advocacy for kids.
Thank you, Ms. Chahusky. Anyone else? All right, and I do want to welcome our rotation, our AIC, and thank Mr. Solon for last month. And boy, that was a quick month, Mr. Solon. I don't even know if we met last month, but you did a great job. No, just kidding. But I just want to welcome Ms. Anna Applegate. Ms. Applegate, I believe you have some comments?
Yes, thank you very much. And of course, on behalf of SBCUSD, what can I say? I cannot thank you enough for our organization. You've always had our best interest in mind. You've always had us in your hearts, and it shows. You both have been just wonderful advocates for our students and our families, and you will be greatly missed. But I know that whatever endeavors you undertake, you will continue to do that for us. Dr. Flores, having been my teacher and the teacher of many of our teachers here in the district, your passion has really spilled out into all of us. So thank you so much for that and for advocating for all of our students. And Dr. Rogers, there's not a meeting when you're not talking about the needs of our students and making sure that we are stewards and doing right by all of our kids. I know that you've been very strong with our African-American students, as all of us have, but you are really a steward for all of our students. So thank you to both of you very much. We cannot say enough. I speak for the cabinet and for our organization when I say you will be greatly missed. Thank you. Continue on the good work.
Thank you, Ms. Applegate. And before we individually recognize you, I just want to say thank you both to To you wonderful ladies, number one, just you're both champions for our children of this great city. I'm gonna get a little emotional now, it's kind of hard. You know, you both have taken the reins and created initiatives that will have a lifelong impact on this city. Both Dr. Rogers and Dr. Flores have served our community at the state level, even as high as the federal level. A lot of folks probably don't know that, but when you get in this position, it comes with a lot more responsibilities than just sitting up here and going to events locally. We also advocate at a much higher level where we advocate for all kids of our state. And so the two ladies in front of you, I can honestly say I'm beyond impressed with what they've been able to do with their careers here on the board. Dr. Rogers, I know one of the things I first saw you work on, I helped work with you, but you're doing it, was the policy initiative, citation policy initiative, which we reduced tremendously. There was a lot of unfair and equitable citations being prescribed to our students of color here in the city, and now that's not the case. We reduced that and have changed many thousands of kids' lives since I've been on the board. And Dr. Flores, you have been a champion for multilingual education. We used to say bilingual education, but it's gotten to a lot higher level now. It's multilingual education, and I know she serves on the state level there for CABE as well. And you know, one other thing that she's started here years ago, but it's really starting to come around, is our mariachi program and our folklorio program. And so it's been a wonderful experience for me, a learning experience from both of you. You both have taught me more than I could ever imagine. There have been some good times, there have been some hot times, and there have been some great times. I want to say that because both of you are just outstanding champions in our community, and I can't say thank you enough for what you've done. And I know we will be working together still in the future, no matter what, because those are the ladies you are. It doesn't stop here. It won't stop at the county. It won't stop at the state. You will continue to be champions for our kids, probably until the day you pass on. So thank you both ladies. All right. Woo. Don't know if I'll be able to make it through this one, but that was tough. These ladies are amazing. All right, we're going to start with Dr. Dowdy Rogers. First of all, I already said it, congratulations on your election to the Board of Education for county schools. If you didn't know that, that's where I work, so she's my new boss now. I'm just kidding. No, I'm just kidding. But no, I look forward to doing some amazing things for our kids over there now at county schools. So again, we really appreciate it. We have prepared a resolution in your honor, and boy, it's a long resolution. So, oh wait. I think I'm supposed to call you. No, not yet. All right, we'll call you up in a little bit. I got all of these scripts here, so. All right, and so please be patient with me as I read these wonderful scripts, and then I'll also call up some other elected officials when we come down to the bottom there. I know we have our Assembly Woman and Majority Leader, Eloise Reyes, in the house. So, Majority Leader Reyes, good to see you. And I look forward to your comments coming soon, but just want to make sure we acknowledge you. All right. In recognition of Dr. Gwendolyn Dowdy Rogers, exemplary Board of Education service and leadership. Whereas in August 2015, Dr. Gwendolyn Dowdy Rogers was appointed to fill a vacancy on the Board of Education of the San Bernardino City Unified School District, and voters elected her to a permanent seat in November 2015. And whereas a native daughter, Dr. Gwendolyn Dowdy Rogers, was born in San Bernardino and graduated from San Bernardino High School. Got to make sure we say that. Go Cardinals. And earned a bachelor's degree in behavioral sciences from Cal Baptist University in 2003, a master's degree in human resources from the University of Phoenix in 2008, and a doctor of education degree from Liberty University in 2021. And whereas during her time on the San Bernardino City Unified School District Board of Education, Dr. Gwendolyn Dowdy Rogers worked to give more students access to college, and she also focused attention on social justice issues and equity, including policies as a way to close the equity gap. And in November 2022, voters in San Bernardino County elected her to a seat on the County Board of Education representing Area D, including the cities of Rialto, San Bernardino, and portions of the High Desert. And whereas Dr. Gwendolyn Dowdy Rogers is a national speaker for women's conferences, the assistant pastor and worship leader at Church of the Living God in Highland, and proud member of Zeta Phi Beta Sorority Incorporated. And her vast contributions extend into the San Bernardino and Highland community and beyond, as she spends countless hours working in the community, mentoring youth and volunteering on numerous boards and committees, including the Arrowhead United Way, San Bernardino Police Department's African American Advisory, and the San Bernardino County Gang and Drugs Executive Board, among many others. Therefore, be it resolved that the Board of Education of the San Bernardino City Unified School District expresses its deepest gratitude for the outstanding contributions and dedicated public service of outgoing board member Dr. Gwendolyn Dowdy Rogers, and extends best wishes to her all in her future endeavors. And I will also add many blessings, and may God bless you in your future role and current role with County Board of Education.
So moved.
Second.
It's been moved and properly second. I didn't know we were voting on resolutions, and Karen Cunningham saying, no, we don't. Oh, we could do a verbal. All right, we'll start over here from left to right. Mr. Biles,
Aye.
Mr. Husky,
Aye.
Vice President Tillman,
Aye.
President White, aye, and then we're still waiting on Miss Marion to be sworn in, and so Miss Rosas Medina. Very good, thank you very much. Now on to Dr. Barbara Flores. We have been truly blessed as a district to have Dr. Flores serve as a trustee for the past 15 years. Your heart has always been with our students, and we know you will continue to be their champion. Time to look at your resolution. And again, please be patient. Whereas in in recognition of Dr. Barbara Flores' exemplary Board of Education service and leadership. Whereas in 2008, voters in San Bernardino and Highland elected Dr. Barbara Flores to serve on the Board of Education of the San Bernardino City Unified School District. She was reelected 3 times, and during her tenure as trustee, she served as president and vice president of the board. And whereas Dr. Barbara Flores is a pioneer Latina scholar, activist, teacher, educator, children's literature writer, and international expert in the areas of biliteracy development, teaching and learning based on Vygotsky social cultural theoretical framework, professional staff development, bilingual education, and critical pedagogy, or GOGI, that's pronounced many different ways, and her work has been published in professional journals and books. She is also a sought-after keynote speaker who has lectured throughout the United States, Mexico, Central America, South America, the Caribbean, Canada, Germany, Portugal, New Zealand, and Australia. Wow. And whereas Dr. Barbara Flores has worked side by side with teachers, parents, and school administrators to transform low-performing schools into high-performing schools. And during her time on the Board of Education, she focused on reducing the high school dropout rate, supporting teachers, administrators, and parents so all students can achieve academic success, and creating effective collaborations with community organizations, area community colleges and universities, and other resources, both human and fiscal. And whereas a scholar and researcher, Dr. Barbara Flores is the current president of the California Association for Bilingual Education, CABE, and has served as the president of the National Association of Bilingual Educators and the president of the California Latino School Boards Association. And as an educator herself, Dr. Barbara Flores holds a PhD in higher education administration with a concentration in bilingual education. She also is Professor Emerita, I hope I said that right, of the California State University, San Bernardino. Therefore, be it resolved that the Board of Education of the San Bernardino City Unified School District expresses its deepest gratitude for the outstanding contributions and dedicated public service of outgoing board member Dr. Barbara Flores, and extends best wishes to her in all her future endeavors.
Moved.
Second.
All right, was moved, and was it properly second? All right, thank you. Did not hear that. All right, we'll go ahead and call for the vote, and we will start again with Mr. Wiles.
Aye.
Mr. Husky, Vice President Tillman,
Aye.
Wyatt, aye, and then Ms. Rosas Medina.
Aye.
Very good. Thank you very much. All right. At this time, I'd like to ask, I want to make sure we were going to call up any other comments. I believe Majority Leader Eloise Reyes, did you want to make some comments at this time? All right. Thank you. And if there are any other elected officials that would like to make comments, you may come forward at this time as well. Thank you. Face that way.
Trying to figure out where I stand. Thank you so much for the opportunity to say just a few words. our school district is so honored, quite frankly, to have the quality of board members that we have, that we've had, and that we now have, is something that's very important to us. As elected officials, we know what we want for our students, but it doesn't matter what we at the state level want, it's what the board decides. And what I have loved about the two women who are two doctors who are leaving us is their love for the students, their love for the families, for the teachers, and for the institution of our schools. I've had the absolute privilege of working with both. With Dr. Gwen Rogers. Where's Dr. Rogers? I want to see you as I talk about you. From 2015, 7 years of service. What she has done for our students is remarkable. Making sure that our students know that they have access to college and making sure they find the path to college. She's focused, as was mentioned earlier, on social justice and making sure that all of our students are included no matter what the issue was. When we talk about inclusion and equity, here's our star. And now we are going to have her in the San Bernardino County Board of Education, and I'm so, so happy about that. Dr. Flores, after 15 years of serving our students, I am so pleased, as was mentioned in the proclamation, a pioneer Latina activist. What I am so impressed with is that you have been the teacher of teachers, and it was mentioned by some of the comments that were made by our board members. Reducing dropout rate for our students is something that we talk about. You actually did it, and I thank you for that. And your work with CABE and making sure that we bring funding here to our school district for the state, but making sure that some of it makes it here, I'm so proud of that. I'm proud to have been a partner with them. I also want to take this opportunity to congratulate our newest members, Mickey Chahusky and Mary Ellen Aviles, on their election. Thank you so much for allowing me this opportunity to thank those who've served for so many years and to thank them and to welcome our newest members. Thank you.
Thank you, Assemblywoman Reyes. Always a pleasure. At this time, I'm going to ask the board to come down to the front of the dais, and so we can take some pictures with folks. But before we do that, we want to hear from our outgoing board members, and I'll start with Dr. Barbara Flores.
I'm going to face but before I face it, thank you very much. I want to congratulate my two colleagues that got reelected, Vice President Tillman and Ms. Rosales Medina, and also congratulate Mary Ellen Aviles Grande and Mickey Chahusky for being elected. You have a big job. It's a big responsibility, but I know you're up for it. So wish you the best. It is an honor to have served San Bernardino City Unified School District for the past 15 years. I use the word honor in the sense that I see my service to the district as the honoring or showing respect for and to the community that has helped make me the person that I am today. As a Chicana, I was raised to honor family and community. So I see my service to the San Bernardino City Unified School District community as a debt of honor. Creo que el sentido de comunicar mejor en español. Mi sentimiento de honor expresa mi gran amor y orgullo de servir al distrito y mi comunidad como líder y servidora, servant leader, como nos ha enseñado Consuelo Kickbush. Así se expresa mejor cuando digo que ha sido un gran honor servir al distrito y esta comunidad. It has truly been an honor. As you know, I have been a teacher of teachers for over 35 years. I have known that I had wanted to be a teacher since I was 6 years old. I had 45 cousins on one side and 38 on the other, and I was in charge of them. And guess what we played? School. this calling, and I was in charge of them. So, and they were mostly boys, so I had to be really strict. Anyway, this calling is what motivated me to become a board member. My husband, Dr. Esteban Diaz, has calculated that I have taught about 10,000 teachers in the course of my career. He then extrapolated that if each of these teachers taught 20 to 30 students a year, he concluded, what? How much would that be? A lot, right? And then if you times that, 30 years, it comes out to about 9 million people's lives that I have touched in my lifetime. Being a board member allows me to fulfill my sense of continuing responsibility to all these teachers and students. It is because I love teaching so much that I value our parents so much. They are the first teachers for our students. They do this not as a job, but as a loving duty and responsibility. As a teacher, I have always respected the importance of this teaching learning foundation and have taught all of my students to value and respect it as well. One of the beliefs that always was manifest in my work as a teacher of teachers was that teaching must never be a job. It's a calling. Great teachers never forget this. I certainly have not and never will. I would not be true to myself or my vocation as a teacher if I did not take this moment here to teach. I can't help it. As many of you know, I am a Vygotskian, and one of the most powerful contributions that he made to the teaching profession is to teach us that teaching and learning are not two separate processes. They're one. They are a single unified process. In Russian, teaching and learning are together and they have one word, obuchenia. They're always together. Students and teachers are one. And parents and children are one. And so we should never forget that. And as part of preparing these comments, I reviewed some of my past 15 years as a board member in collaboration with the majority. It's never just one board member. It's always the majority. You have to work in collaboration. We've done many, many things. We eliminated the school-to-prison policy practices that we had that Eloise, majority leader, mentioned. We together formed, and we were, how would I say, the school-to-prison pipeline was brought to our attention by COPE and by ICUC students and parents and our organizations. We developed a strategic plan to move us forward. We created seamless articulation between our community colleges and our four-year institutions. We worked on the dropout. We established CT programs. We continued our support for our teachers and our staff through salary raises that were honoring their work. We did annual support, for our sports, our music, our drumline, our mariachi. We established our Grow Our Own programs. We did support, and we supported not eliminating our adult school when we were in a recession. That was major. We established A through G for all students, ethnic studies, bilingual education, support of our EL programs, modification of our facilities, our wellness centers, supporting everybody during the pandemic, our special ed students, advocacy for our EL students, our bilingual DLI programs for middle school and high school. I don't know if you guys know this, but what's his name? Alex Madison? Alex Madison is a Viking, a Minnesota Viking, who speaks Spanish. And he's a graduate of San Bernardino High from the dual program. There are many other students that we have produced. We support AVID programs, IB programs, syllabi literacy, on and on and on. This board has done a lot. We have more to do, and that'll be the challenge. More. In light of what I have reviewed, I want to submit for the consideration of the board and the community, my desire to be appointed to complete the term of Dr. Dowdy Rogers. As per my review above, it can be seen that I have a strong positive record as a board member for promoting and maintaining a solid level of academic achievement by district students. I think and am certain that I can continue to make positive contributions to the San Bernardino City Unified School District community. I have been and continue to be an effective board member and mentor to new members. This will help them to become more knowledgeable, learn more quickly about issues, policies, and processes on the board. During the past 15 years, I have acquired a lot of institutional knowledge. Based on this knowledge, I have the perspective to anticipate the future needs of the district by listening to our students, parents, teachers, administrators, and staff. I want to thank our cabinet, Ms. Applegate, Dr. Rodriguez, Dr. Funches, Ms. Ontiveros, Chief Paulino, and Mr. Solomon. You can't see him, but he's back there. And I especially want to thank Karen Cunningham and Katrina and Nicole for all of your support. All these agendas, you guys don't know, they do all the work behind the scenes. They work really, really hard. I want to also especially thank Dr. Elsa Valdez, Judy Penman, school board members that I served with initially. Likewise, I'd like to thank Dr. Arturo Delgado, the first superintendent that I worked with, Mel Albiso, Yolanda Ortega, Dr. Dale Marston, Dr. Harold Volkemer. I'd like to thank SBTA President Robert Rodriguez, Ashley Betts, Alcala, CSAA current President Oni Jimenez, and most of all, I want to thank the DLAC leaders. Where are you? Senora Alba, Senora Ochoa, Senora Cisneros, Senora Loera, Senora Castillo, for pushing us to serve our Latino children and parents better. Likewise, I'd like to thank our DAC leaders, Ms. Robinson and Ms. Cooper. I'd like to thank Pastor Casey of COPE, Tom Dolan, Sergio Luna of ICUC and the youth and parents, Dina Walker of Blue, Joseph Williams of YAP, Terrence Stone of Young Visionaries, and Acoma, Ms. Kimberly Calvin, for pushing us to serve our community and the needs of our kids. And I also would like to thank retired Lieutenant Colonel Kickbush. Most of all, I want to thank my husband, Esteban Diaz, my daughters, Natasha and Sochi, and my granddaughter, I think she's asleep, Zoe, and Sage and Joshua, for always, the family has to support you. I know I see Ms. Grande's family. It'll be a lot of support. You have to support her. It's a lot of work, and it takes a lot of time. And I want to close with saying, I am you, you are me, and we are one. All of us are one. And querer es poder, como mi abuelita decía. Gracias.
Thank you, Dr. Flores. All right, Dr. Gwen Dowdy Rogers. Welcome.
So I'm going to split so I don't have my back to you. But first I stand and I definitely have to honor God for just the opportunity just to have been able to serve this district. I am grateful for that, and so I take the time to say that. I don't get to say that often for the work that I do. I also want to take the time that many of you know that my sidekick, my road dog who sends roses to me is here, and I want to publicly thank my husband, Arlington Rogers, for all that he has done for me while I have served in this capacity. So thank you so much for that. I want to say to the community, the entire community, I also want to say to the entire, because I've learned, as you all know, I am a minister, so I don't call a lot of names because you will forget someone. But the entire San Bernardino City Unified School District as well staff, everyone. You all have been an amazing group of individuals that have strived to make sure that we were on the map at all times. And we have been on the map many different times. We've received golden bells, we've received all types of things, and that's because of us working together. And so I want to say I do appreciate that. As I stand before you, I am, and thank you for stealing my thunder, Dr. Wyatt. I am officially now have been sworn in to the San Bernardino County Superintendent of Schools Board of Education. So I'm grateful for that. I'm also grateful for the fact that my start came here, not only here on the Board of Education, but it started at Roosevelt Elementary, went on to Airview, San Bernardino High School, which I rock completely, once a Cardinal, always a Cardinal, and continued on. That is what got me here, along with God and the strength to love people in spite of how they felt about me, to be able to throw my arms around circumstances, situations, but just to be that person that said, I stand before you humbly doing the work that I can do to the very best I can. And so now I plan to take that even to a greater place and serve and be that ambassador for education, because we all have received what we want in life, especially as adults. And we may be striving for other things, but it is the youth that are depending upon us. It is the youth that are saying to us, we know what you've done, but what will you do for us and how will you help us? And the only way I know to do that is to serve. And that's what I am. That is why for the past 7 or so years, I've never wanted to be called a politician. I am a public servant, and I'll continue to serve because that is what God has called me to do, and that's the work that I will continue to do. But as I said, I'm grateful for each and every one of you. I leave you with knowing that greater things will happen and continue to develop in here, into this city, into this school district. I'm also honored to say that not looking for it, but God gives you opportunities to be the first, and we know that we've done a lot of first here, and I used to say that on the board. We want to be the first whenever there's an opportunity to be the first. And so I am also the first Black woman to serve on the San Bernardino County Superintendent of Schools. That is also what I call the history that we talk about, is making history. Many made it before we did, but we will continue to make that history. So I leave with the Board of Education a list. That list, number 1, says, you know that I would like to see every middle school have what? Gym, a gym. So you got it. I also want to leave with the fact of saying, I know many of you on our top 10 want financial literacy to happen, and I definitely want to see that happen. I want to make sure that we do gaming design pathways because the youth have called upon that. We want to do entrepreneurship, and you all said that we are going to continue to do that pathway and connect with Cal State. You also said that biliteracy for all was what we wanted to do, and I asked that you start with sign language. Dual enrollment for all of our high schools so that they can connect to our wonderful school over at San Bernardino Valley College. And then lastly, I say to you, success comes with working together. And if we work together, there's nothing that we can't do. So I just want to say to each and every one of you, I appreciate you, I love you, and God bless you, and keep doing good work.
Thank you, Dr. Dowdy Rogers and Dr. Flores. I'm going to ask you to remain standing and come up in front, and I'm also going to ask the board and executive cabinet to come down in front as well as we present them with their recognitions. I'm sure we'll be taking some pictures and then say thank you, and then we'll move on to the next agenda item. So let's please all go down. All righty, on top of that wonderful resolution that they received, and I will say earned, because they definitely earned it, we also want to present Dr. Flores and Dr. Gwen Dowdy Rogers with this crystal with heartfelt appreciation for your many years of invaluable leadership and dedication to the success of all San Diego City Unified School District students. This date today, December 13th, 2022. All right, this time, if there's any family or friends that wanted to come up and take pictures with Dr. Flores and Dr. Dowdy Rogers, we're more than happy to have you do that right now. And then after that, we will be swearing in our new members.
Ms. Chahusky?
All righty, I just want to say thank you to all of you that came to honor and say thank you to our outgoing board members. We are getting ready for what many of you are here for, and that will be the oath of office for our newly elected and re-elected board members, right? So this is it. This is definitely an exciting time for a couple of our board members since this is their first time being elected to office and representing this wonderful school district and city. And just so we have some directions here, we're going to go through each of our new board members, give them their oath, and then we're going to take a group picture with the new Board of Education. And then after that, if you'd like to come up and take a picture with your family member, loved ones, and friends, you may do so, okay? So we are going to start first with Mary Ellen Abiles Grande. Please come forward to the podium. And Dr. Gwendaddy Rogers, please come forward to administer the oath of office.
Here's what you're going to read after her.
Well, that's quite a lot.
Let me hold this for you. Okay. Ready? No, she's going to say it and you're going to say I'm going to say I and you say your name. I am. You follow me. I, and state your name,
Mary Ellen Abeles Grande,
do solemnly swear. Okay, I'm going to pause where I pause, but okay. Do solemnly swear that I will support and defend the Constitution of the United States and the Constitution of the State of California against all enemies, foreign and domestic.
I, Mary Ellen Abeles Grande, do solemnly swear that I will support and defend the Constitution of the United States and the Constitution of the State of California against all enemies, foreign and domestic.
That I will bear truth and allegiance to the Constitution of the United States and the Constitution of the State of California.
That I will bear true faith and allegiance to the Constitution of the United States and the Constitution of the State of California.
That I take this obligation freely without any mental reservation or purpose of evasion.
That I take this obligation freely without any mental reservation or purpose of evasion.
And that I will well and faithfully discharge the duties upon which I am about to enter.
And that I will well and faithfully discharge the duties upon which I am about to enter.
Congratulations.
All right, congratulations again. We are going to move on now to Miss Mickey Chahusky. Please come forward to the podium. And Mr. Martin Chahusky, please come forward to administer the oath of office.
I state your name,
I, Mickey Chahusky,
do solemnly swear that I will support and defend the Constitution of the United States and the Constitution of the State of California against all enemies, foreign and domestic,
Do solemnly swear that I will support and defend the Constitution of the United States and the Constitution of the State of California against all enemies, foreign and domestic.
that I will bear true faith and allegiance to the Constitution of the United States and the Constitution of the State of California,
That I will bear true faith and allegiance to the Constitution of the United States and the Constitution of the State of California.
that I take this obligation freely without any mental reservation or purpose of evasion,
That I take this obligation freely without any mental reservation or purpose of evasion.
and that I will well and faithfully discharge the duties upon which I'm about to enter.
And that I will well and faithfully discharge the duties upon which I am about to enter.
Congratulations, I love you.
Thank you. I love you too.
All righty. We will now be calling up Miss Abigail Rosales Medina, come forward to the podium, and her son, Mr. Samuel Michelangelo Medina. Please come forward to administer the oath of office.
I state your name.
I, Abigail Rosales Medina,
Do solemnly swear that I will support and defend the Constitution of the United States and the Constitution of the State of California against all enemies, foreign and domestic,
do solemnly swear that I will support and defend the Constitution of the United States and the Constitution of the State of California against all enemies, foreign and domestic.
that I will bear true faith and allegiance to the Constitution of the United States and the Constitution of the State of California,
That I bear true faith and allegiance to the Constitution of the United States and the Constitution of the State of California.
that I take this obligation freely without any mental reservation or purpose of evasion,
That I take this obligation freely without any mental reservation or purpose of evasion.
and that I will well and faithfully discharge the duties upon which I am about to enter.
And that I will well and faithfully discharge the duties upon which I am about to enter.
Congratulations, Mom.
Congratulations, Ms. Rosales Medina. And now it is my pleasure to administer the final oath for this evening, the Board Vice President, Mr. Danny Tillman. Mr. Tillman, please come forward. I state your name.
I, Danny Tillman,
Do solemnly swear that I will support and defend the Constitution
do solemnly swear that I will support and defend the Constitution
of the United States and the Constitution of the State of California
of the United States and the Constitution of the State of California
against all enemies, foreign and domestic.
against all enemies, foreign and domestic,
That I will bear true faith and allegiance
that I will bear true faith and allegiance
to the Constitution of the United States
to the Constitution of the United States of America
and the Constitution of the State of California.
and the Constitution of the State of California,
That I take this obligation freely
that I take this obligation freely
without any mental reservation or purpose of evasion.
without any mental reservation or purpose of evasion,
And I will well and faithfully discharge
and I will well and faithfully discharge
the duties upon which I am about to enter.
the duties upon I'm about to enter.
Congratulations, Mr. Tillman. I just have to ask Mr. Tillman, how many times have you taken this oath, sir?
7 times, sir.
All right. You think he'd have it memorized by now? No, I'm just kidding. Congratulations, Mr. Tillman. I'd like to call the board now, the newly elected and sworn-in board, for a group picture. And then I also want to thank our folks that came here today. So Dr. Dowdy Rogers, Mr. Chahusky, and Mr. Medina, who joined us this evening to administer the oath of office to our board members. I just want to say thank you to them, and let's give them all a round of applause for being here tonight. So right now, the board will be taking pictures, so we'll have a 5-minute recess during that time. So if you want to get some refreshments and use the restroom, stick around for our board meeting. We'll see you in 5 minutes. Thank you. All righty, folks, we're going to go ahead and get ready to call our meeting to order. So I'm going to have our board members come on back so we could get started.
Likewise.
All righty, folks. Again, just want to say thank you to everyone for being here and congratulations to our newly elected and re-elected board members. We're going to move on to 3.0, Annual Organization Meeting of the San Mateo City Unified School District Board of Education, and I will turn it over to our AIC, Ms. Anna Applegate.
Thank you, Dr. Wyatt, and good evening once again. Congratulations to our returning board members, Mr. Tillman, Ms. Rosales Medina, and welcome to our newest board members, Mr. Husky and Ms. Grande. Welcome. So tonight is the board's annual organizational meeting, and Ed Code requires certain actions with regard to the internal organization of the board. The first order of business will be to elect a board president. The president cannot serve more than 2 consecutive one-year terms. Our current board president, Dr. Wyatt, has served 1 year. So we will now go ahead and open nominations for our board president.
Nominate Dr. Scott Wyatt.
I'll second it.
So having heard the nomination and seconded, we will now go ahead and take a vote.
Can we have discussion, or is it straight a vote?
Can't have discussion.
You can discuss.
Yeah.
Or any other nominations.
Actually, it was not a nomination. It was a motion that I wanted to make to potentially table 3.2 and 3.3 and bring back whatever board policy that we have, because I have some concerns in terms of like the length. And I do know that there's been some common practice in the past in terms of, rotations. So I kind of want to, since we have new board members, I kind of want to have that discussion and see if the new board members want to continue that practice moving forward. Because the way it's currently established, any new board member, it would not allow them the opportunity to essentially serve in one of those positions for that term. That it would mean that they would have to get reelected to a second or third term potentially. And so I'm kind of worried about the fairness of that. So I don't know if that's something that we can do, if we can table it and bring back whatever board policy there is in place so that we can have further discussion on how to move forward with that.
And I believe the board needs to decide that, if you want to go ahead and table that or move forward.
I will go with our lights first, and I see Ms. Rosales Medina.
Thank you. No, I understand that piece, because I know when I was newly elected as well back in 2013, I didn't get a chance until maybe a few years later. But the thing is that being board president, I realized how important it is to serve a second year, because that first year you're maneuvering, you're understanding. By the second year is when you really, it's with every process, even with a new school board member, you're in your first year, you're in the learning process. The second year is when you really understand this is how we're going to do it. So I would suggest that we continue to keep it, but definitely have a conversation for maybe in the next few board meetings, so we can really look at that at the next cycle. But I wouldn't want to change it now, because I understand how important it is to serve the second year.
Thank you, Ms. Rosales Medina. Vice President Tillman.
I definitely think it's critical that we nominate and vote in a president and vice president tonight, but also for the process. I know people don't like to hear political, but the process is totally political. I've been on the board for 27 years. I've seen board members who never get nominated for vice president and president. I've seen board members get nominated for president after their first year on the board. So there isn't any type of policy where you would demand that everyone, there doesn't exist right now, and I wouldn't want a policy that demanded that you ensure that each board member became a vice president and a president. And the reality of it is, it depends on the individual board member. There are some board members who get elected who enjoy being that board member that is going to bring up issues constantly and is not concerned about building a consensus where they'll be nominated and elected as a vice president or a president. But that's part of the process. And it becomes obvious who and how board members will end up as vice president and president. So you're right, it doesn't actually rotate. I've seen board presidents serve for a year and not be nominated and elected their second year because it's not automatic. You have to engage your fellow board members in order to garner the support for them to want you to have that position. And I don't think it'd be good to have a policy that said, regardless of relationship with your other board members, that you're going to become the vice president or president of the board just because. So, and tonight I think we should definitely go ahead and nominate and vote on a president and a vice president. And if there's a consensus to discuss changing the practice, then we can do that at a later date. Thank you.
Thank you, Vice President Tillman. Ms. Chahusky?
Thank you. I believe that we should also go ahead and elect a president and a vice president. I'm not opposed to having a conversation about how, what the practice is currently and how, how we move forward in the future. But I think that I think it's really important that we as a board, since this is our first reorganization meeting, that we move forward with a president and a vice president. And if there's someone else that wants to be nominated, they can, my understanding is they can be nominated. That's kind of a question. So then if there's somebody else that wants to be, has a nomination to put forward, then there could always be that consideration. But I think we need to do a president and a vice president tonight so we can move forward as a board.
All righty. Thank you, Ms. Chahusky. Ms. Ceballos?
So I guess I apologize because I have misunderstood. When I first came on the board, the way it's being presented, now is, yes, you nominate somebody. But when I first came on the board, it was my impression that the common practice that we did, so it's not necessarily written anywhere, it was common practice that we did. That's why, Dr. Wyatt occupied presidency, because we do have a rotation, even though it's not in place. And I guess it's that common practice that I'm kind of challenging here before us tonight. And there is no board policy, and I'm not recommending a board policy to stipulate that everybody on the board have the opportunity at one point to become the president or vice president. That's not what I'm suggesting. Again, when I first came on the board, and I came on a day, just like this, I was told by, the current board at the time that we would be nominating such and such because that was the board's common practice. And so since I've been on the board 2 years now, at the time, the person that got nominated for presidency, which is, Dr. Wyatt, it was shared to me that he would serve for 2 years because that's the common practice. And there is policy that says that the board president cannot serve more than 2 years. Is that correct? Right. So I guess maybe I misunderstood or maybe miscommunicated when I first started. I just want to make sure that we do have an understanding that I'm making it open and public, that I would not wish to continue to practice that common practice that has been held previously. So I would like for us to, I don't oppose to, Dr. Wyatt's nomination, but I do want to make sure that we engage in the process differently opposed to when I first, got on the board. That's my concern. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Ceballos. Any other discussion comments? All righty.
The board, there's been a motion and it's been seconded, so the board needs to decide if they want to proceed.
Just point of order, just so we're clear. If there's a motion and a second, then you have to vote. Now, the only way you would entertain another motion would be if that vote failed. I've seen it happen in the past. You nominate someone for president, either they don't get a second, so it dies, or they get a second, but they don't get enough votes, so then it would die. And then we would entertain another motion for the next candidate. Or a person could amend their motion, yes.
So we will proceed, and then you will vote. Call for a vote, please. Okay, so the motion carries. Thank you.
I want to say thank you to my fellow board members, and it's definitely been an honor and a challenge to serve as president, and I look forward to having a very successful year with the rest of you and working together to make hope happen for our students. So I appreciate that.
Thank you, Dr. Wyatt. So he is our newly elected president once more, and we will now continue with the remainder of the meeting.
All righty, I will move on to 3.3, election of board vice president.
I would like to nominate, is this the time? Ms. Rosales Medina.
Although I appreciate and accept, but I was going to nominate Mr. Tillman. So how do we work that?
Well, there would be a motion on the floor, and then we would see if there's a second motion. If there is not a second motion, the motion dies. All righty, there is no second motion. Will we entertain another nomination?
I motion that we nominate Vice President Mr. Tillman to continue as Vice President.
Second.
All right, there is a nomination for Mr. Tillman to continue as Vice President, and it's been properly seconded. Any discussion? All right, let's go ahead and vote. All right, motion carries. Congratulations, Mr. Tillman, on being selected as Vice President.
Thank you, President Wyatt. Appreciate it.
All right, let's continue. We'll move on with 3.4, appointment of Board Secretary and Board Assistant Secretary. Be it resolved, the Board of Education appoints Katrin Ballantyne to serve as Interim Board Secretary and Karen Cunningham as Board Assistant Secretary. Be it further resolved, the Interim Board Secretary and Assistant Secretary be authorized to certify or attest to actions taken by the Board of Education whenever such certification or attestation is required for any purpose as prescribed by Education Code Sections 35250 and 35036.
So moved.
Second.
It's been moved and properly seconded. Any discussion? All right, let's go ahead and vote. All right, motion carries. We'll move on to 3.5, appointment of designated board representatives. Okay, well, this will be quite a long one here, but I will be making the following board member appointments, but the board will vote on all appointments as one action. Is this going to be you or is this going to be me? All right. We have appointment to the County Committee on School District Organization. This committee has a major role in the review and approval of proposals to change school district organization in the county and consists of one board member. Scott White has served as representative for the past 3 years. Do we have anybody interested in the county committee on school district organization?
If you do not want to continue, I would willingly take your place.
All right, Ms. Chahusky, I would be more than honored to have you take my place. No, but is there anyone else that is interested on being on the county committee on school district organization? All righty. So, discussion?
No. If there's a second spot, I'd be glad.
Well, we do not have an alternate on that one.
Oh, we
There's
don't.
really
Okay. No.
only one meeting a year for that one, but it is an important meeting. The responsibility of the individual on the county committee of school district organization is to elect the board of the county committee on school district organization. So what happens is there's a board that hears appeals to them when there is redesignation of boundaries for school districts. And so they would vote on that, but we vote on who's appointed to that board. Of course, you could attend the meetings too if you'd like. All righty, so board president appoints Ms. Mickey Chahusky for the ensuing 2023 year as the county committee on school district reorganization, or organization, excuse me. All right, appointment to the CSBA Delegate Assembly for a 2-year term. The Delegate Assembly provides a vital link in CSBA's governance structure, providing policy, direction, and ensuring CSBA reflects the interests of school districts. You are required to attend 2 meetings, one in May, one immediately prior to the CSBA annual conference in December. Based on District's ADA, the board is entitled to 2 delegates. Current delegate are Scott White and Gwen Dowdy Rogers. The position held by Scott White will expire March 31st, 2024. Gwen Dowdy Rogers' term expires March 31st, 2023, and a new appointment is required as she has left the board. So is anyone interested in serving on the CSBA Delegate Assembly?
Yeah, I would like to.
All right, we have Ms. Ceballos is interested, and okay. Ms. Ceballos, anyone discussion? I will say this, it says 2 meetings, but it is a lot more meetings than that. You're required to attend 2, but I would say you're expected to attend all meetings. Okay. And it is a very important committee to be a part of that we get to work on policies and initiatives at the state level. So congratulations. The board president appoints Ms. Ceballos for a 2-year term effective April 1st, 2023 through March 31st, 2025. All right, continuing. Appointment to the district's policy subcommittee. The subcommittee meets to review new and updated board policies and consists of 3 board members and 1 alternate. Current board representatives are Abigail Rosas Medina, who has served for the past 6 years, and Myra Ceballos for 2 years. We need at least 3 members and an alternate. So I will start with the current members. Ms. Rosas Medina, do you desire to continue to serve?
I do desire.
All right, Ms. Ceballos, do you desire to continue to serve?
I do, but if somebody else wishes to, I can step aside too.
All righty. Any other board members that are interested on serving on the district's policy subcommittee? Okay. All right. Well, how about we have Ms. Aviles Grande be on the board sub-policy committee, and then Ms. Mickey Chahusky be alternate. Okay. All right, so the board president appoints Ms. Abigail Rosas Medina, Ms. Myra Ceballos, Ms. Marian Aviles Grande as the 3 members, and alternate Ms. Mickey Chahusky. All right, appointment to the district's charter school subcommittee. The subcommittee needs on an as-needed basis. It consists of 3 board members and 1 alternate. Current board representatives are Abigail Rosas Medina and Scott White, who have both served for the past 6 years, and Myra Ceballos for the past 2 years. Again, we need 3 members and an alternate. I will start with the current members. Ms. Rosales Medina, do you wish to continue to serve on the charter school subcommittee?
For some reason, I'm seeing it says that I'm the alternate. Am I looking at the right one?
Oh, did I?
Oh, I'm sorry. You're looking at.
I did skip one. My apologies. So we're on charter school subcommittee.
Oh, okay. I apologize. I could continue to serve, but if someone else is interested, definitely want to give them the opportunity.
All righty. Myself, I am the same as Ms. Rosales Medina. I would be more than happy to relinquish my spot on that committee. Ms. Myra Ceballos?
I'm okay being off if somebody wants to step in. I don't think we met.
We have not, but we do need to hold those meetings more regularly because we did not. And I know that, coming out of the pandemic, there were a lot of things that we didn't do as scheduled, but we need to get back on schedule.
Yeah, so I can step aside if somebody else wants to take that.
All right, is there anyone else interested before we have folks appointed to it? All right. All right, Ms. Mickey Chahusky would like to be on the District Charter School Subcommittee. Anyone else? Oh, no, this one I'm on. I actually missed it when I went down it. Went down the screen too fast. No, I'm just looking to make sure, Ms.
Well, I'm not really sure what it is and what the
Okay.
purpose is or goals, or I'm not
Okay. And that's okay. You can. Ms. Applegate will give you a little bit of a description of what it is.
Our charter school subcommittee basically looks at current laws and updating laws when it has to do with charter schools, regulations with charter schools, the expectations, what the state law says that charter schools should be doing, making sure that they're fulfilling all their commitments so that you as the board can then renew petitions. And so it all deals with the expectations and the law, the ed code when it comes to charter schools.
Well, we have Ms. Mariana Aviles Grande has volunteered to be appointed to the Charter Subcommittee, Charter School Subcommittee, and I will ask my colleagues, Ms. Rosales Medina and Ms. Ceballos, if you would like to remain on the subcommittee. We do need one more member and an alternate. You both would love to? Is that what I heard?
I'm sorry.
Yes.
There's
Okay,
three
no,
spots.
Just kidding.
Yes,
We
there's
need
two
one
spots.
more member and an alternate.
Okay, I can be the alternate. That's fine.
Yeah, either way, however, Mr. President, I will leave that with you.
All righty, thank you very much. So, Board President appoints Ms. Mickey Chahusky, Ms. Marion Aviles Grande, and Ms. Abigail Rosales Medina as the District Charter School Subcommittee members, and Ms. Maya Ceballos as the alternate. I do apologize. I will go back up to the almighty appointment to the District Budget Subcommittee. You might hear from Mr. Tillman on this one. Subcommittee meets on an as-needed basis and consists of 3 board members and 1 alternate. Current board representatives are Scott White, who has served for the past 4 years, Danny Tillman for the past 2 years, Maya Ceballos for the past year, and Abigail Rosales Medina as alternate for 1 year. I will start with the folks that are currently serving. Mr. Tillman, would you like to continue to serve?
Love to continue to serve because we have so much money.
I love that response, Mr. Tillman. So, all righty, and then I'll move on to Ms. Maya Ceballos.
Same here, and I don't think that we've met either as much as we should. So we
Yeah, and there are some recommendations for these subcommittees that I would like to make, but not at this time, maybe when we're done appointing folks, because it is very important that these meetings are held. All right, so Ms. Ceballos, Ms. Rosales Medina, would you like to serve full-time?
Yes, I would love to.
All right, thank you very much, and I do not mind relinquishing my position as alternate, so. You want a budget? Oh.
Yeah, because I thought you skipped it.
I did skip it, my apologies, so.
I apologize if that was confusing.
No,
but I
that's
actually
okay,
wanted
Mr.
budget,
Husky,
not charter, so
that was my mistake.
Okay, so then I guess with budget, I'm okay if you wanted to serve, but with regards to charter, then we just put it back to the way it was,
Okay,
because she
Right,
doesn't want
okay.
to. Yeah.
right. I did that, and that was my mistake. Right, I want to make sure I didn't miss any others, too. All righty, well, thank you all for, volunteering to be on that subcommittee. So the board president appoints Mr. Tillman and Ms. Ceballos and Ms. Chahusky as the board subcommittee members, and then Ms. Rosales Medina as the alternate, correct? All righty, let me move down now. Appointment to the district's Curriculum Instruction and Subcommittee. Subcommittee meets on an as-needed basis and consists of 3 board members. Current board member is Maya Ceballos, who has served for the past 3 years and is the only board member that's currently on that committee. So we do need a couple more members and an alternate if possible. Anybody interested in that Curriculum Instruction Subcommittee? All right, Ms. Marion Aviles Grande is interested in the Curriculum Subcommittee. Ms. Ceballos, would you like to continue?
I'm okay if it's needed, but I can step aside to give opportunity.
Let's see if anybody else is interested. A lot of people jumping on that one. So Ms. Savas, we will say it is needed. How's that? So-
I thought so.
All right, thank you so much.
You can add me as well.
Oh, Ms. Rosales Medina, thank you so much for wanting to join the Curriculum Instruction Subcommittee. Anybody for an alternate?
I nominate you, Dr. Scott White.
Yeah, that was a good one. My pleasure to be an alternate. Just make sure you have perfect attendance. All right. All right, so Board President appoints Ms. Mayra Ceballos, Ms. Marion Aviles Grande, Ms. Abigail Rosales Medina as the District's Curriculum Instruction Subcommittee, and then Scott White as the alternate. Okay, appointment to the District Facilities Subcommittee. The subcommittee needs on an as-needed basis and consists of 3 board members and 1 alternate. Current board representatives are Scott White, who has served for past 6 years, and Abigail Rosales Medina as alternate for 1 year. And obviously, we have a couple openings there as well. Ms. Rosales Medina, would you like to be a member full-time?
Yes, please.
All righty, and actually, this one I would like to stay on as well. This is the District Facilities Subcommittee. All righty, and we have Ms. Mariel Aviles Grande, who's interested. All right, and then Ms. Mickey Chahusky. So we will continue with the District Facility Subcommittee. Board President appoints Ms. Abigail Rosales Medina, Ms. Mariana Aviles Grande, Dr. Scott Wyatt, and then alternate will be Ms. Mickey Chahusky. Moving on, appointment to the district's IT Communications Subcommittee. This subcommittee meets on an as-needed basis and consists of 3 board members. Current board representative is Danny Tillman, has served for the past 6 years. That means we have 2 openings and opening for alternate. All right, Mr. Tillman, would you like to continue?
Yes, I would, President White.
Thank you very much, Vice President Tillman. And then Ms. Marian Aviles Grande is interested. Anyone else interested in the District IT Communications Subcommittee? IT is very important nowadays, I'll say that. Outstanding, Ms. Chahusky. Thank you for volunteering. All right, I think we're good for 3 right now. So we will stay with the 3. So the board president appoints Vice President Tillman, as well as Ms. Mary Ellen Aviles Grande, as well as Ms. Mickey Chahusky to the district's IT Communications Subcommittee. All right, appointment to the Education Bridge Committee. This subcommittee, which was formed by San Mateo City, currently does not meet, but I think we'll be meeting this year. Scott Wyatt and Abigail Rosales Medina are current representatives. It does not say how many we have, but it looks like we have 2 positions, but I imagine we could have more if necessary. Great question, Ms. Aviles Grande. What do they do? I know we met once, I think, in my 7 years. Let me just say that. And on that one occasion, it was a very important meeting because it dealt with traffic safety around some of our schools. And that we would work in collaboration with our city government, specifically in this case, law enforcement, on ensuring that we created safe, we used to call it safe routes to school, but safe roads or safe streets around our schools. And then, we targeted certain areas in regards to, I won't say enforcing traffic safety, but ensuring that our parents are well aware of traffic safety around our schools.
I'd be interested in that, since that's what I did for our district for the last, I don't know how many years.
Had a few years of experience with that, huh, Ms.
Yeah, I was our
Chahusky?
safe routes person, and, we've been working on the walk-on.
And I'm okay with being the alternate, so if the 3 of you want to serve. And just to remind as well, this has to be, we need to, the committee needs to meet. It's with the city of San
We absolutely
Bernardino. And I know that when I was on board in the beginning of it, we met quite frequently and then it stopped. And so I'm with the new city council mayor, as well as, with a few of the new, not new yet, but there's a few city council members that are fairly new as well that can push this, but we need to get this going.
And I would absolutely agree. I know this is a committee that I wanted to see really take off, just because I know that if we work closely with our colleagues in city council and with the mayor and the school board, that we could get a lot more done together, and that we need to communicate more often and work together. And I will say this, I've been actually working with a number of our council members on a number of different projects within the city, so I want to thank them for that. But they also will be appointing or electing, I'm not sure how they're going to do it, 7 student council members. So I think that's I think that's a great opportunity for a number of our students to get involved in governance at the city level. And I know we will be doing the same this year, so that's super exciting. Probably could have our city council student members meet with the school board members, and they could have a lot of discussion and discourse about what they would like to see in this city, because I'm sure they have a strong opinion of that. And it's really what we need is to develop strong leaders in our own city right here and groom them from San Diego City Unified School District. So we will definitely be reaching out, and as I said before, off on the olive branch and making it happen. Ms. Chahusky, you have your light on.
I was just going to say, we've already started some good work with the city on those. They were at the Shandon Hills walk audit. The city and the county was there. And so I'm really excited about what the potential is with our new mayor and our city council.
I would
for us to
agree.
actually make that bridge.
All righty, so the board president appoints Ms. Mickey Chahusky, Ms. Marian Aviles Grande, Dr. Scott Wyatt as Education Bridge Committee members, and Ms. Abigail Rosales Medina as the alternate. Be it resolved, the Board of Education approves
Dr.
all.
Wyatt,
Oh,
excuse me, really quick before you do that. Can you clarify for me the charter schools, who was on it? I got confused when you guys were changing them, and I want to make sure I have them right.
all right, let me find that again. Charter schools, I believe it was Ms. Mariana Aviles Grande, Ms. Rosales Medina, and then Ms. Ceballos as alternate. No, and Ms. Chahusky is not on it. I guess it was me. Was it me? I guess it was me. My apologies. I got voluntold on that one, so. Okay. All righty, thank you, Ms. Cunningham, for the clarification. So we will move down now, and be it resolved, the Board of Education approves all appointments. So thank you to my colleagues for volunteering for these many subcommittees. It is a lot of work, but it is important work, and look forward to working with our district.
So moved.
I'm sorry, at the top, County Committee on School District Organization. And there's only one person on that, Ms. Aviles. And that was Ms. Chahusky has been appointed to that.
So moved. Or second.
All right, it has been moved and properly second by Ms. Ceballos. Any discussion on any of these subcommittees and appointments? Very good. Let's go ahead and vote on all of those. And thank you to our community for being very patient with us. I know this is the business meeting where we have a lot of these things we have to do. So it's not as exciting. I know that, but it is important. So we're going to get to that part soon for everybody else. All right, motion carries. We will move on to 3.6, annual consideration and adoption of board policies. Let me do the reading here. Board Bylaw 9310 states the board shall review certain policy annually as required by Education Code 351.60.5. If no revisions are deemed necessary, the minutes shall indicate that the review is conducted. Other policies shall be monitored and reviewed as specified in the policy itself or as needed to reflect changes in law or district circumstances. Be it resolved, the Board of Education readopts all existing board policies until revised or revoked by the Board of Education.
Do we vote on this? No. We do? So moved?
Second.
It's been moved and properly second. Any discussion? All right, let's go ahead and vote. All right, motion carries. We will move on to 4.0. 4.1, recess as the Board of Education. We will now recess as the San Diego City Unified School District Board of Education and convene as the Board of Directors of the San Diego Schools Financing Corporation. 4.2, the meeting of the San Diego School Financing Corporation is now in session. All right, here we go. Give me a second. All right, the corporation president will ask for nominations for the corporation president and vice president. A vote will be taken on all appointments as one action. Normally, the corporation secretary treasurer will be the superintendent with no interim superintendent or associate superintendent. Leland, I apologize. Any of the assistant supes would be qualified to be in that position at this time. And then once we get a new associate superintendent or superintendent, we can bring that back to revise the secretary treasurer to position. Do we have any assistant superintendents interested as being elected as the corporation president? It would be Ms. Applegate. All right. Ms. Applegate? On this one, we will not. This one will be until we hire a superintendent and then associate superintendents. All right, you accept? All right, Ms. Applegate accepts. Be it resolved, be elected as corporation's vice president.
Question. I assume that our board president and vice president become the corporation president and vice president?
Yes.
Okay, I'm just wanting to make sure what I was with.
All right, so Mr. Tillman,
Yes.
is that correct?
Yes.
All right. So my apologies if I had that one messed up a little bit.
You didn't say your own.
Oh, okay. Be it resolved that Board President Scott be elected as corporation president. Be it also resolved that Vice President Dan Tillman be elected as corporation vice president. Be it also resolved Katrin Valentag be appointed as corporation interim secretary treasurer. Be it further resolved Karen Cunningham be appointed to the corporation's assistant secretary.
So moved.
Second.
All right, it's been moved and properly second. Any discussion on that? Let's go ahead and vote. All right, motion carries. Public comments under session 4, annual meeting of San Diego School Finance Corporation. Are there any public comments pertaining to the corporation?
There are not.
There are not. Thank you very much. All right. Be it resolved, the annual meeting of the San Diego School Financing Corporation is adjourned. We will now reconvene as the San Diego City Unified School District Board of Education. All right, there is a request that we do amend the order of the agenda, school board agenda right now, to ensure that the public does not have to wait much longer. We normally would have board comments around 7 o'clock. It is now 7:30, so we're asking to move forward with 6.1 and then have 5.1, 5.2 after 6.1 if we have consensus from the board.
I support that. Me too.
Ms. Chesky? All righty, so thank you, board, for having consensus to amend the agenda so we can move forward with public comments. So those of you that have submitted a blue sheet, thank you very much. We'll be calling you up here in a little bit for public comment, and then we'll move on to see if we have any virtual. All right, our first public comment, and I apologize because I grew up wearing Levi's, but if it's a Levy, let me know. But welcome, Robert Levi. All right.
Mewin.
There we go.
I'm Robert Levi. I'm a citizen of the Torres Martinez Desert Cuy Indians. I also am the elder in residence at California State University San Bernardino, and I believe we're going to be working with with San Bernardino City Unified School District as the ethnic studies Native American component. I believe also with 1703 with more California Indian history embedded into the history social studies framework. Just to make a comment that you may want to have a land acknowledgement to honor the local tribes, the Ahavatam and Ivigat people, the Serrano and Kuya individuals who inhabited this territory. I would highly suggest. Also, the inclusion of Native American Heritage Month. It's come to my attention that basically the district kind of, well, ignored it. You can't say kind of. I believe you did ignore it in terms of getting the schools, principals, and everybody else involved in honoring my people, especially the Kuya, since that's where I'm from. And then again, it's an opportunity. I look at it not as something that's forgetful or something that's disrespectful, but one that is more an opportunity for you to work with us and get more involvement of the Native American students, especially your Title VI program. Cinder Weber works her tail off. I've known Cinder for, I think, 8 years, and Cinder, you could yell at me if it's longer than that, but about 8 years, works diligently involving the Native American students. We just had a gentleman say that she was at his classroom recently and had them do ornaments out of gourds for this holiday season, and the students loved it. And wherever she's gone, I've heard that the students just want more and more of our culture, and we need to move more away from just food. Usually that's the safe alternative, is when you have diversity in a high school, where I taught at Upland High School, they have a food carnival. That really doesn't do it. I mean, it could be the beginnings of what you should be doing. So you talk about diversity and teaching equity and respect. Again, we're in need also of Native American teachers. My wife and I both were with the California Teachers Association, American Indian Alaska Native Caucus for the state of California, and we found that 0.003% of the teachers in the state of California are American Indian or California Indian. The whole United States, it's 0.005%. Again, you want to talk about underrepresented? We are the most underrepresented in education, and we're trying to fix that at CSUSB. And again, whatever you guys need, I mean, I'm the person, I'm the Indian in the cupboard, so to speak. Whenever they need a Native American, I'm there. I haven't run into a cowboy yet, but we'll see what happens. Some of these English teachers here. But again, the situation is one that we need to look at, both of us. And not only with San Bernardino City District, we're also working in conjunction with the County of San Bernardino, Riverside City Unified, Riverside County Unified, Santa Ana Unified. There's one up north, Castro Valley, with the Ohlone people up north. So again, my wife is with the San Diego San Diego County team looking at the advancement of Native American curriculum. We've also developing curriculum through Liberated Ethnic Studies Coalition out of the Cal State Northridge. We're writing Indian curriculum, California Indian curriculum for California Indians, for teachers who can utilize this. And again, we're finding out that non-Indian teachers will be teaching our students about who we are and where we come from. So just a word that we're here to work with you guys, and I'm excited with whoever's on the curriculum committee. I think we'll be seeing each other and we're working together. So I'm excited. I know my wife is excited, hopefully. And again, another resource would be Cinder Weber. You have to utilize her. She's just wonderful. Okay, and also Banning Unified with Roxanne Hamilton. So again, there's tons. Palm Springs Unified, Coachella Valley Unified. We're trying to get a Title VI program out there. In fact, Riverside is just developing a Title VI. So thank you for your time, and I do apologize to my fellow teachers. I know I would rather have you guys up here get your awards and then get to go home. But okay, thank you, everybody. Have a good night, and we'll be seeing you. Thank you.
Mr. Levi, we do.
Thank you.
Woo-hoo. We do have a couple lights on, which means that we have some questions for you.
First of all,
You're not done yet.
Okay.
You entertained
I
questions.
apologize to my teacher friends. All
right.
Whatever. Go ahead. I'm sorry.
First of all, I wanted to say thank you for bringing the attention and making the recommendation, we should be making acknowledgements. And I would suggest to the board president that we can add that in the beginning of our agenda. Just a quick reminder of the lands that we're on. And so I thank you for bringing that forward, and we'll push for that. I also want to say thank you for acknowledging that we do need to make sure that when we look at the ethnic studies, that we have incorporated the voices within our indigenous and the various Native Americans within that, so that way it is within the language and the curriculum and being taught and so forth. So I want to thank you for bringing that forward as well. And unfortunately, I know many of us are very passionate to make sure that we're being inclusive of all of the celebrations for every month that we should be recognizing automatically. So on my behalf, I was recently made aware of that. And so I do apologize, and that is not our intention. That's not our culture within the board. And so I want to make sure that moving forward that this is not done again. And this is with every group, that we want to make sure that it's automatic. It's not left to the end. So I do appreciate you also coming forward with that.
Thank you. I think you owe an apology to Cinder Weber. That's the person I would apologize to, and look into what she needs to get done and what she needs help with. But and again, I got another light. Darn it. Okay.
He's like, uh-oh. All right, thank you, Ms. Rosales Medina. Vice President Tillman.
Thank you for coming out tonight. And I apologize for missing the date, so we'll make sure we don't miss it again. I see it's in the month of November, so we'll make sure it's celebrated. But I do think that we should have it agendized, a resolution agendized as soon as possible. That we can still recognize that it was in the month of November, and encourage our teachers and staff to make sure that we provide curriculum and education throughout the year to teach the history of Native Americans. And it's a big deal. The numbers you read off were like 0.005 and 0.007.
Yes.
And that's a problem when you consider that 2% of the population of the United States of America is Native Americans. So we have to do better, and we should work on recruitment. And maybe we can partner with you and others that you recommend to us. Definitely something that we consider is important, and look forward to working with you.
Hey, thank you. I do too.
Thank you, Vice President Tillman. Ms. Ceballos.
Really quickly, also thanking you for coming and making us aware of this. I also want to apologize personally, and also on behalf of the board and the school district. And I think in addition to the resolution, a formal apology, and then also really clearly indicating what we're going to do so that it does not occur again. I truly do apologize. Thank you.
Thank you.
And apology to Ms. Sindra.
Okay.
And thank you, Ms. Ceballos and Mr. Levi. Again, thank you for your public comments. Trust me when I tell you, Ms. Sindra there let me have it, and she is very well known for that.
Oh, she will,
So
yes.
thank you, Ms. Weber, for always having me on speed dial and bringing things to our attention that we must correct. And I'm a little bit different breed. I would say there is no excuse for us to miss celebrating any of our ethnicities and cultures. So when this was brought to our attention by Ms. Weber, I immediately got in contact with our executive cabinet, and they are assembling a committee of the very many different folks that we have in our organization to ensure that we celebrate all ethnicities and cultures on a monthly basis. So, thanks to her attention to this matter, it has gone to the next level, and we are excited about celebrating all people. So thank you.
All right, thank you too. And if you need help writing a land acknowledgement, let me know, because that's what we do at CSUSB. I've written 5 already, so everybody's getting on the bandwagon. So again, thank you very much.
I would love to learn about that. That is new to me, so I look forward to learning.
Okay, thank you so much.
And then AB 1703, I want to let you know that the County Office of Education, San Diego County Office of Education, is working very closely with the San Manuel band of Indians that developing that Native American curriculum. So we're very proud of that, and just want to let you know that it is well on its way.
Okay, it's a start. Thank you guys.
Yes, sir, it is a start.
Everybody have a good night.
Thank you.
If I want to leave my card with somebody, do I leave it with? Okay, cool. Thank you very much. Good night.
Thank you, sir. All righty, our next public comment, and we have 6 speakers, which means it's on one topic, And I apologize because usually I read about the time frame, but our folks are very well informed here, so they will have 30 minutes for public comment, and I'd like to invite the Inland Congregation United for Change up. Come on up. Otherwise known as ICUC. So come, I don't know if we have we have quite a few speakers. Here we go.
All right, so we can begin, right? All right. Well, first of all, thank you, board members, President Dr. Wyatt, Vice President Tillman, and all the other board members. Really can't do this without you guys, And thank you to the audience. We're all here doing this because we want to. This is something that we want to change in our system, do it for the better of the people. And then thanks to the people watching on television. Can't really do this. This program can't be done without viewers like you. But so we always have to start with introductions, and well, for me, my introduction, my name is Ari Xkoy. I'm a senior at Arroyo Valley High School, and I'm the youth leader of ICUC, the Inland Congregations United for Change. Well, ICUC, if you guys need a clarification, it's a faith-based, nonprofit community organization serving San Bernardino and Riverside, representing 2 counties. ICUC empowers leaders to transform and revitalize the Inland Empire by working in civil arenas for the common good. And over the last 10 years, several generations of ICUC and youth and parent leaders have spearheaded several campaigns in support for increased fundings, resource accessibility, and meaningful parent engagement throughout the district. An example is in 2012, hundreds of ICUC youth and parent leaders participated in the Get Out the Vote effort for ensuring the passage of Proposition 30. To the surprise of many who did not believe that it would pass, it did. We accomplished that, a group effort, and since then, has allocated hundreds of millions of dollars that's come into our district through LCFF, the local control funding formula. From 2010 to 2013, parents have organized with district boards and adamant to visit the Santa Ana USD model of parent engagement to model it in our district, just like Merit, so we can follow in their footsteps as well. 2014, our parents gained support of all 7 board members and Superintendent Marsden to create parent centers across the district through the LCAP process and push for the allocation of funding for LCFF dollars. 2015, ICUC youth leaders began a journey in supporting a mental health resource accessibilities for students. Through the campaign, we learned about the positive impact of wellness centers, interchangeably known as the school-based health centers, and spent many years at the forefront for the expansion of it onto the SBC campuses. And we as youth leaders, we've been at the forefront of this large cultural shift that has brought forward a dialogue around the importance of mental health resources in our communities, especially during trying times. I know this is cliche to bring, but COVID really messed us up. Increased rates of depression, suicide. No one wants that. We're trying to have wellness centers by 2024. That's something that we did. Something that ICUC also helped bring through our actions, and just overall through our advocacy across all these different talks. We've done the work of listening to our communities and advocating for the needs of our peers, be there for each other, be there for parents and families. Our research continuously has shown that students and parents are invested in development of student campuses that encompass the full scope of our development. And this is why we're here tonight. As SBCUSD continues to move forward with the creation and implement of community schools, we expect the district to follow into the footsteps and bridge this conversation to the lived experiences of students across the district. So,
Thank you.
All righty, thank you. And we'll probably have to reserve you want to ask a question now because
No,
it's
no,
part of
I-
their
not-
time, so.
It's not about a question, it's just to be mindful for the audience that are, I know that, we want to be respectful of the youth that are coming up to speak, and it's somewhat distracting to hear voices in the back and yet trying to also hear the students that are speaking forward. So if we can be mindful of that.
Thank you, Ms. Rosales Medina, and we know we have our Shining Stars recipients waiting, so thank you for your patience too. All righty, do we have a next student speaker or parent? All right. Welcome.
She will be doing her public comment in Spanish, but then I will offer the interpretation.
Buenas noches a todos en la mesa directiva. Muchas gracias por darnos la oportunidad de estar acá. Mi nombre es Ada Trujillo y Mariela me va a estar ayudando con la traducción. Soy mamá de 3 niños en el distrito. Tengo un senior en Arroyo Valley. Es el niño que acaba de hablar. Tengo una niña en el 9º grado y un niño en 3er grado en Alessandro. Cuando mi hijo mayor entró a middle school, empecé a asistir a las reuniones de ICUC. Aunque por curiosidad, porque estaba en el calendario de Richardson, en la escuela que él estaba, y ahí decía que se reunían una vez por mes. Entonces comencé a ir y me quedé en la organización porque empecé a aprender mucho cómo ayudar a mis hijos a estar preparados para cuando ellos tuvieran que ir a la preparatoria y a la universidad. He aprendido cómo estar pendiente para que ellos reciban sus clases de la A a la G, cómo llenar las solicitudes para FAFSA y las universidades. Creo que el involucramiento en las escuelas es de mucha ayuda y muy importante para que los padres podamos ayudar a nuestros hijos, y especialmente para familias como nosotros, ya que mis hijos son primera generación que irá a la universidad. El involucramiento de los padres en la educación de nuestros hijos es lo que permite que nuestros jóvenes tengan las herramientas para el éxito, y no solo de ellos, sino para nuestra comunidad en general.
Good evening, members of the board. Thank you for the opportunity of being here. My name is Ada Trujillo. I am a mother of 3 students in the San Bernardino School District. My son is a senior. It's the young man who just spoke. I have a daughter who is a freshman, both at Arroyo Valley High School. My youngest is a 3rd grader at Alessandro. When my oldest started middle school, I started going to the workshops ICUC offered. At first, it was out of curiosity because I saw the calendar at Richardson and saw that they met once a month. I stayed in this organization because I started learning how to help my children prepare for high school, how to make sure that they took all their A through Gs, and I learned how to fill out their FAFSA in college and university applications. I believe that parent engagement is of great help and is very important so that parents can help their children, especially for families like mine who are just getting to know the system, because my children will be first-generation college students. Parent engagement is what gives our children the necessary tools for their success, but not just their success, but also the success of our whole community. Thank you.
En respuesta al trabajo organizador exitoso por estudiantes y las familias de color, en el 2021 los líderes estatales aprobaron una cantidad histórica de $3,000 millones para el programa de Asociación de Escuelas Comunitarias de California, la mayor inversión de su tipo en la nación. Por medio de este programa tenemos una gran oportunidad de transformar el sistema de educación pública y de crear los tipos de escuelas comunitarias que queremos ver. Espacios en los cuales los niños, jóvenes, familias, educadores, residentes y socios comunitarios estén conectados, desarrollen el poder y tengan el apoyo necesario para prosperar. A fines del 2021, el Departamento de Educación de California organizó 6 foros regionales y virtuales a través del estado durante los cuales más de 600 personas brindaron su aportación sobre cómo crear escuelas comunitarias equitativas y prósperas. El Foro Regional del Inland Empire atrajo a más de 130 estudiantes, familias, miembros de comunidades, educadores, administradores escolares y de los distritos, y fue presentado en 3 idiomas, inglés, español y purépecha. Los participantes describieron a Inland Empire como un lugar de tremenda desigualdad económica donde las corporaciones se lucran durante la pandemia, intensificando aún más las disparidades. Como resultado de esta abogacía colectiva y poderosa, los estudiantes y las familias ganaron estos compromisos centrales como parte del marco de las escuelas comunitarias aprobado por el Departamento de Educación de California y la Mesa Directiva Estatal de Educación. Para hacer realidad esta visión, las escuelas, las agencias educativas locales y distritos, los líderes estatales deben tomar acción en los siguientes compromisos. Número 1. Los equipos compuestos de múltiples partidarios interesados deben tener el poder de tomar decisiones e incluso a los estudiantes directamente impactados y sus familias. Nada acerca de nosotros sin nosotros. Los estudiantes y las familias deben tener una voz igual y respetada en toma de decisiones en las escuelas a nivel del distrito. Los equipos de múltiples partidarios interesados deben reflejar la diversidad de la comunidad e incluso a los estudiantes y familias directamente impactados. Estadounidenses, isleños del Pacífico, de bajos ingresos, LGBTQ+, aprendices de inglés, inmigrantes, refugiados en cuidado de acogida, impactados por el sistema judicial, sin vivienda, estudiantes con discapacidades, junto con maestros, personal de apoyo, administradores y socios comunitarios. Soluciones que se desarrollan en colaboración y que se mantienen ampliamente son más sostenibles a través del tiempo. Número 2. Comprometerse a las escuelas libres de policías que promueven culturas escolares restaurativas. Moverse de la criminalización a las conexiones. Prohibir el uso de fondos para la policía en las escuelas para prácticas de castigo y criminalización. Comprometerse a la implementación de prácticas de justicia restaurativa y transformativa y programas culturalmente arraigados que promuevan la equidad racial y el bienestar. Número 3. Formar relaciones auténticas entre estudiantes, familias, educadores y grupos comunitarios. Crear y apoyar una cultura y práctica de relaciones auténticas centradas en apoyar a los estudiantes y arraigadas en la humildad cultural, el respeto mutuo y un compromiso de participar como socios informados e iguales. Esto incluye la capacitación para los educadores. Número 4. Brindar enseñanza y aprendizaje enriquecido, culturalmente arraigado y extendido. Apoyar los programas y los planes de estudio culturalmente arraigados que fomentan escuelas racialmente justas. Brindar el desarrollo de capacidad y apoyo al personal escolar, dirigido particularmente a la pedagogía y la práctica antirracista. Expandir, apoyar y retener el personal escolar multirracial, multilingüe y diverso que refleje la diversidad de las comunidades que sirven. Inspirar a los estudiantes por medio del aprendizaje empírico y basado en proyectos, las artes, la música y el aprendizaje al aire libre conectado a la comunidad. Número 5. Valorar y aprovechar los conocimientos de expertos de nuestra comunidad para transformar las escuelas y los vecindarios. Centrar el apoyo para la salud mental y bienestar para estudiantes, familias y educadores. Proporcionar apoyo integrado para la salud mental, bienestar y apoyo centrado en la sanación, que está arraigado en la cultura y está desestigmatizado. Nos encantaría que nuestro distrito aproveche esta oportunidad para adquirir recursos adicionales a nuestras escuelas, que podrían ascender a millones de dólares por año por 4 años, así como hicieron este año los distritos de Oakland y el de Sacramento, en alianza con el grupo de Pico, California, en sus respectivas áreas. Muchas gracias.
In response to successful organizing by students and families of color from ICUC and our district, along with the Partnership of the Future of Learning, PICO California, Public Advocates, Catalyst California, and Californians for Justice, in 2021, state leaders approved a historic $3 billion for the California Community Schools Partnership Program, making it the largest investment of its kind in the nation. Through this program, we have an exciting opportunity to transform the public education system and build the types of school communities we want to see. Spaces where children and youth, families, educators, residents, and community partners are connected, build power, and have the support needed to thrive. In late 2021, the California Department of Education, with support from the California Partnership for the Future of Learning and the Alliance for Boys and Men of Color, organized 6 virtual regional forums across the state, during which more than 600 people provided input on how to create equitable and thriving community schools. The Inland Empire Regional Forum drew more than 130 students, families, community members, educators, school, and district administrators, and was presented in 3 languages, English, Spanish, and Purepecha. Participants described the Inland Empire as a place of tremendous integral strategy to radically change opportunities for students and families in the region. As a result of this powerful collective advocacy, students and families won these core commitments as part of the Community Schools Framework approved by the California Department of Education and the State Board of Education. In order to create racially just, relationship-centered schools where power and decisions are shared with students, families, educators, and community, is the foundation of a transformational education system built by and for all of us. Number 1, multi-stakeholder teams must have decision power and include directly impacted students and family. Nothing about us without us. Students and families must have an equal and respected voice in decision-making at the school site and district levels. Multi-stakeholder teams must reflect the diversity of the community and include directly impacted students and their families, especially those who are Black, Indigenous, Latinx, Brown, Asian American, Pacific Islander, LGBTQ+, English learners, immigrant, refugee, foster care, all the systems involved, unhoused, or who have any type of disability, along with educators, support staff, administrators, and community partners. Solutions that are collaboratively developed and broadly held are more sustainable over time. Number 2, commit to police-free schools that promote restorative school cultures. Move from criminalization to connections. Prohibit the use of funds for school police, criminalization practices, and school hardening. Commit to implementing restorative and transformative justice practices and culturally rooted programs that promote racial equity and healing. Number 3, build authentic relationships between students, families, educators, and community partners. Create and support a culture and practice of authentic relationships centered on supporting students and grounded in cultural humility, mutual respect, and a commitment to engage as informed and equal partners. This includes capacity building for educators. Provide enriched, culturally rooted, and expanded teaching and learning. Support culturally rooted programs and curriculum that fosters racially just schools. Provide capacity building and support for staff, particularly aimed at anti-racist pedagogy and practice. Expand, support, and retain diverse, multilingual, multiracial staff who reflect the diversity of the communities they serve. Inspire students through experiential and project-based learning, expansion of the arts, music, and outdoor learning connected to the community. Number 5, value and leverage the expertise of our communities to transform schools and neighborhoods. Number 6, center mental health and wellness for students, families, and educators. Provide integrated mental health, wellness, and healing-centered supports that are culturally rooted and destigmatized. We would love to see our district take advantage of this opportunity to bring additional resources to our schools that could be in the millions of dollars, just like the Oakland Unified School District and the Sacramento Unified School District did this year for community schools, along with the Pico, California organization in their respective areas. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening, board members. My name is Ana Victoria Chavez. I'm a sophomore at San Bernardino High School and a youth leader with ICUC. Two other topics that youth leaders across our different campuses are currently uplifting and learning about are student safety concerns and LGBTQ youth issues. For many years now, student safety has been a huge concern for students like myself. The sad reality is that despite national conversations led by students trying to take this issue, we still live with the ongoing fear that our schools are at potential threat of attack. This real anxiety makes it difficult for us to focus on our education and find joy in what we're learning. Coupled with the everyday anxieties we face about our safety, such as incidents where pedestrian students have almost gotten run over by cars or the ongoing issue of students fighting on campuses, it is difficult to feel a sense of security and safety when going about our daily studies. Another issue that affects us is the safety of LGBTQ students at school. The U.S. Department of Homeland Security stated in late November that LGBTQ communities are at continuous risk of being victims of domestic terrorism. It is crucial that the school district is proactive in creating a safe environment for LGBTQ students who face homophobia and transphobia on these campuses on a daily basis. Every single student across the different campuses in our district deserve to be able to attend a school where they are valued, respected, and feel safe. As some of our previous speakers shared today, as our district moves toward the planning of transforming into a district with community schools, we strongly believe that if the voices of students, parents, and community are a part of making this a reality, we will be able to more easily tackle issues like the ones we have been mentioning today. We need to ensure that through this process, we're able to see active student, family, and community engagement, and we need to be able to see shared power and collaborative leadership and practices. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay. Okay, well, good evening. My name is Ramona Hernandez. I'm a senior at Arroyo Valley High School and a youth leader with ICUC. As we continue to advocate towards the creation of community schools that would help support students' needs by integrating community engagement and real-world learning opportunities, we believe it is important to uplift issues that continuously affect our well-being. Currently at ICUC, youth leaders are identifying and building campus-specific campaigns around issues that students feel are important and need to be addressed. Two of these issues are toxic environmental factors that have a negative impact on us and the continued lack of mental health resource availability. When it comes to environmental concerns, students are beginning to research how voices across different schools can be uplifted in order for student-led, campus-wide conversations to happen. As the district continues to learn more about moving towards a community schools model, we believe uplifting conversations such as this one will ensure actual meaningful involvement of students throughout this process. A second topic that we believe extremely crucial to this process is the continued expansion of mental health resources and the accessibility to them for students across the district. We applaud all of the work that members in our district have done to expand resources to students, and we need things to keep going in that direction. We need to get to a point where any student at any given moment would know exactly where to go on their school campus whenever they are in need of any mental health related support. As students, we also strongly believe that the district needs to find ways of keeping things private and confidential. I share this from my own experience. I am usually not the type of person to reach out for help. It takes a lot for me to do so. The one time I reached out for support with my mental health and was vulnerable, I reached out to a teacher and I trusted and was met with repercussions for reaching out. I was forced to come out to my mom about what I was going through. She ended up not taking me seriously, which made things worse instead of receiving the support I was looking for. As a district, we need to do better in providing mental health, wellness, and healing-centered supports that are culturally rooted and destigmatized. If we as a district get the community schools model correctly, I am certain that we will be able to achieve this.
Thank you.
Buenas tardes a todos y cada uno de los representantes de la mesa directiva. Mi nombre es Teresa Balcázar, he vivido en San Bernardino durante 17 años. Asisto a la Iglesia Católica de Nuestra Señora la Esperanza. Tengo 3 hijos que han estudiado en las escuelas que pertenecen al distrito de San Bernardino. Durante el periodo de estudios en high school, mis hijos y yo vivimos experiencias injustas que pudieron haber afectado sus oportunidades de estudio, como avanzar en una materia de verano o poder tomar alguna clase de carreras de pathways. Si no fuera por nuestra perseverancia que nos llevó a otro distrito escolar de Redlands, que nos abrió las puertas para poder alcanzar ese objetivo, le agradezco a la consejera Villalobos de la Preparatoria San Gorgonio por su apoyo, por guiarnos en esas experiencias. Le pedimos y exhortamos al presidente Scott y al vicepresidente Danny Tillman y al resto de los integrantes de la mesa directiva que trabajan directamente con las clases de Pathways, que los estudiantes, aunque no pertenezcan a diferentes escuelas, tengan la misma oportunidad. Les pedimos también que abran alguna aplicación donde los estudiantes puedan tener la oportunidad de acceder a las clases de Pathways en otras escuelas. Gracias.
Good evening, board members. My name is Teresa Balcázar. I have lived in San Bernardino for 17 years. I attend Our Lady of Hope Catholic Church. I have 3 children who are a part of the San Bernardino School District. During their high school period, my children and I lived through unjust experiences that could have affected their education opportunities, such as not being able to take a class in the summer or access to some kind of career pathway. If it weren't for our perseverance that took us to the Redlands School District, where they opened the doors for us, my children wouldn't have taken the classes they needed. I would like to thank Counselor Villalobos from San Gorgonio High School for her support and guidance through these experiences. We ask President Scott Wyatt, Vice President Danny Tillman, and the rest of the board who work directly with the career pathways that all students have the same opportunities regardless of the school they attend. We ask that you establish an application process where all students can have access to all career pathways, regardless of where or what school they are offered. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello, good evening, board. My name is Stephen McGee, Jr., and I'm a member of Life Center Church in San Bernardino. I have 2 sons that's in an SB school district also, and my wife is Elder Keisha McGee, and she's a parent organizer of the ICUC. As you well all know, about 5 years ago, she shared a story with you about our son, Stephen III, and he had an encounter with the San Bernardino City Police on the way to Serrano Middle School. She shared how the officers intimidated tactics in placing our son and another young lady of color on the curb, placing his hands on his gun as asking them where were they going, what were they doing here, and where do they live. For the young lady, I'm asking her, like where was your parents, or your parents illegals? All because the group that my son was walking with stepped off the curb onto the street and let another crowd of kids that were moving faster than them and let them pass by. The officer who made my son and this young lady late for school, further that day intimidated them by giving these 12-year-olds tickets while they was on their way trying to get to middle school. My wife went down, and after making a formal complaint, was told that there wasn't really nothing really but just a ticket, but because they had an encounter with the police, that my son was now a part of a database, and if he got stopped by the police again, he would be in the system as an encounter if he was an encounter by a police before. Imagine as a parent how you would feel having to know that the uncomfortable conversation, have to deal with the uncomfortable conversation with our son, and have to tell him how, as a black men, we must act around police in order to try to ensure our safety. We was also taught our kids the police was there to protect and serve as we're supposed to as we grow up, knowing that. And know that my son's first very encounter with the police proved us to be liars. And as hard as that is to stomach, having to share that with him, we started noticing decline in our son's grades, and also every time a police officer would be around or pull up next to us, he would have like anxiety or get upset or panic. I remember my wife crying in frustration because she tried going to his school several times trying to get some kind of help and support, and all they would say is not a problem for the school. All we can do is just help him focus on his grades. It was hard for us as parents to try and see what the best solution to do for our son. It was very overwhelming at times, but we stayed focused and stayed fueled by remembering the words of our son sharing with us first when he first told us after this happened, "Mom, I was so scared. All I can do is just think about that my ID was in my bag, and I was just telling the officer I'm reaching for my bag, hopefully, thinking that he would get shot." For the next few years, he spent time in therapy. We later learned that the experience caused almost PTSD, an effect that he developed social anxiety and depression. And although we're trying to tackle his mental health the best way we know how and couldn't, for the life of us, we couldn't. As a father, this made me feel helpless because at the head of the household, I had to work hard and provide for my family, and often left my wife to do things alone. I had to decide as a father to provide and fight for the battle of my son with my wife, and that is the position no father has to or should be put in. You always want to protect your kids, and I felt like I couldn't protect my son in that moment. It brought me back to the time when I had an encounter when I was younger, as a young adult, and being afraid and helpless, and I felt like I'll never, as a dad, want that to happen to my boys and feel that way. Then COVID hit, and the school system stopped as we know it. A lot of the parents lost the little hubs of support, and kids were struggling even hard to meet their educational goals. For Stephen and my other son, who suffers from ADHD, was a blessing in disguise. Doing school from home gave our kids an alternative to how schools were done in the public school system. We learned that they did better at home, and they were striving and thriving. My older son, grades improved tremendously, and because we had the option to work from home, we were able to help them and support them while they were in school. After bans were lifted and the kids were able to go back to school, we decided to keep them on online platforms, and Stephen attends alternative learning, in which allowed him to get back on track, and from years from failing and behind in school. And our other son attends virtual academy as a fifth grader. And if we would have the support and resources that a transformative community school offers, it would help tremendously in helping us find solutions to help Stephen. A lot of time and beating ourselves up wouldn't have been the case, because we would have had this hub of support and resources we could have tapped into. But because of what we saw in our kids and our kids across California, my wife and her worked with ICUC, and the community has been a part of the statewide coalition who from 2020 to now have advocated for transformative, racially just, relationship-centered community schools. Transformative community schools is not a program, but an approach to how we do schools for California. Transformative community schools start with building trusting relationships and teams grounded in our shared power and mutual respect and accountability. The efforts have had a victory of bringing over $4.1 billion to the state of California to start planning and implementation of transformative community schools. It's exciting to know the issues that emerge, like mental health support, kids feeling that they have a lack or a sense of belonging, and relationships need to access equitable health, equitable learning opportunities, and the importance of engaging students and families as decision-making partners can finally be addressed, and strategies can be implemented to resolve these issues. Let's ensure Black, Indigenous, immigrants, and other directly impact students, their families, community partners, and educators are directly engaged in developing the community partnership program on every level that can continue with you today. We are at a crucial point of transformation in our public education. In California, as schools and education leaders are making decisions about a $4.1 billion investment in the community schools strategies. The recommendation in this report, grounded in community feedback and supported by youth, family, educators, community leaders, and advocates, are essential to the success of this opportunity. We are providing copies of a report and community schools toolkit created by our statewide partnership to provide this information and how to be best moved forward. On May 18, 2022, the Department of Education approved a $200,000 community schools planning and grant for SBC USD to start the planning of community schools in our district. It saddens us to know that schools for our students, parents, and even educators are yet to be included in the planning process. Not only that, but it is required that the districts and schools incorporate students, parents, educators, and community members into the entire process. Planning grantees are required to engage with students, families, educators, and community partners and make a plan for collaborative leadership and shared decision making. And I thank you. Thank you for the time. I appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. And I do see our colleague, Ms. Rosales Medina, has a question, comment?
Yeah, I just wanted to clarify. So there's a deadline coming up. I just wanted to hear directly from, I don't know if Sergio or Luna or someone that can give us some quick numbers when it comes, there's a deadline coming up, right?
Yes. The next round of funding opens up in January 17th, 2023, and our district can submit for an implementation grant, which would be ideal, as some of our folks mentioned. I cannot recall if it was Sacramento or Oakland USD received like $39 million this school year, and the funding range from $100,000 to $500,000 per school, community school, at this district. So, ideally, our district is already in the process to do that, but also the lack of community engagement and educators, it's like a red flag for the state, which is something that we're currently working with CTA at the statewide coalition and the Partnership for the Future Learning to see how is that being addressed with the Department of Board of Education. But that's the deadline coming up, the 17th.
Okay.
January 17th.
And then it's just utilizing the funds appropriately to make sure that we're being inclusive and bringing our students and our parents. Okay.
Definitely.
And I think there was another clarifying question I did have. I know the gentleman that spoke before mentioned regarding the city police, and I just wanted to clarify if it was city police or was it school police, because I know, can you recall?
It was city police.
City police, okay. And I think that's important to note because I know with our school police, we try to make sure that behavior is unacceptable. And for the most part, they have been really good with the trainings that we provide. But I'm glad you came forward and shared your story and hope the city as well as ourselves do much better for our students.
Thank you, Ms. Rosales Medina. And thank you, everyone, for your comments. All right, we're going to move on to our next public comment. Mr. Omar Salazar, welcome.
I do have one more question. I'm sorry, I do apologize, and I'm gonna. So it is regarding the grant. So who is going to be the person we need to ensure that is taking that to account? That since we do have a deadline.
There are a couple of us. So Colleen Williams in Swiss has been working with our grant coordinator to push it through. And so we are monitoring that.
Okay.
We are in a planning phase at this time. So in the Friday update, we will provide you what we have done thus far and who we've included in the process.
Thank you so much.
All right, Mr. Salazar.
Sorry. Hello and good afternoon. My name is Omar Salazar and I am a senior at San Gregorio High School. Before I start, I would like to thank you for having me today, and you all look wonderful. And it is a pleasure to be here today with all the board members, and congrats to the 3 members that just got elected. This is my first time making a comment or a question for you members, so I'm a little nervous, so I apologize if I stutter or talk too fast. In my 12 years in public education, I have seen that our district needs to work harder in making sure students are receiving the education they deserve. In my 12 years of my education, there are a lot of things that I have seen, the gap and the lack of resource for students. I have seen students suffer Academically, students suffer mentally. There are a lot of students who need mental health resource now more than ever. This issue is not going to go away. Like ICUC is saying, I hope this new model of learning community schools help change the way we know public education. Research have shown that when students become involved in extracurriculars or community-oriented activities, they become more active and their behavior have changed in a positive way. Lastly, as a student, I believe I know my education better than anybody else. I am sure that if you listen to all the students and all the parents and give them the power to change our education, our school will change very positively. Thank you for your time and thank you for having me today. Have a great evening and happy holidays.
Thank you, sir. All right, our next public comment is Mr. Gilbert Rodriguez. Welcome.
My name's Gilbert Rodriguez. I lived all my life right here in San Bernardino, 58 years and more. My family resided here in 1902. Been here all our lives. I'm here for a complaint in Golden Valley, the vice principal and principal not doing their job. My grandson goes to school. He's a 7th grader. There have been about 7, 8 kids trying to jump him every day. And they refuse to do something. When they do something, they suspend him too. They send him to juvenile court right here in Baseline. He got to a point that they punched him once in the face. He got suspended too. It got to a point, one of the kids' dad went out there and choked my grandson. Sent him to jail. It's called school police. It's getting to a point now that school police says call the city police. City police says call the school police. We can't do nothing. I go in there and I get with the principal, vice principal. They don't want to see me. Principal don't want to see me. I talk to the vice principal, and she gets offended because we're there. They follow my grandson. We live around the corner. They follow him home. They throw rocks at the house. They destroy the neighbor's property, and they don't want to stop. What can I do? I hate to waste your time coming over and telling you guys, but this problem continues to happen, and they refuse to stop. What do we got to do? Wait till they kill them? They hurt them? They tell my wife, Grandma, Ricky, racial names and stuff. It don't go away. We can't complain to them because they don't do nothing. So I went higher, and they told me to come over and speak to you guys, see if you guys do anything, because they're not doing their job. You know, we're taxpayers. We're paying their job to work. They want me to find out all the kids' names. If I work there in 1 or 2 days, I'll find the kids' names. I'll discipline those kids. But they want us to come up with the names. My grandson, get him already 3 or 4 names. He says he don't know the other kid's name. What do we do? I'm asking you guys, what should we do? To me, I'll replace the vice principal and principal to get somebody in there to want to do their job. That's, you know, you guys, I don't know how you guys feel if it was your kid. They called anti-bullying. When they call anti-bullying to go in there to check, they told my wife, they told her, and my grandson, oh, you better not get smart today, so something happened. And they go, well, we already got with the other kids, so not saying nothing today. Well, if they didn't know what the kids are, how did they go with the kids? When anti-bullying went. I'm here to ask you guys, what should I do? My grandson don't want to fight. He plays for the San Bernardino Cowboys. Junior All-American. He's special. The coaches, the season ended 2 weeks ago, but the coaches get him and they take him to the park to work with them. Someone mentioned Alexander Madison. That's his dreams too, be a running back. I got other high schools coming down here asking me, when he goes to high school, bring him over here. take him out of there. But he wants to go to Cajon. Sure, he wants to go. He wants to go to Cajon High School. He wants to be a running back. And he's good in football. He's special. But these kids, he knows not to fight. 'Cause I told him if he fights back, I'm going to take him out of football. If I find out he started, he's not going to play football. Do I let him fight back? He's not showing him nothing to fight back. So I'm here to ask you guys, what should I do?
So, Mr. Rodriguez and Mrs. Applegate, I will go out and get more information for you, from you.
I went in there and I spoke with one of her colleagues. She took all my information.
Okay.
And they're supposed to be going over there and talk to the vice principal.
Okay.
Yes,
principal.
I spoke with Mr. Rodriguez
Okay,
earlier,
very
and I will
good.
be visiting Golden
The
Valley
thing is-
tomorrow. It will be resolved.
Yeah, the thing is I go in there and the vice principal, she gets all offended. Every time we talk to him, Ricky has got suspended. He has got suspended every time. He hasn't fought with the kids, he hasn't done nothing, but he gets suspended every time. He's been in juvenile court. They sent him over here, and they told him if he didn't go, he'll get expelled. He will no longer go to school in San Bernardino. Instead of sending the kids that are trying to jump him, they send him. Yeah, and
It sounds like Mrs. Applegate's going to go to the school tomorrow and deal with the issue, and then she'll get back to you to give you an update of what she's been able to ascertain and her plan of action.
also, I want to say that the principal asked my wife, they could resolve the problem by transferring my grandson. We could resolve the problem. Okay, they suspended him, they called him up. We could go ahead and resolve the problem, transfer him to another school. So when the suspension was up, she took him back to school. They go, really? Really? You're bringing him back? How come you didn't transfer him? They want him transferred. Instead of getting the other kids that are bullying them, they want him to get whatever one kid. And I told my wife, look, if we get rid of him, transfer him to school, they're going to pick on another kid. When one of the parents got the kid and choked him out already because he wanted him to fight his son. And the school suspended my grandson. You think, yeah, that's right? I think we need to get someone else, vice principal and principal, in there that are going to do their job. Because they're sitting their butts in there, excuse my language, but they ain't doing nothing.
Time.
All right, Mr. Rodriguez, Vice President Tillman has, I believe, a question or statement for you.
Well, I appreciate you coming down, and I apologize for all that you've gone through and your grandson.
Yeah.
But you have escalated it, and I can tell you that coming to the board meeting will make a difference. So we've heard tonight that some of the assistant soups will be out there tomorrow, and I'm confident that they'll get results. But you can come back as often as you want. We have meetings twice a month, but it will make a difference that you came here tonight. So I hate that you have to go through that step, but we're all part of the process, right?
Yeah, you're all part of that.
And
I hate to waste your guys' time on
No, you're
this.
not wasting our time.
Yeah,
That's part of.
I think I shouldn't even be here.
This is part of the process.
Principal and vice principal.
But
should
I
handle it.
appreciate you realizing that we're part of the process. So it's up to us to make sure we resolve the issue now.
Yeah, because this has been going on for 6 months now, and that's too long.
So thank you, and we'll follow up.
Okay,
Thank you, Mr. Rodriguez. All right, our next public speaker is Sandra Weber. Welcome.
Good evening. My name is Sandra Weber, although most of you know me. I am a very proud member of the Lakota Nation, and I've had the opportunity to serve this board and our community and the district for over 20 years. I've lived in the San Bernardino area for almost 50 years. I am part and I am proud of our community, which has had a long history of hard-working people. From the people of the Pines, or what most of you would know as the San Manuel Band of Mission Indians, they would migrate from the top of Big Bear in the summer to the lower valleys during the winter. The San Manuel Band of Mission Indians would later build a massive irrigation system that extends from the base of the local mountains through Mentone, Redlands, and Loma Linda. They did that when they were enslaved. There were the Mormon settlers, led in part by one Jefferson Hunt, a name that we may all recognize today, who purchased the entire area and then laid out our current street grid system, which mimics Salt Lake City. Eventually, the railroad would come into town, then Kaiser Steel, Norton Air Force Base. I experienced living in San Bernardino when we were a thriving town of ample opportunity to work hard. I also experienced when Norton and Kaiser Steel closed and the city went through bankruptcy, when the opportunity for a living wage was hard to find. I believe part of the reason why those warehouse distribution monopolies targeted us is because we're a community of hard workers who are desperate for a living wage opportunity. And that brings me to why I'm here tonight. For almost 20 years, I've been a Native American educational assistant overseeing a unique, one-of-its-kind program. I am the only employee in our district dedicated solely to this population. In my position, I support the academic, emotional well-being of our Native American scholars while building relationships with their families. From organizing weekly Native American family nights with cultural lessons and activities to helping secure their tribal documentation, coordinating field trips, managing a program budget, providing learning experiences, PDs on cultural awareness and equity, meeting with local businesses and tribes on providing resources for our families, to seeking out local elders to mentor our youth. I plan and facilitate our new school year gathering event and the end of our year Native American graduation ceremonies. We have had powerful storytellers such as Michael Irby and Emilio Rivera from the TV show The Mayans, James Ramos, our first California Indian elected official, and Danny Trejo. For decades, I've advocated nationally for the need of textbooks to accurately represent history on shelves in our classrooms, to be culturally relevant and diverse, so our students can see themselves in our books. When a district close to ours had to navigate racially charged waters in the national media landscape, all because a teacher went viral appearing to mock Native American cultures, I was asked and I joined their stakeholder committee to share about what we do in our district. I work very hard to advocate for our scholars and the community. Why am I here tonight? My title and pay reflect a classroom aide. I've attempted to update this, but have been told that to have such a job title, such as a program specialist, I must have a college degree. So what you're telling me is that my 20 years of experience in this position alone is not as valuable as 4 years in someone's ivory tower? If I had a college degree, by the way, any degree would suffice, I'd be making about $65,000 more a year.
Time.
May I finish? The district is perpetuating institutionalized racism through mandating Eurocentric values at organizational level by requiring the attainment of a whitewashed college degree to be the only pathway for certain jobs. The district is furthering structural inequality and marginalization. Not every job in this district supports that you need a college degree. The Native American community has had a long history of having to adhere to dominant white culture norms. San Bernardino School District taking a one-size-fits-all approach on a college education being required tells me that you have forgotten who lives and works in your community. I want to thank my ancestors for the decisions they had to make to allow me to stand here tonight. I want to thank the future generations for carrying the whole heavy torch of fighting for what you believe in. And school board, be ready, because they'll continue to live in San Bernardino like the generations before them. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Weber, and I do have a light on for you, which means I have a question or statement.
Yes, no, first of all, thank you for bringing that right here. Bringing it to our attention, because the reality is you are the only one doing that, the work that you're doing for so many years. And we should be able to provide exceptions when it comes to expertise and the amount of experience that you have. So I really do ask the district to look into how we can make certain exceptions based on their experience.
I know
So-
that Mrs. Applegate is also trying.
So yeah, I do appreciate you bringing this forward. A lot of the things that happen within the district, and this goes for those that are also watching, it's good for us to listen, because sometimes there's certain exceptions that we need to really look at and evaluate. And sometimes the only way to really know what's going on is by having individuals like yourself come forward and addressing it. Thank you.
Wyatt?
Thank you, Ms. Weber, for your comments. And my question to you is, I know we've had this conversation for quite some time, and that resolution was supposed to be happening or close. Is that happening?
Not that I am aware of.
All righty, thank you.
Thanks.
Dr. White, I do have one comment. Good evening, Sandra. As a valued SBC USD employee, we thank you for coming out tonight. What I did want to share with you is we'll make sure that our Personnel Commission Director Irma Garcia follows up with you tomorrow just to sit down and have a conversation about your concerns and any possible next steps. I'll make sure that that takes place so that we can give the board an update by Friday on any next steps around what you stated here, okay?
Okay. I believe the Personnel Commission has it right now.
Yes, the paperwork was put in for Ms. Weber to be reclassified. And as I had mentioned to her previously, that the decision is between January and March is their window, but it's pretty positive. So I think we can expect a good result from that.
Thank you.
Thank you again, Ms. Weber. All right, our next public comment is Gina Mireles. Come on up.
I'm Gina Mireles, founder of Mexican American Mothers Advocating for Students, former secretary of LULAC, also representative of La Hermandad Mexicana, La Original, founded by Bert Corona. First, I want to thank my friend Rosemary that's here with me tonight. She's representing the city of Cucamonga. She's from the original family. Her name is Rosa Maria de Alba. I was before you 2 weeks ago regarding some frivolous complaints. And that following Monday, the following day, within less than 24 hours, all of the jobs that I was scheduled to attend were canceled by Dr. Funches. I had a meeting with Dr. Funches where he questioned my relationship with the Cucamonga King and my involvement with the Mexican Mafia. During the meeting, I acknowledged that I was married for 25 years to a Cucamonga King. However, I grew up in Ontario, so the men that took care of me are the Black Angels. Never did a board member do anything for me, much less the attorney Charles Uhaley that I threw out of the board when I ran into him at my local Costco in Montclair. Much less Barry Caldwater, the district superintendent. When Sean Judson placed me on paid administrative leave in June of 2006, the superintendent of the Etiwanda School District, he placed me on paid administrative leave. Because if there's one thing I follow, is protocol. If your teachers and your principals are not following federal education code, that's their problem, not my problem. Now, you've pushed me, and I'm going to push back. Because as soon as my meeting was over with Dr. Funches, I went to Don Arcadio Acuna, a Cucamonga king that spent 30 years in the California judicial system, 20 in a solitary housing unit. He's not only a Cucamonga king, he's the godfather and first cousin of my former husband. So he puts the fear in God in the local sheriff office, the public integrity unit, but I'm not scared of him, and he's not scared of me. And when I told him of the accusations, he was furious. He's a big man, 6'7", looks like Shrek with glasses, bald head, no tattoos on his face. And he told me, push him back. I went over 1.5 miles away from him and spoke to my favorite black angel, Mr. Ruben Limon, who had never seen me mad, and he met me when I was 16. I'm now 54. With a mischievous smile, because he has never seen me mad, he said, push him back. And that's what I'm going to do. I'm going to take the professional misconduct that I've seen within San Bernardino City Unified School District, and I'm going to take it to the West Side Verdugos, because school districts throughout California have produced fleets of gang instead of fleets of doctors, fleets of engineers, fleets of attorneys. They have produced gang members, and they are currently institutionalized in California prisons. And when I get my plan ready, I'm going to call Maria in Glendale, Chacha in Apple Valley, Elisa in Ontario, all my friends from Ontario, so that we can organize in San Bernardino. We're going to push back. Because children are entitled to an education. Children are entitled to a safe environment. That money is not for bureaucrats. It's not for the best retirement systems in the nation. And the friends that I have in San Bernardino City Unified, within the first week, told me what was happening at Lincoln Elementary. And they told me, Dr. Rodriguez and Dr. Funches are bad news. I was ratified as an expert in the field of education by a Cucamonga king in a solitary housing unit in Corcoran State Prison. And that's what needs to happen. We need to organize the people that have been criminalized historically, and we need the men to come into here and hold everybody accountable, because our kids are written off as nobodies, and we're seen as crazy women. And it's like, I don't stay home for free. Call Douglas Claffett and ask him.
Time.
Thank you.
Thank you. All right, our next public comment is Sandy Bonilla. Come on up.
Okay. Hi.
Good evening.
Good evening to everyone. And my name is Sandy Bonilla. And I actually am wearing 3 hats tonight. One is I have worked for 22 years in youth development, prevention, intervention in city of San Bernardino. Some of you might have known my late husband, Bobby Vega. We developed many years ago a conservation corps that has served and has provided jobs for thousands of San Bernardino youth. I am that old now. And I'm really happy that I continue on. And one of my many hats that I now wear is that I work mostly on funding and to keep those kids employed and to get them working. And one of the areas that I've worked for 35 years is the field of prevention, intervention, diversion, and reentry. That has been my area of expertise for years. In fact, I'm an adjunct instructor at Cal State University in LA. And the reason I'm here today is because another hat that I wear is I'm a state commissioner for CAL FIRE, for urban forestry funding. And one of the areas that I was so compelled to come tonight, and I heard what many of the folks were saying, was that the really need to look at social emotional competencies and learning at a very young age. For many years, I have felt that prevention and intervention was the silver bullet. But we found in the past 10 years, especially in education, that strength-based interventions are far more effective when they are combined and blended together. So not just prevention, intervention, but you blend in positive youth development, social emotional learning. Those are the areas that we really should be focusing at a very young age. And I'm talking elementary, if not kindergarten. Now, the reason I'm here is because the state of California is going to see an unprecedented $1.8 billion in funding that's coming through CAL FIRE. And I sit on CAL FIRE's funding advisory board. Yes, you have someone from San Bernardino in Sacramento. And part of my role is to be the person on the commission to speak about community voices. And so much of what the folks were saying today is so true about the social, emotional, the mental health. The program that's starting up, and it's a brand new program, it's called Green Schoolyards. And Green Schoolyards is still not out yet, and I'm coming here because it is a new initiative that has $117 million that will be allocated into disadvantaged schools for developing green schoolyards that also help adapt young people and help them heal from trauma, using nature-based solutions as a method of getting them into outdoor learning and education. Now, one of the things that is great here is that you have a local conservation corps nearby, that's us, that are already familiar with this. As a state commissioner on this, I felt compelled to say, we need to bring this to San Bernardino. And I already spoke with Joe Baca Jr., who has supported that. And in fact, I'm meeting tomorrow with 2 year principals to really begin discussing this. But I can see that this might be something that the school board may want to embrace. And the reason why is because districts can get up to 30 million if they work more strategically. Now, I know we don't have a superintendent of schools yet. That's why I'm here, because I'm really not sure who to speak to about this. I am the person you would need to speak to quickly, because as you know, with grants and RFAs, once they come out, you got 4 weeks. And I have helped the city of San Bernardino for over 20 years getting funding in here. I actually was sitting, I've already been through like 4 mayors and I don't know how many police chiefs. But I really encourage that we work together. It could be the Conservation Corps, because that is one area that we do have the ability to do the types of strategies that the grants are looking for. Those are like healing botanical gardens, outdoor learning experiences, planting trees, and creating urban green. And there's volumes of research showing the effectiveness of how green schools are making safer schools. And they do support social, emotional, mental health learning. I'm also on a coalition right now with the Inland Empire with UC Cooperative that's working on this. So I do have something I can bring you to give you my information. And but again, like I said, it's something that we do have to work fast on, okay?
Dr. White, if I may?
Yes, you may.
Mrs. Bonilla, I met you at the Home of Neighborly Service a while back when you were bringing information to Vicki Lee and the group about some of the parks, because the park is across, in the drive, like behind the home.
Bobby Vega Park.
Yes,
my husband's park.
Yes, so we look forward to continuing our work with you. Mrs. Ontiveros oversees our grants and community engagement. She's going to give you our card, or her card, and then we can follow up with you.
Oh, great. All right, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Bonilla, and thank you again for all the work that your late husband has done with our city. Oh, Miss Bonilla, I apologize. I have a light on here. That means somebody has a question or for you, and it is Miss Grande. Yep. Let's see if it's on for you.
Hello?
There we go. All right.
All right. I'm really excited to hear you. Anderson School, where I was for the last 20 years, I don't know how often I try to enroll the other teachers in just an idea such as yours, because I always heard about San Andreas and all their hydroponic farming, and I would try really hard, but nobody listened to me. But we have an amazing school out there that already it's been set up years ago. I don't know if any of you have been, Abigail, you've been there. And we had huge gardens already. At one time, we even had one that was encased so no one could break in to steal the vegetables. But one summer after there was a fire and we came back to school and it had been completely demolished and turned into a parking lot, sadly. But on the other side of Anderson, there are still there's trees and oranges, and it would just lend itself because our students there have moderate to severe needs, and they are on a career path, certificate planning. I just think it would be a great thing for them. So I would really be interested in helping with all of that. So I wish you luck and prayers, and I sure hope we can see that happen. It's amazing.
And that's the idea, is to get some pilot schools.
Yes.
And that's what
I'm
that's what I'm
excited
looking
for you.
for,
It
is
comes
that-
across. Thank
Yes.
you.
All right.
Thank you. Mhm.
All righty. Thank you again. All right. Next public comment is Mr. Rich Imbriani. Come on up, Coach. Coach and entourage, I should have said. No,
Thank you, Mr. President, Mr. Vice President. New board members and former board members and cabinet. We are here to say a few things, but first of all, we want to thank Mr. Sullins for his help with our the funding that we've talked about in October when we came to you and talked about the athletic strategic plan, and he's come to us with our transportation being funded. That's going to be huge for us, for our programs. And the other thing, and again, thank you, Mr. Sullins, for that, and good luck to you. The other thing we're here to talk about, or I'm here to talk about with the support of my entourage, is the one-time monies that we have as a district. And I know all of you are aware of the facilities needs that we have for athletics. And I know Mr. Sullins is going to present a package to the board, and it's extremely important that you all understand, and I hope you do. And I'm still fired up. I know these guys think I'll be asleep by now, but I'm still fired up. How important it is to us as schools, high schools especially, but middle schools and elementary schools, and how important it is to our community. I know people keep talking about they've lived in this community, and I have almost all my life, except when my father was in Vietnam and we had to move around a little bit. But otherwise, I've been born here and raised here and still vote here in San Bernardino. So it's extremely important to me and my family, along with my job, what we do for our kids. I make sure that I keep all of our board members and our cabinet aware of all of our successes, and there are numerous successes. So we're just wanting to make sure that when you get that package that's coming to you from Mr. Sullins, that you remind yourself that this is stuff that the things that we build will last for decades. They won't go away. And you as a board have had to deal with, and especially the board members that have been here for a while, have had to catch up for decades of nothingness when it came to facilities. So we appreciate it greatly. we want to say again, thank you and welcome to the new board members. And we do greatly appreciate the board listening to us and helping us with our kids and all of our kids. So thank you.
Thank you, Coach. And one of your favorites has a question for you here, Mr. Vice President Tillman.
Yeah, I just want to make sure that we just perhaps some clarification on where we're at right now. I think it'd be important for us to inform the new board members and also existing board members of the list of projects that are in discussion. But you mentioned that, Mr. Salas, you're going to present something tonight?
Not this evening. We're preparing a package of information that includes all the one-time requests, the athletic strategic plan, emerging district needs, as well as the one-time expenses that we've requested to get from sites. So including the board priorities where we had the board workshop. So we're completing an entire package of all the one-time requests.
Yeah, so at some point, that'd be good to inform all the board members and get us on the same page. But also, President Dr. White, if we could agendize an item in the near future to actually have discussion and take action on some of the proposed projects so we can make sure they do get completed.
Yes, sir, Vice President Tillman. That'd be with consensus of the board.
I would support.
I think it's important to take a look at whatever document, so I would be in support after that is provided to us.
Ms. Chahusky? She's good. All right. Ms. Villas Grande? All righty, then you have consensus, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, thank you again. All right, our next public speaker is Albert, and I apologize, is it Ty or Teherera? Welcome, and please correct me if I have that wrong. I try hard.
How you doing today?
Good evening.
Or this evening. Again, my name is Albert Herrera. I'm here regarding the students of the Native American, community, and all the students. I know Ms. Cindra Weber was speaking and how the students weren't recognized. I'm from the Dene people, which is a Navajo tribe, and I highly recommend and appreciate everything she does for our community. It feels like we've been degraded again, just like back in the past, the way our people were back then. We're not being recognized the way we should be. We're not being treated fairly. We try to stand in the community as everybody, but it feels like we're the minority instead of being community. So, if you guys can please just help us out and recognize everything that what we have, and it's precious because, honestly, San Manuel has helped out a lot with the city, and they step in and do a lot for our community here, which is very grateful and appreciated what they do. And again, if you guys also recognize Miss Weber, I stand behind her 100% of everything she does, and she does help out. Classes that she teaches, trips and everything that she tries to communicate and work with and everything. And just again, it's all on a budget, and I get it. The school is on a budget. All schools are on budgets, but she does put a lot together for these students, and she's very much loved by all these students and appreciated. So if you guys can always just keep things together and work something out so we can help out these kids and make sure that they're recognized and not just pushed aside, just throw them in a bunch of kids, together with everything. And that's all I got to say.
Thank you again, and I can assure you Ms. Weber will not let us forget, and we're going to make sure we take care of her as well. So
Yes.
She has definitely earned it and deserves it.
Yes.
But we appreciate your time, and again, we apologize as a board that we didn't give proper recognition during Native Heritage Month. So
Thank you very much.
all right, thank
President Wyatt, if I may.
you. Yes, ma'am, Dr. Rodriguez.
We are working with our Native American educator, Ms. Weber, about having a Native American student honor roll in January. So we'll, very similar to what we've done with our African American students. And so we'll be working on putting that in place for the semester grades that are be coming out in January.
Thank you very much. Oh, you know what, I also wanted to add, because I know in the schools, there are some of the Native American kids that are very highly educated, and they got some really great grades out there. You know, there's a lot of them that are highly academic and everything on all their studies and everything. So, I mean, we push, everybody pushes their students and tries to get them, you know? So just like I got my son here, and he's 9 years old, and he pushes hard for what he knows and everything. So he tries, he really tries, and he's also in advanced learning classes and everything else too. So again, thank you very much.
That's outstanding, and I just will say that Ms. Weber often reminds me especially, of the graduation rate
Yes.
of our Native American students, which is in the 90th percentile.
Oh, yes. Yes.
95, thank
To
you,
be
Ms.
exact,
Weber. I was
yes.
waiting for you to give me the exact number so I could say it, 95%, so that is outstanding. Looking forward to seeing them in their speeches soon.
All right, thank you again.
Mr. Tillman, Vice President Tillman has a question for
I
you.
got to know, what school does your son attend?
George Brown Elementary.
All right.
Okay.
Yeah, he's in dual immersion, so he's,
Ah.
what is it, 90% Spanish, 10% English?
Super.
You know?
Very good.
Wonderful. Thank you very much for
Fantastic.
coming
Thank
out.
you
Thank you very
again.
much.
Our pleasure, thank you. Ms. Cunningham, do we have any virtual comments this evening?
No, we do not.
All right, I think I'll be quite honest, usually we don't mind, but that's a relief to all of us. So we just want to say thank you again for our folks have been very patient. I do apologize. This meeting is going a little bit longer and slower. Our first meeting usually does, but we definitely want to make sure that we move on back to 5.1, which is recognition of Shining Star Award recipients. Thank you for being patient. I know we have kids here, and they need to get to bed, right? Because they need to go to school tomorrow, and I'm right there with you, parents. So please forgive us, but we are not going to not celebrate our kids and our community and our staff. So I'm going to turn it over to, who am I turning it over to? Ms. Ontiveros?
This evening, we have the pleasure
All
of
right.
welcoming Ms. Carla Cross forward to lead us
All
in
right.
this recognition. So I'd like to turn it over to Ms. Carla.
Thank you. Welcome, Ms. Cross.
Good evening to everyone in attendance this evening, now this night. Thank you so very much for your patience. I really do appreciate it. For those of you who did not know my name, I am Carla Cross, and I have the pleasure of serving as Manager on Special Assignment, Internal Communications within the district's Communications Department. Welcome to our annual Shining Star Awards program. On behalf of the Board of Education and our administrators in charge, we express our gratitude to all of the dedicated, classified, and certificated employees of the San Bernardino City Unified School District. However, tonight we will showcase our appreciation for our guest teachers and classified substitute employees. It is your hard work and devotion to our students and our school community overall that contributes to the mission to be a district of excellence. We appreciate you, and we're delighted to host this award ceremony in your honor, especially because this is the first time we've been able to hold this event in person for quite some time. At this moment, I would like to ask the members of our Board of Education and our administrative executive cabinet team to please come forward and take your places at the front of the dais, where you will congratulate and be photographed with our honorees. The Shining Star Awards program began in 2017 as a way for the Board of Education to express their gratitude and thanks for the hard work and contributions of our substitute employees in our schools and departments. This year, we received over 30 nominations from supervisors and colleagues across the district for deserving guest teachers and classified substitute employees. Before we begin, I would like to take a moment to thank our screening committee members, Ashley Betas-Acala, President of the San Bernardino Teachers Association, Oni Jimenez, President of the California School Employees Association, and Teresa Hunter, Area Vice President of the Communication Workers of America, for their time and diligent review of the nominations through a blind screening process. We'd love to honor every guest teacher and student employee, but this evening's spotlight is focused on 5 certificated and 4 classified employees, substitute employees, that is. All of tonight's honorees will receive a certificate of appreciation and the prestigious Shining Star Award. Honorees, when your name is called, would you and your family please come forward to accept your award and have a photo taken with our Board of Education members and our administrator in charge for the month of December, Mrs. Anna Applegate. Honorees, when your name is called, please walk down the ramp where the balloons are placed right over here. After your pictures are taken, our honorees will be asked to exit using the walkway on the opposite side of the room, just right here. We're going to ask that you please remain in the room after you've taken your picture so that a group photo may be taken at the end of tonight's program. So please, let's start with a round of applause for our first honoree, Miss Jessica Ariano Velasco. Jessica, if you are here, would you please make your way forward? Jessica works in a dual capacity role at the Inland Career Education Center. By day, she serves as the site secretary, and by night as a secondary resident guest teacher. Jessica was nominated by Vice Principal John Carranza, who says she is a prime example that hard work and dedication can lead to success and open doors of opportunity. Jessica began her service to ICEC as a secretary in September of 2019. She has a passion for growing as an individual and decided to pursue education. As a full-time working mother of 4 children, Jessica completed her bachelor's in business administration with a minor in child and adolescent development, and she's currently working on her B-Clad credential. Jessica has since started her journey to becoming an educator by doing substitute teaching in the evening and has a long-term position as an English as a second language teacher, teaching beginning level 1. She has over 50 students in her class, and she keeps them engaged with up-to-date lessons. Jessica exemplifies leadership in her community. She has a goal to become a permanent teacher here in the district and remain a role model for her own children, one of which wants to follow in her footsteps. Thank you, Jessica, for dedicating yourself to the San Bernardino City Unified School District and the Inland Career Education Center, and congratulations on your award. Up next, let's put our hands together for our next recipient of this year's Shining Star Award, Ms. Angela Butler. Angela, thank you for staying with us tonight. Angela is currently serving as an elementary resident guest teacher at Hillside University Demonstration School under the supervision of Tommy Archuleta, who says Angela is a wonderful leader, an excellent team player, and an outstanding asset to the San Bernardino City Unified School District. Angela has supported the district for approximately 8 years in this capacity in her role at Hillside. She provides support to students in grades 1 through 6 through a small group explicit instruction model. She takes on additional groups and provides coverage for teachers without hesitation. She is always willing to try different strategies with students and utilize her knowledge and training expertise with co-workers in order to reduce academic gaps and increase student grade level standards. According to Principal Archuleta, Angela stands out due to her ability to pay attention to detail, her leadership qualities and differentiation, and her overall willingness and flexibility. Besides being a wonderful resident substitute, Angela's greatest accomplishment so far has been being a mother to a smart and energetic 10-year-old, who I presume is the one standing next to her. And her hobbies include writing poetry and playing card games. Congratulations, Angela, on your Shining Star Award. And thank you for all that you do in support of student success. All right, audience, I think we're ready for our next one. So please help me welcome our next honoree, Mr. Paul Castro. Paul is an elementary resident guest teacher who originally began his service to the district in July of 2002 as a substitute bilingual instructional aide. After completing his education at Cal State San Bernardino in June of 2009, Paul became a permanent bilingual elementary teacher in the district, providing service at Vermont and Gomez Elementary Schools before retiring last year. But retirement could not keep him away. His desire to teach and his commitment to SBCUSD has remained strong. Paul decided to rejoin the district in February of this year as a guest teacher serving the students at Ramona Alessandro Elementary School. In her nomination, Principal Teresa Hopkins shared that Paul has demonstrated his dedication to students, staff, and the community during his time at the school, saying his commitment to education is evident by his professionalism in the classroom and his willingness to support special events. As a substitute teacher, he is able to successfully engage students with creative lesson design using content standards and maintain effective classroom management. He also dedicates his time with after-school activities and provides tutoring support. Paul loves to listen to classical music, dance to salsa, rumba, merengue, samba, cumbia, and of course he loves a good cha-cha. But it's his continuous enthusiasm and encouragement about teaching and learning that makes him a shining star in education. Thank you, Paul, for making hope happen in SBCUSD. Congratulations. We're just about halfway there, ladies and gentlemen. Let's welcome the next recipient of this year's Shining Star Award, none other than Ms. Latanya Davis. Latanya has served as a resident teacher for approximately 14 years and is currently serving as an elementary resident guest teacher at Jones Elementary School under the supervision of Principal Cretia Sims. Latanya was nominated by her colleague, Valerie Applegate, who says Latanya is an exemplary resident sub who has become an important asset to the Jones campus with her willingness to help in any way she can, beginning of the year testing, preparing lessons, and being on duty before and after school. Latanya is focused on helping scholars through her professionalism, her positive attitude, and motivation. She is someone who can be counted on to do her very best every day. Prior to joining the district, she worked for the County of San Bernardino. Her passions are writing and editing other people's stories and fitness. When she is not teaching or tutoring, you can find her spending time with her grandchildren, working out at the gym, or gardening. Latanya, in recognition of your nomination, we salute, we congratulate, and we thank you for your service to SBCUSD. One more time, please, for Ms. Latanya Davis. Audience, would you please put your hands together for clerical substitute, Ms. DeAndrea Ferguson. DeAndrea, are you still in the room tonight? It looks like DeAndrea is unable to join us at this time, but I do want to read her bio. She is a San Bernardino High School graduate who completed her graduation at Cal Baptist University, earning a bachelor's in human services. DeAndrea has supported the Employee Development Department for 1 year and received the Shining Star Award nomination from the department director and assistant director, Mary Pierce and Shanna Smith, respectively, and from her colleague, Morgan Pelletera, as well. They each agree that she is one of the more positive forces in the room and quickly became an integral part of the department due to her professionalism. DeAndrea doesn't just go above and beyond, she is solutions-oriented. She takes initiative and anticipates the work that needs to be done. In her spare time, she enjoys engaging with her son, and she has a passion for working in an environment where she can serve and connect with people. Thank you so very much, Deandra. We will be sure to get your award to you soon. Our next recipient is Ms. Deja Jackson. Deja is a longtime friend to the district, having started her journey as a 7th grader at Shandon Hills Middle School before continuing on to Cajon High School. And over the last 4 years, she has supported multiple teachers as their preferred substitute. She's taken on 2 long-term 6th grade assignments for her mother, Talina Hill's previous grade level partner, and she is currently serving as an elementary resident guest teacher at Jones Elementary School under the supervision of Cretia Sims. She was nominated by her colleague, Valerie Applegate, who says Deja is deserving of this award because she has become a valued part of our team. Deja has a positive attitude each day, and she takes on tasks with positivity and enthusiasm. She has done a great job assessing where scholars are and determining what skills they need help with. She shows professionalism, positive passion, and emotional commitment through her collaboration with colleagues about scholars regarding their progress, behavior, and how to meet their needs. When she's not at work, Deja enjoys spending time with her family and her 3 dogs, Thor, Loki, and their rescue dog, Yoshi, and playing video games with her best friends. She loves all the things music and discovering new places to travel. Thank you, Deja. We appreciate you so much. Congratulations on your award. Our next honoree tonight is Mr. Ruben Mondragon. Ruben served as a non-clerical substitute at Arroyo Valley High School under the supervision of Principal Bernardo Valenzuela, providing support as a proud and dedicated campus custodian. Ruben was nominated by his colleague, Benita Harris, who says Ruben is simply a good person with a beautiful spirit who is joyful in his day-to-day job. During his time at Arroyo Valley, it was clear to many that Ruben is a caring, hard worker who genuinely cares about our schools, students, and staff. And as a former substitute employee, he was proud to work for the district. And yes, I did say former because as of last month, Ruben is now a permanent employee with the district. Despite his recent promotion, it's important to acknowledge his nomination for this award because it occurred during the time of his employment as a substitute employee. But more importantly, it's because he served as a role model for fellow staff members and proved to be a reliable and trusted team member whose strong work ethic and outstanding customer service skills reinforce the mission of the school and the district overall. Congratulations, Ruben. Thank you so very much. The next recipient of this year's Shining Star Award is Danielle Moody. Danielle is a classified substitute employee serving at Thompson Elementary School as an attendance clerk under the supervision of Principal Vilma Sandoval. Danielle is, however, unable to join us tonight, but according to Principal Sandoval, Danielle is a standout who absolutely shines. She's a fast learner, she's always positive, and does everything with a smile. She continues to grow as a professional and does everything she can to better serve our families. Congratulations, Danielle. We'll be sure to get your award to you as soon as possible. And rounding out tonight's program is the final recipient of this year's Shining Star Award. This person is none other than non-clerical classified substitute employee and beloved campus custodian, Mr. Luis Navarrete. Luis provides support to Fairfax Elementary School. He was nominated by Principal Dr. Gregory Alexander, who says Luis is very reliable and easy to work with, adding that he is always on time, professional, and has a positive attitude. The teachers and staff at Fairfax could not agree more, saying Luis is wonderful, responsive to our campus needs, and he always goes above and beyond. Luis adheres to the basics of excellence by providing a high level of service and ensuring students and staff arrive at a school that is clean and presentable on a daily basis. He has a great rapport with students, teachers, and staff, and they just love him. Although he has supported Fairfax for just a few months, it's probably safe to say that Luis has made a huge impact on their campus in a very short period of time. Luis was raised in San Bernardino. He graduated from Cajon High School. He completed all accounting-related coursework at San Bernardino Valley College. He is the proud father of 3 sons and the grandfather of 3 as well. He loves fishing, barbecuing, and mountain biking. Thank you, Luis, for everything you do, and congratulations on your award. Thank you to the members of the board and cabinet. You may take your seats at this time. Want to offer one final congratulations to this evening's honorees. And audience, please, let's put our hands together and show them some appreciation, our appreciation, that is, for their hard work as they serve as guest teachers and substitute classified employees here in our district. Honorees, would you please remember to follow our district's photographer, Ms. Karina Borsic, out to the foyer where you'll pose for a group photo. This concludes tonight's program. Thank you very much, and I'll turn the floor back over to Dr. Scott Wyatt. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Cross. Job well done, and congratulations again to our awardees this evening. Truly appreciate all the work that you do. All right, we'll move on to 5.2, resolution and recognition of Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. Day. And and he just stepped right out, Mr. Tillman. So I think he had to take a quick break there. So for our resolution, we're on 5.2. We had to go back up to 5.2. And I'm delaying a little bit. He's on his way. Mr. Tillman, we have you to read our resolution today on 5.2, resolution in recognition of Dr. Martin Luther King Jr.
Thank you very much, President Dr. Wyatt. Whereas Martin Luther King Jr. was born January 15, 1929, and changed our nation forever through his leadership, service, and clarity of vision. And whereas Dr. King was the leading civil rights advocate of his time, spearheading the civil rights movement in the United States during the 1950s and 1960s, earning worldwide recognition as an eloquent and articulate spokesperson for equality and nonviolence. And whereas Dr. King helped organize the March on Washington, during which he delivered his eloquent and moving, quote unquote, "I Have a Dream" speech on August 28, 1963, he received the Nobel Peace Prize in 1964 for his work towards passage of the Civil Rights Act of 1964. And he helped organize the Selma to Montgomery marches in 1965, which assisted advocacy for passage of the Voting Rights Act that year to guarantee all African American citizens the right to vote. And whereas Dr. King paid the ultimate price when he was assassinated on April 4, 1968, and was posthumously awarded the Presidential Medal of Freedom in 1977 by President Jimmy Carter. And whereas to remember the life, work, and dream of Dr. King, a national holiday was first observed on January 20th, 1986, and was later declared to be officially observed annually on the third Monday in January. And whereas on this national holiday honoring Dr. King and throughout the year, we celebrate his memory of performing acts of kindness through service to others. Therefore, be it resolved that the Board of Education for the San Bernardino City Unified School District does hereby recognize Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. Day on Monday, January 16, 2023, and encourages students, staff, community members, and all Americans to live out his teachings as we continue to work for the day when the dignity and humanity of every person is respected. So moved.
Second.
Been moved and properly second. Any discussion? All right, let's go ahead and vote. All right, motion carries. We'll move on to 7.0, closed session. 7.1, closed session public comments. This is a time that members of the public be provided an opportunity to directly address the board about any item described under this closed session. Comments are limited to 5 minutes or less. Do we have any public comments?
We do not.
We do not, but I do see a light on. Ms. Aviles Grande?
Well, I just had a comment on the earlier resolution. I just wondered, I'm new here. Does anyone ever read out loud Dr. Martin Luther King's speech?
Someone would have the opportunity to do so on maybe motivational comments by a board member. And I imagine we have quite a few students and staff that actually do that in many different schools.
I'd like to hear that one day, yeah.
Maybe we could have you read it for your, I'm
I
just kidding.
don't have the pipes for that.
The pipes?
And in,
Okay.
in the past, we did have a gentleman that did it on a regular basis.
We did.
The late Reverend Brown.
Right.
He did a good job.
I have a gentleman that I work with at probation that could do it
Well, it
very,
sounds
very
like a committee to me.
well. All righty. We would love to have that sometime. All right, if there are no public comments, we will move into 7.2 closed session agenda. So we will go into closed session. Thank you. Alrighty, folks, we'll move on to 8.0, action reported from closed session. We'll call this meeting back to order. All right, 8.1, approval of coordinator, special education, early childhood education and related mental health services, also known as ERMS. Be it resolved, the Board of Education approves the appointment of the following employee, Catherine McLean, coordinator, special education, early childhood ERMS, effective date, work year, and salary to be determined. Funding source 508. Catherine, are you here this evening?
So moved.
Oh, wait, I'm sorry, we can't announce it yet, right? We have it's been
Hasn't
moved.
happened yet.
Second.
It's been moved and properly second. Any discussion? All right, let's go ahead and vote. All right, motion carries. Now we could say congratulations to Captain McLean. Go ahead and we have to have you stand up. That's part of it here so we could all see you. Very good. Congratulations and welcome to our district. Pleasure having you on board. All right, 8.2, approval of elementary school principal. Be it resolved, the Board of Education approves the appointment of the following employees: Alejandro Cisneros, elementary school principal, Arrowhead Elementary. Effective date, work year, and salary to be determined. Funding source 035.
So moved. Second.
It's been moved and properly second. Any discussion? All right, let's go ahead and vote. All right, motion carries. Mr. Cisneros, are you here this evening? All right, go ahead and stand up. Congratulations. And welcome to your new position of principal. Well done. All righty. We will move on. 8.3, approval of 3 elementary school vice principals. Be it resolved, the Board of Education approves the appointment of the following employees: Marlene Bush, Kiana Hedden, and Lori Scott, elementary school principals, school sites, effective dates, work year, and salary to be determined. Funding 419.
So moved.
Second.
All right, it's been moved and properly second. Not sure on the second, but we'll give it to Ms. Ceballos, we heard. All right, any discussion? Okay, let's vote. All right, motion carries. Since we have 3 of you, we're going to have to identify you each if you're all here. Marlene, are you here? All right, go ahead and stand up. Kiana, are you here? All right, back there in the back. Woohoo! And Lori, are you here this evening? Woo! All right. Well, I'll tell you what, I love the energy in this house. Especially at almost 11 o'clock. Now get to work. No, I'm just kidding. Keep that energy rolling into the position. I guarantee you, you will absolutely love it, even when it gets hard. That's for sure. So congratulations to all of our folks. Really nice to have you on board. Absolutely. That deserves quite a bit of applause. So, whew. All right. We're going to move on to 8.4, expulsion of students. And I am going to read a little bit through this, and I'm going to pull a couple of the expulsion numbers that are on here. Let me just make sure it's on this group here. 6, 1, 2, 3. All right.
For the ones that we're going to be pulling are part of the youth court, so
So it's not part of the first 8.4?
maybe what we do is go ahead and just read them all, and then just go back and then we can have Karen remove them after.
Because I do see
That way
on
you can do it quickly.
8.4, let me see if all 3 of them are there, if you want me to pull them from there. Want me to go ahead? No? Okay. All right, be resolved, the Board of Education accepts and adopts the recommendation and findings of the hearing panel based on review of the panel's findings of facts and recommendations, and orders the expulsion of following students with identification numbers as listed below. in accordance with the board rules and regulations and in compliance with the Education Code 48900.
So moved. Second.
Properly second, any discussion? All right, let's go ahead and vote. Okay, motion carries. We're going to move on to 8.5, students recommended for suspension or expulsion, excluding mandatory offenses, but remanded to youth court for other means of corrections. Be resolved, the Board of Education accepts and adopts the recommendations and findings of facts of positive youth development, and orders suspension or expulsion of following students with the identification numbers as listed below in accordance with the board. Oh, I'm sorry, it just disappeared on me. Okay, in accordance with Education Code 48900, therefore, although they are recommended for suspension, I gotta make sure I'm on the right note. No, I wasn't. With the board rules and regulations in compliance with Education Code Section 48900. Sorry about that. My screen jumped. So we will need a motion on it for 8.5.
So moved.
8.5 has been moved. Do we have a second?
Second.
All right, it's been moved and properly second. Any discussion on 8.5? Let's go ahead and vote. All right, motion carries. Moving on to 8.6. Students recommended for suspension but deleted from student assertive discipline due to completion of youth court or due process errors. Be resolved, the Board of Education authorizes the following students were recommended for suspension, but the suspension was deemed inappropriate based on due process errors, insufficient evidence, and or the availability of other means of correction in compliance with Education Code Section 48900. Therefore, although they were recommended for suspension, the suspension was reversed or modified.
Moved.
Second.
It's been moved and properly second. Any discussion? I'll just go ahead and vote. All right, motion carries. Moving on to 8.7, students recommended for expulsion but terminated in student assertive discipline due to completion of youth court, availability of other means of correction, and or due process errors. Be resolved, the Board of Education authorizes the following students were recommended for expulsion, but expulsion is deemed inappropriate based on due process errors, insufficient evidence, and or the availability of other means of correction in compliance with the Education Code Section 48900. Therefore, although they were recommended for expulsion, expulsion is not granted.
Second.
It's been moved and properly second. Any discussion? Hearing none, let's go ahead and vote. All right, motion carries. Moving on to 8.8, list of expulsion of students. Let me make sure I'm on the right one. Be it resolved, the Board of Education authorizes the readmission of the following students with identification number as indicated below to schools of the San Diego City Unified School District in accordance with the board rules and regulations in compliance with Education Code Section 48900.
So moved.
Second.
It's been moved and properly second. Any discussion? Seeing and hearing none, let's go ahead and vote. All right, motion carries. Moving on to 8.9, petition to expunge, rescind, or modify youth court or expulsion. Be it resolved, the Board of Education authorizes expulsion and/or youth court modification, expunging, or rescinding of the following students with identification numbers as indicated below to schools of the San Mateo Unified School District in accordance with the board rules and regulations in compliance with Education Code 48900.
So moved.
Second.
It's been moved and properly second. Any discussion? All right, hearing and seeing none, let's vote. All right, motion carries. Moving on to 8.10, other closed session action. Be resolved, the Board of Education accepts a notice of recommendation for disciplinary action and statement of charges to dismiss the following classified employee from his or her employment with the district, HR Class 22-23-02-ER.
So moved.
Second.
It's been moved and properly second. Any discussion? Hearing and seeing none, let's vote. Okay, motion carries. Moving on, now we'll move to 9.0, a little bit behind. 9.1, public hearing and adoption for the California School Employee Association and San Mateo Chapter Number 183 and the San Mateo Unified School District successor collective bargaining agreement for July 1, 2022 through June 30th, 2025. Let me make sure I do have to close our our session, current session, and then reopen for the public hearing. All right. Are there any public comments in regards to 9.1?
There are none.
All right, the hearing is now closed. Board, do I have a motion?
Moved.
It's been moved and properly second. Any discussion? Hearing none, let's go ahead and vote.
Mrs. Grande?
Aren't you there, Mrs. Grande? All right, motion carries. Be it resolved, the Board of Education adopts successor collective bargaining agreement between San Mateo Unified School District and California School Employees Association, CSEA, and its San Bernardino Chapter Number 183 for July 1st, 2022 through June 30th, 2025. Article 6, wages approval of an 8.0% salary increase effective July 1, 2022 for fiscal year 2022-2023. Article 8, retiree health benefits. Article 9, hours. Article 10, holidays. Article 14, leaves. Article 17, layoff and reemployment. And Article, let me make sure what that one is, 24, term of agreement.
Moved.
Second.
All right, it's been moved and properly second. Let's go ahead and vote.
There are no public comments.
Okay, there are no public comments on that one. Very good. Actually, I thought we already voted on that. We don't have to vote again, correct? I did not think we did. All right. Gotta hit the gavel, sorry. Now I gotta bang the gavel to open 9.2. All right, public hearing and approval of proposed increase in salary. Oh.
That's what we just did, right?
We don't have to vote on that one, right?
Yeah, 9.2.
Oh, we are gonna vote?
That's the one I made a motion on.
Oh, okay. Oh, you made a motion on 9.2. Thank you, Danny. Okay. We had a motion?
Yeah, you didn't read about the motion. You read it. You wrote 9.2.
I was getting ready to read that one. Right.
After that, you started reading something else. I don't know what it was.
Oh, it was the bottom.
But we were on 9.2.
No, I had to read that. That's what they said. I had to read that.
When you did it, I
See
would
that?
assume we were on 9.2.
No, that was part of the, we have to read the resolution after that. So we are actually on 9.2.
We just voted on it.
We did, all right. Let me make sure on 9.2. Let me look up there. All right. Be it resolved, the Board of Education approves an 8.0 salary increase effective July 1st, 2022 for fiscal year 2022-23 for all classified management staff members, confidential employees, personnel, and playground aides. It has been motioned, properly second, and voted upon, and motion carries. So I'm going to go ahead and close public hearing, and then we will go to 10.0, and I will reopen the regular board meeting. Reports by union. 10.1, San Bernardino Teachers Association. And again, ladies, thank you for being patient. You do not look tired to me. You look ready to go. Welcome to school board meeting.
Good evening, President Wyatt, members of the board, and cabinet. I'm Barbara Pastashek. I'm your vice president for SBTA, and I'm speaking to you tonight on behalf of our president and the 3,000 members of our San Bernardino Teachers Association. I would like to first take a moment to thank Dr. Gwen Dowdy Rogers for her commitment and service to our community during her time as a school board member. We appreciate her leadership during the pandemic and know that she will continue to serve our community as a board member for San Bernardino County Schools. SBTA would also like to thank Dr. Barbara Flores for her many years of service to the students and staff of the San Bernardino City Unified School District. We appreciate her perspective as a teacher of teachers, many of whom are teaching in our district. We wish them both the very best. We're also very excited and looking forward to working with our newly elected members, our board members. Welcome Mary Ellen Albalez Grande and Mickey Chahosky, sorry. Now, I'd like to bring to your attention some district business. Many of our members who have been attending conferences or have taken on roles where they've received a stipend or extra duty pay that date back several months have yet to see these dollars on their paychecks. We've been working with the cabinet to expedite this process, but we're still experiencing delays in compensation. We hope to get this resolved as soon as possible so our members may be paid for the work they've already done. This is also affecting future roles our members will take above and beyond their contracted time. Our members know that they're not getting paid in a timely manner, so they're beginning to opt out. We know our members already work an extensive amount of unpaid hours and go above and beyond their contractual time, so not being compensated in a timely manner is very discouraging. We appreciate your support in expediting this matter so our members can continue to support our students. All in all, ensuring compensation for work already performed ensures the continuance of quality programs for our students. Thank you so much and have a good evening.
Thank you, and thank you for sticking around and staying with us this evening. Get some rest. All righty, 10.2, California School Employees Association.
No comment.
No report. 10.3, Communication Workers of America.
No report.
All righty, thank you very much. No report. 10.4, San Bernardino School Police Officers Association.
No report.
All righty, no report. Moving on to 11.0, Board Vacancy. 11.1, Discussion of filling board vacancy by provisional appointment or election.
Can we kind of expedite this? I would like to propose that we do an appointment, so whatever the process is for that, and look for consensus. I mean,
Okay, I'm just going to look real quick, Mr. Tillman, on that and what 11.2 is. All right, so 11.1 is discussion. Mr. Tillman has opened a discussion. 11.2 will be us to make a decision on either or. So Mr. Tillman has made a recommendation. Anybody else
I would
want to
support
comment?
the recommendations to move for an appointment.
that we do an appointment rather than call for an election.
Yes, yes, for an
Well,
appointment.
we have two saying that. Any other discussion?
I agree with an appointment. I just think it's too costly to do an election.
Thank you, Ms. Chahosky. Ms. Ceballos? You'll be next, ma'am.
What would be the process? Do we have any information on that?
Yes, we do. If you look at 11.1 on your screen, it does give you a very good timeline, and thank you, Ms. Mountek, for, I believe, putting that together, and Executive Cabinet. And it talks about the Education Code 5091 and 5093. When a vacancy occurs longer than 4 months before the end of a board member's term, the board shall, within 60 days of the date of vacancy or to filling the member's deferred resignation, either order an election or make a provisional appointment unless a special election is mandated. If you go down a little bit more, it shows us the timeline Our timeline is December 14th. Submit notice to appoint SB County, to Seminole County Superintendent. And then I just moved all over the place. December 14th, application window. December 21st, close application window, which would be 1 week. Then January 17th, regular board meeting, discuss interview process, finalize questions. January 24th, special board meeting, interviews and selection. February 7th, regular board meeting, swearing in. And then February 10th, statutory deadline for provisional appointment. So it would have to be done, and correct me if I'm wrong, Mr. Solon, by February 10th.
That is correct.
All right. Yes. Well, what would happen at that case if there was an impasse, because there could be an impasse, I believe we would have to have a discussion, which at that point, and Ms. Solon, I will defer to you, would that go to special election?
Correct. If the board cannot reach agreement on an appointment within the 60-day deadline, then the board must call an election.
All right. There you go. All righty. Ms. Ceballos?
I agree.
All righty. All righty. Mr. Villas Grande is in agreement, and I am in agreement as well. So we will move on to 11.2. That was our discussion. Is there a motion for either having a provisional appointment?
Make a motion that we move towards the process of making a provisional appointment.
Second.
All right, it's been moved and properly second. It sounded like Ms. Villas Grande on that one. All righty. Is there any more discussion on that? Let's go ahead and vote for provisional appointment process. Oh, yeah. She's pretty good. All right, motion carries. We're going to move on to 12.0, reports and presentations. 12.1, first period interim financial report and LCAP updates. And I will ask my colleagues to please let these presentations complete unless they have a natural break in there for us to ask questions, so we can continue and try to finish before the end of today.
Thank you, Dr. Wyatt. Good evening, Board President Dr. Wyatt, Board President Mr. Tillman, members of the board, cabinet, and public. This evening, we will be presenting the first interim budget report for the 2022-23 fiscal year. Just some background for our new board members. As a requirement of statute, districts are required to provide interim budget reports to provide the board and the public with an update in terms of the progress or updates on the budget. Recall when we adopt the budget, we have information at that point in time. As we move through the year, we gain new information after the state adopts their budget. We have new assumptions related to enrollment, attendance, et cetera, and so we incorporate that updated information to provide you with the interim report that we'll be discussing this evening. Next slide, please. So the objectives this evening, what we're going to be covering, we're going to start with providing the board with an updated state fiscal outlook and economic projection as presented by the Legislative Analyst's Office. We're also going to provide the board, again, with the updated projections for the current year's budget as well as the two subsequent years. And then we're going to discuss the ongoing budget challenges as we look forward, some things that we need to look for in terms of addressing, as well as an update on our LCAP and ESSER funds that will be provided, and we'll walk through the board, next steps with the board. Next slide. Okay, next slide, please. So we're going to start off on November 16th, the Legislative Analyst's Office presented their economic outlook for the 23-24 school year, and this is a precursor to the governor's announcement on January 10th of what his proposal for 2023-24 will. So this is a good indicator. The Legislative Analyst's Office is a independent agency, and so they provide a fair and balanced review of the updated fiscal information to date. So as over the last few months, what we've been hearing since the month of June, the district has failed to meet its revenues projections. based on what they projected in 2022-23 budget, to the tune of what's projected to be about $25 billion. And so why that's important for us is the state funds our district 40 cents on every dollar of state revenue. So for every dollar of decline with state revenue, we experience a decline in education funding through our Proposition 98 minimum guarantee. So as you'll see on the slide, that $25 billion projection is estimated about $2.2 billion or 2% of education funding. Conversely enough, and this is odd, while we see high cost of living, high inflation rates, the statutory COLA is projected to be 8.73%, and those are based on federal indicators. So right now what we're hearing is based on the state's projections, they estimate that they would be able to fund a COLA not at the statutory level, but at a lesser level, currently at 8.38%. However, that is going to be dependent on whether the revenues decline further. And as the revenues decline by $1 billion, the state funding will, to education will decline 40% of that amount further. So some of the things, it seems like sort of counterintuitive that they can fund a COLA when they're losing $25 billion in revenues or projected to lose $25 billion in revenue. The one thing that's important for us to note is the state budget is constructed in such a way that the state legislature and governor provided a lot of one-time funding, and so as those one-time funding expires, they reduce the ongoing commitments that are in the budget. Additionally, there's a ramp down of previous hold harmless for districts in terms of attendance. And so as those hold harmless go away, the state has seen some savings in revenue, as well as the ability to use reserves that didn't previously exist during the Great Recession. Next slide. So this slide just kind of shows you the top line, the light gray area shows you what was projected in terms of revenue growth over the next several years in the State Budget Act, and what the LAO is now projecting with that lower, darker line. So you can kind of see that $25 billion projection loss. What's interesting is while they project a slight downturn or recession as they're seeing these revenues decrease, you'll see back beginning in 24-25, the revenues start to tick back up. And so they are at this time projecting a very mild downturn. However, again, as we look at additional forecasts, we hear from the additional economists, they are torn on whether this will be a more pervasive and severe recession, or if it will be, as what's indicated here, a very mild, quick turnaround for us. Okay, next slide. And so what does that mean for Proposition 98 funding or education funding? As I mentioned earlier, 40% of every dollar that the state earns in revenue comes to education, and that's statutory. We're operating in a test one period. So if you look at the slide, in 22-23, we were projected to receive $110.4 billion. Right now, based on the revenue growth, the formula for funding estimates we should be receiving $106.7 billion. However, the state is not going to engage in mid-year cuts. So where we would actually see a decrease in revenue would be beginning in that 23-24 school year in terms of funding. However, as I mentioned, the state is really looking to hold harmless and prevent cuts or reductions from education. So they're looking at a lot of mechanical things within the budget to really kind of move away from reducing state budgeting and still being able to fund a COLA in some part. What that will look like ultimately, we'll know as we move further and further through the year, and it'll change from what the governor proposes in January to what he again proposes during the May revise. Okay? So before we go on, this is a natural stopping point before we move into the next section of the presentation. So with that, I'll ask, are there any questions from the board? Okay, all right. With that, next slide. And I'm going to turn it over to Ms. Trias Huey, our fiscal director, who will review the budget and multi-year projections with you.
Thank you, Harold. Good evening, Board President Dr. Wyatt, members of the board, members of cabinet, and audience. I'm here to bring the information for our first interim report. Next slide, please. So as Mr. Solons had mentioned, we had some exciting changes between adopted budget and first interim. The state enacted their budget at the end of June. So the information that we used for adopted budget was information we had from the governor for the May revise. I want to point out some major points that were changes between adopted budget and first interim. The first one is our COLA stayed the same. However, there was an increase to our base augmentation. That's our LCFF base revenue from 3.29% to 6.7%. In addition, the state enacted 21-22 ADA relief, which helped prevent us from hitting that ADA cliff that we'd talked about in the past. And so our funded ADA went from almost 44,000 to over 45,000. In addition, we were given the home to school transportation add-on. We normally receive $3.7 million annually as part of our LCFF entitlement for home to school transportation. And with the governor's new budget, we will see 60% of our home to school transportation expenditures minus that $3.7 million as a return to us for home to school transportation. So we're anticipating $11 million in 22-23 for the home to school transportation add-on. Next slide, please. The other changes going in the out years for 23-24 and 24-25 is that we see our funded ADA has increased as a result of the 21-22 ADA relief. We also see the home to school transportation add-on increase as our transportation costs increase. So at adopted budget and still at first interim, we're expecting an increase of $12 million for transportation cost increases. I know the board's going to be discussing that tonight, but that's what we have in our first interim report for now. And so we'll see that home to school transportation add-on increase in 23-24 to $13.9 million and then to $21.1 million in 24-25. Next slide, please. And again, trends that impact our budget are enrollment and ADA. So this graph, I'm not sure you can read the numbers down below. However, it shows declining enrollment in San Bernardino over the course of 10 years. And the largest decline in enrollment we saw in 2021, where we saw a 4% decline, where historically we see a 0.5% decline. We are anticipating by in 22-23 that we'd see 0.5% decline in enrollment, and then again in 23-24. However, ADA took a huge drop in 21-22, where we are at 86%, and we are traditionally at 94% ADA. So for 22-23, we're planning on a 90% ADA, and then returning to 94% in 23-24 and beyond. Next slide, please. And this slide identifies the components of our LCFF funding, which is the major portion of our unrestricted funds. At first interim, we're projecting $671.9 million in total LCFF funding. Of that, $483 million is base funding, and $188 million is supplemental concentration, which is specifically used to target our unduplicated pupils and support them in the classrooms. The supplemental concentration funding has increased by $11 million since adopted budget, and the overall funding has increased by $39 million. As you can see, sources of LCFF funding come from the state aid, from the education protection account, and from our local property taxes. And a portion of the local property taxes go back to our charter schools for students that are enrolled in charter schools. However, we receive the tax benefit and we send it back to them. So total LCFF funding is $671.9 million. Next slide, please. This slide shows the changes since adopted budget just in our unrestricted general fund account. As you can see, that 39.7 million is the increase in LCFF revenues. And again, that's primarily due to the 21-22 ADA relief and the increase to the base augmentation from 3.29% to 6.7%. We also see the home to school transportation funding increased for 22-23 by $7.3 million. And then just a highlight for a couple of the expenditures, because our revenues have increased and we anticipate spending those increased LCFF revenues. You'll see our expenditures increase. They are in blue. So the change from adopted budget to first interim is in blue. And then on row 6, you'll see the indirect costs. That one can be a little bit confusing because that is a charge that comes back into the unrestricted general fund from our restricted programs. And so we actually increase the amount coming back into the unrestricted fund by $4.1 million. And so on row 8, you'll see that at adopted budget in our unrestricted general fund, we are anticipating a $39.4 million deficit. And now at first interim, we're at $17.1 million. So we're in a better position than we were at adopted budget. Next slide. This slide goes over the multi-year projections for both the unrestricted and restricted funds. So this is a combined general fund view. Just a couple highlights. The first 5 rows, 1 through 5, are the beginning fund balances, revenues, expenditures, and then row 5 is the ending fund balance for each fiscal year for 22-23, and then the 2 out years. You'll see that we're projecting to end 22-23 with $217.5 million, and that includes both restricted and restricted ending fund balances. At the bottom, A through F, is the components of the ending fund balance. So the majority of the ending fund balance, or over half of it, is reserved for restricted programs. So that's our one-time COVID dollars, our new arts, music, instructional material grants, and all of those dollars are showing in the restricted ending balance. And then we have, I'm sorry.
President, I thought ESSER money wasn't in ending balance.
That's correct. So the other COVID relief, AB 86, that would be included in there. The other thing that I would point out is we have the large emergency learning recovery block grant along with the arts and music. That was new funding that wasn't recognized at adopted budget. And so why that's important is those have much further or deadlines to spend that are much further out than our ESSER funding. And so while they're in our fund balance now, that will provide us time to work with our educational partners, our board, to identify how those expenditures will be utilized once those one-time ESSER dollars expire.
Thank you, Mr. Solons. Okay, so you can see here on row D, that's our reserve for economic uncertainty. That's the required amount, 2% of our expenditures that go into our reserve. And then a reserve for deficit spending, we project at $50.3 million at the end of 22-23. And then by the end of 24-25, we're at $21.1 million. Do you have any further questions on this slide? Okay. Next slide, please. And then this graph, although it's hard to see the numbers, you can see the red is our restricted ending fund balance, and the blue is the unrestricted ending fund balance. So you can see prior to the pandemic and school closures, what the trend was for our unrestricted ending fund balance. And then we closed schools and we saved some money, and then we had additional one-time dollars that help support continuity of service. And so you see that those reserves go up throughout 23-24, and then those funds are exhausted. And you'll see that in 24-25, our unrestricted ending fund balance starts to come back down to historical levels. Next slide, please. I'll hand it back over to Mr. Solons.
Thank you, Ms. Huey. So as we kind of look at what that out year projections are, it's important to kind of look and at what sort of the future. And one of the things that came out as a theme at several conferences recent after the LAO announced their financial projections or their fiscal outlook was a focus on declining enrollment. You know, during the pandemic, districts saw huge losses of enrollment. Our district was no different. We saw, again, in 2021, the equivalent of 8 years' worth of enrollment for our district, 4.24%, which traditionally we decrease at about 0.5%, so 8 years in 1 year that we would normally see. And we didn't see that enrollment recover. And so this is not a phenomenon that is exclusive to San Bernardino City. This is something that districts are facing. However, what the challenge is we have all these one-time resources, which include new dollars that have new requirements for the addition of positions. So what that does is it creates a staffing paradox, because you've lost all this enrollment, and typically for many of our positions, we staff based on enrollment, the number of students we serve. However, you have new dollars to support and provide additional scaffolding for students in terms of mental health, unfinished learning, et cetera. So as those one-time dollars exhaust, we are going to be faced, like every district, to reconcile the decrease in enrollment and right-size our staffing. And so this is a really interesting conversation that will happen in districts across the state in terms of how we handle it, how we address it. However, if we look at statewide enrollment projections, the situation is not getting better. Statewide enrollment is projected to continue to decrease dramatically over the next 10 years. And so as districts, we are facing the reality that we are going to continue to lose students. And while education funding is at historic levels, we've got to get our budgets in a place where we can sustain the programs and services that we put in place to help our students outside of this pandemic. The other, normal cost pressures that we always talk about are pension cost increases. So when the stock markets takes a hit, the pension returns take a hit, and so as those funds don't generate the returns that they normally would, then the unfunded liabilities have to shift to someone. And typically they do not shift to the employee, they shift to the employers. And so we're looking at down the road to see continued increases in pension costs. Special education costs continue to rise, because while we see declines in enrollment, in general, enrollment in special ed programs and special ed services is actually increasing. So the cost of those placements, the cost of those services are a lot more expensive than services and supports we provide to our general ed populations. So the other piece are inflationary pressures, which again, depending on the point in time, these may dissipate, but right now, just like our employees are feeling it, we as a district are seeing increased cost pressures. So one place that we highlight that is really on the facility side, and I'd like to use this example. 5 years ago, you could build an aquatic center for about $6.5 million, brand new. Right now, you saw the Sanji pool, which is beautiful. It's about $20 million. So just goes to show you, with supply chain issues, labor shortages, our purchasing power with the dollars that we have does not go nearly as far as it used to. And then we continue to roll out and move towards full implementation of universal TK. Again, with staffing shortages, the need for facilities, those also put pressures on as we plan to welcome those students in. But that has been a blessing to us as a district and districts across the state, because we are welcoming, as we are losing enrollment, we are also bringing students into education earlier, so that is helping to slow some of the impacts, but again, it doesn't completely eliminate the impacts. So next slide, please. And so the positive news, when we do interim budgets, we have 3 options based on where our budget is. We have the ability and present to the board to self-certify with the county that we are positive, and what that means is we are able to meet our financial obligations for the current and 2 subsequent fiscal years. if we were qualified, that would mean that we are able to meet our obligations for the current fiscal year, but will likely not be able to meet our obligations in one of the next 2 years. And then a negative means you have cash problems and you're not able to financially support the obligations that you currently have. And that becomes a much dire circumstance where districts have to take loans out from the county and the state, and there's oversight responsibilities. We are in the fortunate position, and we have for many years been able to certify positively, and what you heard this evening represents that we are going to certify positively, and we have the financial information to support that certification. So that is good news, and that is a direct attribute to the board's direction, their fiscal responsibilities, and ensuring that we are doing the things that we need to do to keep our budget in balance. So with that, we do want to provide the board with an update as it relates to LCAP and ESSER. We've had conversations about ESSER funding in particular, and so we want to provide the board with some updated information. So with that, I'm going to turn it over to Ms. Kimber Sargent.
All right, good evening, President Dr. Wyatt, Vice President Mr. Tillman, members of the board and cabinet. Thank you for having me here tonight. I'm going to amend our presentation in the interest of time. I will share a portion of this through the Friday update. But what I want to share with you today is under the direction of Mrs. Anna Applegate from Educational Services and Mr. Sullins, we formed a budget LCAP work group. And in that work group, one of the primary goals was to develop a communication toolkit so that we can share out information about our LCAP with our educational partners in a meaningful way that breaks down a very large plan that represents a lot of dollars into something that's a little more understandable. So tonight you have received information in 2 separate folders. The first folder is a teal color folder. I don't know if that carried forward and you got that teal folder. But you have in there 2 infographics for the local control and accountability plan. They are 2 different level views of your LCAP. The first being a very quick 2-page document that will go over the general information that's included within our LCAP, including our 3 goals, as well as our metrics. Sorry, Siri was trying to help me there. Our goals and our metrics that are aligned to those. So tonight you have received a copy of that. In the presentation, there is a video that walks you through because there is a lot of information still found within this 2-page document that will break these into section by section to give you a little more information and insight into what's contained within our LCAP. And I speak frequently with President Dr. Wyatt about our tour that we go on together with our educational partners in presenting to our parent advisory groups. And this will come out to our parent advisory groups where we will share with them some of these tools to help engage them in that process and understand the investments that the board has made a priority to support our 3 LCAP goals. You have received both the English and the Spanish version of that. There is a second copy that is paper clipped together. This is a more in-depth view of our LCAP. This is an 11-page document that gives you a lot of detail and follows the layout of our LCAP section by section. But does include graphics for you, as well as the dollars that are assigned. Again, we will share this. This is targeted more towards our staff who need a little bit more of that specific detail, but also will be available to all of our educational partners. And we know that budgets are not for everybody, so we also have an animated video that will go into our LCAP to describe it, that we will partner with our communications team to share out via social media on our different platforms to make sure that as much as possible we're sharing the great things that our district is doing. It's important that they hear the input that we're taking in. We actually are making those investments, and we have systems in place to monitor those expenditures. So I will not labor this here to go through the video, but I will share this with you in the Friday update so that you are able to see this information. And to align with that, if you go to the next slide, you also received a manila colored envelope. And this manila colored envelope, inside of it has the ESSER 3 expenditure infographic. And our goal really is using tools that have a similar format so that it's easier to access this information. We're in a time right now, as Mr. Sullen shared, where we have multiple sources of funding. Some of these are ongoing, some of these are one-time funding, and it's hard to keep track of all of it. So this is another tool that we will have to share with our educational partners of the investments that we're making within our ESSER 3 plan. And you'll see the 3 areas that our ESSER 3 plan focuses on, which are strategies for continuous and safe in-person learning, addressing the impact of lost instructional time, and the use of remaining funds. Again, this will be available in English and Spanish. We will work through our parent advisory groups as well as other community meetings to share this information out. And I'll share these with you in the Friday update as well, so you have access to the digital version of these infographics. And I'm going to hand it over to Ms. Huey to round us out here with ESSER 3.
Okay, this is the last slide, I promise. I just want to say how excited I am to have the infographic. I think this is going to be very helpful for us to communicate how we're spending our dollars, especially those one-time dollars that can be sometimes hard to understand for our community. So thank you, Ms. Sargent, for helping us make that happen. Really on this slide, really want to focus on the plan going forward and monitoring these dollars and make sure that they're spent by their exhaustion date. So right now, fiscal services has been monthly, looking at the expenditures for all of our one-time dollars. We keep track of that. We've been meeting with some of our departments already just to follow up with where they are with their spending. We have continued meetings that we'll have in January. We're also looking forward to a monthly meeting with the board subcommittee. We'll be starting that in late January so that we can continue to follow up and communicate out and get guidance for how we'd like to spend those dollars. That is all we have for tonight's presentation. If you have any questions. Oh, sorry, Mr. Solons.
Thank you, Ms. Huey. So if we can go back 3 slides. One more? Yeah. Okay, so there was a slide out of order. So this is the end. So Ms. Huey promised no more slides. There is one more slide. And this is just next steps. So again, this is for board approval of the first interim budget that's due to the county by December 15th. And then, as mentioned, now with the LAO forecast, we move into the next budget cycle, which will culminate with the governor's January budget proposal. And we will come back to the board, or someone will come back to the board in February to present the impacts of the governor's January budget proposal to the board. And Ms. Sargent and Ms. Huey have been working with staff on the SIPSA and budget development training that will lead us into the next budget cycle. So with that, that is the end of the presentation, and I will take any questions.
All righty, well, thank you again for a very comprehensive presentation that you condensed down for us, so it made it very easy for us to understand. Board, do we have any questions for the team? Ms.
Thank you.
Sabigo,
No,
is that something?
just thank you. Just want to say thank you for the report.
All righty, thank you very much, and we appreciate you guys being here late as well. So we will move on to 12.2 SB 328 late start update. Remember comments? You all ready?
Well, good evening. Board President Wyatt, Vice President Tillman, Board, Cabinet. As was stated, we do have an update around Senate Bill 328. what is known as late start and an update on where we are. Board, you gave us direction to make sure that we go back and get input from stakeholders. We did work with our union groups as we delayed the late start implementation based on what the mandate allowed us to do because of our contractual date of expiration. So we're here to talk to you about late start and our implementation and seek direction, which we'll need from you tonight for implementation. So we just want to say, next slide, please. We want to say thank you to all of our committee members. Next slide, please. We want to say thank you to all of our committee members. There are a host of them, but a special thank you to our board for making sure that we were on the right track to get this done appropriately. So thank you to my team members here, Mr. Preci, Maria Espinosa, and Mrs. Gilbreth, who's here with us tonight to present to the board. Next slide, please. So our objective tonight is to make sure that we provide you, board, with the information, the data, and the follow-ups necessary to help you understand the implementation process. But there are 4 specific areas that we'll share with you. Just an overview, a reminder of SB 328 or Senate Bill 328, the committee's schedule options, the schedule options that the committee's worked through, the costs and considerations that are aligned with those options, and then finally, staff and family survey feedback and input for each option which you asked us to provide. Next slide, please. And a shout out to Dr. Volkermer, who started this process way back in 2018-19, getting a committee together to talk about late start and what that might entail. And as you know, we went on into 2020 when Dr. Volkermer and team presented some information to the board around how late start benefits our scholars. And then the Portantino bill required us to implement late start SB 328 2022. But we've been provided with direction to implement in 2023, July 1, based on contractual language. So that's where we are now, and that's what we'll be presenting tonight. Next slide, please. As a reminder, here's what late start was all about, based on our older students getting more rest and sleeping later, coming to school later, which will positively impact their academic and physical progress, right? So high schools, or middle schools, starting no earlier than 8 o'clock a.m. and high schools starting no earlier than 8:30 a.m. and once again has to be implemented now. And next slide, please. And so here are the schedules. SB 328 providing the mandate that middle schools start no earlier than 8 o'clock and high school no earlier than 8:30. Here's our current schedule in light blue. As you can see there, our elementary schools start at 8:50 and release at 3:30. Our middle schools start at 7:40 and release at 2:11. High schools start at 7:30, release at 2:35. Now the schedule options that you see there, the committees worked on those options based on staff and community feedback, based on the ability to provide transportation for each and how the transportation services overlap. And then finally, the students that ride the bus, taking into account the time that they arrive at school and the time that they are released. So schedule option 1 that you'll hear a little bit about right now and the costs associated with that. 8:50 would remain the start time for elementary school students. Middle school, 9 o'clock. High school, 8:30, which is in line with Senate Bill 328. That was an option explored by the committee based on transportation, based on input and feedback. Option number 2, flipping it around, going back to what Dr. Volkermer and team stated that the committee back then provided to the board and what our committee now thought would be a viable option. 7:30 a.m. for elementary school, release at 2:10, middle school 9 o'clock, high school 8:30, which aligns with Senate Bill 328. And then finally, what you'll hear a little bit more about shortly, and how the community and staff preferred option number 3, but you'll hear more about that shortly. 8:50 for elementary school, middle school 8 o'clock a.m., and high school 8:30. Those were the schedule options explored in the committee, SB 328 committee and Transportation Committee. And so we're going to move on into the consideration piece, and we'll share costs and other feedback pertinent to those schedules. So I'm going to turn it over right now to Maria Espinosa, who will give you an update around transportation and costs and considerations associated with those schedules. Thank you.
Just, excuse me, but just for the sake of expediency, because we've been doing this for 2 years.
Sir?
So it's not as though we're still discussing 3 different options. You guys have an option that
was preferred.
And that option is?
Option number 3.
So can we just talk about 3?
We can definitely do that. What we wanted to do, Mr. Tillman, though, was make sure that you all knew the cost considerations for each of those options.
I understand that, but we've done that in the past, and unless you guys are saying that this is still up in the air and we're not really sure, it sounded like option 3 was the one that
Preferred by the community, just making sure that we had your approval on which direction to go. That's all.
I know you guys have this lovely presentation that you want to show us, and I would probably look at the rest of the board and say, do we want to continue with seeing more, or?
I kind of just want to get, I do want to see the costs associated, though.
That would be my question too. What's the cost differential between the 3 options? I know looking at option 3, it causes the least amount of disruption to our current schedule, which I think is pretty nice, but I'm wondering if it comes with a higher price tag. So that would be my guess, just without even looking, right?
It does, but the caveat is we can pay for it, and the big change is we get
Correct.
additional funding for transportation now that didn't exist when we started this.
Correct.
Yeah.
I would like to hear a little bit about the transportation piece, just because we're new. I'm good with option 3, because when I was looking at these, that's the one that popped out to me as being the least disruptive. But I would like to hear a little bit about the transportation piece, because just to understand the impact, because that's, again, with my safe route stuff, that's something that's very important to me.
We'll try to move through it in a timely manner. Thank you.
I will definitely give you the fast-track version of the presentation. So because transportation is such an integral part of the educational support system, we thought it was important to provide you, next slide, please, an overview of our current state. Currently, we transport over 8,200 bus riders or students, of which over 2,500 are elementary students through a transfer system, and 5,700 that are considered home to school bus students. And basically what that means is these are students who are eligible for busing, either through a secondary magnet program, special ed, or qualify for busing because of board policy. Next slide, please. Of those 8,000 students, they make up 17% of our current student population. So of the 8,000 students, 83% of those are general ed, 17% of those are special ed. And I've gone and I broke it down even further. As you can see, a good majority of our bus riders are elementary, with elementary being 42% of our general ed students, and 47% of those are special ed. Next slide, please. Okay. So we'll delve into the options and cost. With option 1, we would remain with our elementary schedule staying status quo. Our middle school would be 9 o'clock, high school would be 8:30. The biggest consideration with this particular option is that we would bus our elementary students before our secondary students so that we can tier our general ed busing. And that would require that our elementary bus riders would arrive to school by 7:30, which means they would start getting on the bus in the 6 o'clock hour, participate in the sunrise program, and then attend class at 8:50. In the afternoon, all sites would get out in the 3:30-ish hour. And our elementary students, in order to tier busing, our elementary students would remain on campus and participate in after-school CAPS program. We would pick up our secondary students, clear around 4:45 or so, and then proceed to go and pick up our elementary students. We anticipate clearing close to 6 o'clock. So for these particular students, that would be an almost 12-hour day at school. Another consideration to consider is we would also be releasing the 3:30, which would mean that's a lot of vehicular and pedestrian traffic all out at the same time. And in many areas of town, we have multiple schools in the same proximity, so that's a lot of traffic. Because we couldn't provide this type of service for our elementary special needs students, we would be required to bring on board an additional 100 routes just to transport our elementary students, so they would remain on their 8:50 schedule without having to participate in sunrise or after-school caps, just because of their very unique needs and various needs that they would have. So what I've included is the cost for this option. I've included our current budget of $22 million. Fortunately, this is also the last year of our contract, so we went out for bid. We did receive 3 proposals, and based on the cost that came in, just by going out for bid, our costs went up 25%, so that's how I based my estimates. The proposals came in from 25 to 60% increase in costs. So based on award, these numbers are subject to change. But our current budget is $22 million. Just the cost of going out for bid is an increase of $5.5 million. And then the projected cost for the additional special ed services brings our estimated budget for option 1 to be $36.8 million. Okay, next slide, please. Now with option 2, we're basically shifting our tiers. Elementary would start before secondary. With this particular option, it is the most resource neutral because we're just basically shifting our bell schedules. So with this particular option, we are looking at a projected cost of $27.5 million. But in this particular option, we would be starting elementary at 7:30, which means all elementary bus riders would be picked up in the 6 o'clock hour in order for us to get them into school by 7:30. Okay, next slide, please. With option 3, this was the most favored based on our surveys. We would remain status quo with elementary at 8:50. We would meet the minimum requirement of SB 328, starting with 8 o'clock for middle school and 8:30 for high school. Now, in order to support this particular schedule, we would basically have to provide dedicated busing to all schools. So we would increase our routes to an approximate 347, so we're adding almost 200 additional routes. The biggest challenge with this particular option is the ability to acquire the human capital, which 200 bus drivers, in time for July 31st startup, and then the probability of all the resources being in place, and that's your vehicles, having 200 and some vehicles in place in time for startup. Though all the providers have commitments from the manufacturers, the actually delivery schedule varies. So there is a good probability that we may not have the resources, and that it's both our human capital resources and our vehicles necessary for a July 31st startup. That would grow over time. And with this particular option, our budget would be $44.1 million, roughly. Open for any questions.
Ms. Chahusky, did you have your light on? Oh, that was from earlier. All right, Vice President Tillman.
So the big question becomes, what happens if we don't, you say we might not have the resources by July 1. What do we do in lieu of that?
So if we don't have the drivers and the buses, we would have to decide who gets the service based on what's available at the time.
And that's going to, well, we know there's some mandated riders. Who are those people?
Right. That would be our special ed population.
Right. And we don't have, we know we're going to cover those, right?
So they would still have to recruit about 150 or so drivers.
When we know whether or not that's going to take place?
So based on board decision, we would obviously award accordingly, and then starts the recruitment. With recruiting, it's really hard to forecast what the success level will be like, especially in this job market, particularly for bus drivers.
And we've gone off to RP already?
Yes, yes.
And we've had providers say that they can do it and cost it out, right?
Yes.
So in normal times, that would mean that they made a commitment and they'll have the drivers and buses, right?
Correct. Correct.
All right, thank you.
Thank you, Vice President Tillman. Mr. Bios?
So even though it has been 2 years, it's a whole lot of information to like digest, right? It's a big decision that's going to impact a lot of different aspects of our district and obviously our students. When you say that that they may not be, the question that Mr. Tillman was essentially asking, is that for all three options?
So with option 2, we could, the current workforce would be able to support option 2 because it's basically reversing, we're not adding any more routes. With option 1 and option 3, we require more routes, which means more drivers or more buses.
So option 2 is not an option that I think any of us are willing to consider because, I mean, already as it is, students starting at 8:50, they have to get up at 6 a.m. or something like that because the route is so long already. So if we were to change it to 7, what is it, the proposed 7:50 or whatever it is?
7:30.
They would have to be up by like 5 or something crazy like that just to be able to, get on route. So that's not even something. So it would affect essentially the two viable options that we're kind of looking at.
Correct.
Okay.
Those are the two options that require the resources, the human capital and vehicles.
And let me ask this, in terms of like long-term sustainability, what does that look like? Not only like for the workforce aspect of it, but also like the expenditures and budget portion of it. What is that? What is the impact on that, like long-term? Well, let me kind of back up. The reason why I'm asking that is because initially when we had started talking about this 2 years ago, I kept really encouraging our board to look at our schools and really start looking at what are the reasons that a parent from this side of town wants to send their student to this side of town. That continues to be a problem. Why does a parent on the west side want to send their child to a school way on the other side of town? And it's usually because of programs that are available at this school over here that are not available here, or the school performance itself. So to me, it's evident that that's at the core of the issues. And this, we're added, it's right in front of us now. We have to do whatever we have to do, right? But again, I really want to emphasize to my colleagues that the real underlying issue here is looking at those schools and really building, like the speakers that came earlier, community schools, really looking at the programs that we have, where do we have them, and why are we having these increases of requests for transportation to these different schools. So I know that's kind of a little bit aside, a different conversation, but it really ties back to this and the issues that we're now having to face here. So what is the impact, financially speaking, if we don't address those underlying issues when it comes to transportation? Do we have like any information that you can share with us now?
I'm going to defer this to Mr. Stallings.
I did my presentation. No, I'm just kidding. So right now, as you saw in the first interim budget, we do allocate $12 million. Obviously, we're waiting to get direction from the board to see if there's an increased financial impact on that. So when we think about, we've already put in funding to support a certain level already, anticipating not only the inherent cost increase of doing business due to inflation and other factors, but also possibly adding routes, et cetera. Now, if option 3 goes into effect, that would be an additional $10 million beyond what's in current budget. So then it would be identifying sources. Are we able to leverage restricted resources within our expanded learning opportunity program grant and some of the ongoing sources. From a sustainability standpoint, it's a little tricky. It's not a simple answer, only because, as I presented, the state budget outlook looks a certain way. And one of the tricks, or not tricks, one of the things that the state may balance the budget on, depending on where the state revenues come in, are those ELOP funds. Right now, they're funding them at over $4 billion ongoing. They may pull some of those ELOP dollars back to help balance their budget. So if we make a commitment to cover some of the expenses with ELOP dollars and those dollars get pulled back in some ways, that might impact our ability. The other piece of it, and Mr. Tillman kind of shared, we did receive the new home to school transportation funding. That was a certain pot of money. However, as districts' budgets or expenditures in transportation grow, will that funding also grow with it? And we don't know that. So the potential is that statewide transportation expenses could go up, and the pot of money that the state has set aside on an ongoing basis to support that may not be sufficient. So those are some X factors that we'll have to deal with. But again, for decision, we'll have to make a decision now, and we'll have to sort of plan for what those impacts could potentially be down the road.
And so just to kind of finish my portion, so what is our allocated amount right now that we have for transportation? In our current expenditure, it looks like it's 22 million. But we don't have 22 million currently allocated from transportation. We're pulling from somewhere else or not.
No. So we currently, our transportation budget is $22 million.
Okay.
So if in the next 2 years out, we've added an additional $12 million. So now we would grow it from 22 million to 34 million over the next 2 years. So, and that's again anticipating that our expenditures will grow. We're also projecting that there'll be growth in that new transportation funding, because that funding is based on 60% of your transportation expenses. So as our expenses grow, ideally in a perfect situation, that reimbursement will grow, because you'll have 60% of a larger amount each year. The only downfall or sort of issue with that is that funding lags a year behind. So it's based on prior year expenditures. So I won't necessarily get the funding that I incurred this year. This year I'll get it the following year. So there's a lag, but that's kind of the idea with the funding. So right now we are built in our budget 34 million beginning next year and the following year.
Oh, looking at an option like option 1, then that would say that we would have to search for 2.8 million from somewhere else, which is the difference between that 34 million that you gave me and the 36.8 million of option 1.
Correct. And similarly, option 3, you'd have to find the $10.1 million to support that. Again, ideally you would look to leverage existing resources. ELOP is sort of a currently untapped portion of that. So based on board direction tonight, we would have to get to work to say, okay, now how are we going to fund this?
Remind us really quickly, what is ELOP?
Expanded Learning Opportunities Program grant. So one avenue to leverage those dollars, because they support before and after school. If we are providing transportation to students to get them to our CAPS program, then we can leverage those Expanded Learning Opportunity grants to help support those expenses.
That include the Sunrise?
Correct.
Okay, thank you.
All right, Mr. Vaz, we are on to Ms. Rosales Medina.
Okay, really quickly, with regards to the recruitment of bus drivers, and so we need about 200 bus drivers. It seems like we've already hired many to start off with this route. Do you see it being a difficult, because we have increased pay, we're being competitive in the hiring process. So do you feel that would be hard to recruit that many?
Well, these are contracted employees, so we don't control their pay. We are still not fully staffed, or the contractor's not still fully staffed. Even to date, we're still running short on a daily basis. So it is to hire a driver and place them in service, it takes about 2 to 3 months. And that's if their background check clears and they pass CHP and their drive tests. So it is a lengthy process.
Okay, I guess because I know that we're paying, well, so when you refer to that the pay, you don't have control over that then?
No, that's a contractor. The contractor controls the pay. It's part of their contract.
And that's the bus company that we're hiring that's in charge of that, okay.
Correct, correct.
And bus companies.
Companies.
We're going to hire more than one company, right?
Yes, we would need more than one.
All right.
All right, Ms. Grande.
Hello? There's two things. One is it's really sad as a parent when you think your child is going to spend all those hours on the bus. And especially the youngest ones, is that the ones that are going to be on the bus the longest? I would suggest if we were to give our parents mileage, that they would be happy to make an effort to, if they don't go, to get someone to go and take their child to school and pick them up. And then it's a win-win. And I don't know, maybe give them a stipend. I know at Anderson, we had children that, for whatever reason, missed the bus, and they would bring them. And then we had parents that didn't trust the bus and would bring them. We had parents that picked them up early. And I remember at one time our principal, there was a parent that did that daily for like 3 years, and he did get her a check. And I know this. She was just here tonight. Came to visit one of my parents. And she said that she had no idea that there was money available to pay her for all those trips because he was difficult to ride the bus. He was with special needs. So I just want to throw that out there and see if maybe would be one solution. Thank you.
Thank you, Vice President Tillman.
So for me, the question is to pick the option, and I think the sooner we pick the option, the better, because then you can award it to the companies. I've had some folks approach me in the beginning of this process where they're motivated. They want the contracts. They only get the additional money if they find the drivers and provide the routes. So I feel confident that as the environment changes and more people are getting back into the workforce, that there is a chance that we'll get the drivers and buses that we need. In terms of the cost, I have no concern about the cost whatsoever. If you look at Mr. Sullivan's report tonight, he even shows in there where the projected ending balance is over $200 million for the next 3 years. Now, I know they write it up as, I don't understand how they write it up, but there's no money, but there's going to be $200 million left. So I can't figure that part out, but I will tell you this, that is real money. And I will tell you that 2 years ago, the ending balance was $40 million. So to go from $40 million ending balance to a $200 million ending balance is a lot of money. So if I got to find $10 million, it's not really a problem. And it's a huge benefit that they're even talking about funding transportation, because in the past, it wasn't funded. This is a first. So we are benefiting from this new era where they're funding transportation for schools. That's a good thing. So I think what we do is give the direction that we're going to go with option 3. You guys put the contract out as we move forward. The key is this is December, so we'll know by March where we're at. And the key is to make sure we inform our parents, and we might have to come back to the drawing board and make some changes. All that stuff that Mr. Sullivan talked about that might happen 2 years or 3 years or 4 years out, that's life as a school district and adjusting to the financial changes. That's always the case. All this may change based on our the economy, and so we'll have to deal with that when we get there. But I think tonight, and the reason why I was so adamant about, because I know you guys have had plenty of discussions with everyone involved, and it all came back to as option 3. So we need to move forward in trying to make sure we implement option 3. I think contrary to what Mr. Bio's goal is, you heard the people come tonight, and they said, hey, you guys have pathways throughout your district. our students should be able to pick the pathway they want and go to that school. They didn't say we expect all the pathways throughout all the schools to be at all the schools, because it's impossible. You're not going to have every pathway that's at all our high schools at all the schools. It doesn't make any sense. You just couldn't do it in terms of capacity. So really what they're saying is, if I want my student to be able to learn that hydroponic fancy word they use for a garden, they should be able to go to that school. And I agree. And they should be able to select where they want to go. But that's going to involve transportation. And hopefully the transportation environment will improve so that we can allow people to have the transportation to go. And to Ms. Grande, if we can do something where the people who are able to provide transportation, if there's something we can legally provide a per diem, that would be great. But I know this, a lot of the students in our district that are getting transportation from our district, it's the only transportation at their disposal. That's just the nature of our district. Yeah. So I think I would like to see the board agree to move forward with option 3 and get continual updates in terms of how close we are to making sure it happens. Thank you.
I apologize, I didn't know who was next.
I
Mr.
think I was.
Zalsman.
So I know that it's late and I'm getting really tired, like I imagine everybody else is. So I definitely want to move towards the option 3. And I think then we can start moving forward to the hiring process of looking at the buses and so forth. So the sooner the better for me.
Thank you, Mr. Rosales Medina. Ms. Ceballos?
Just another quick question. What was the difference in support between option 1 and option 3?
If Mrs. Gilbreth can kind of share that. Did you catch the question? Okay. Can you repeat the question?
What was the difference in support between option 1 and option 3? Because there is a like an 8 million difference, and I know to me 8 million is a whole lot of money because we have a lot of need in the district and we have a lot of priorities in the district, and so if we can, not that we can't afford it, we can, but if we can do it in a way that is more strategic so that we can clear up some dollars and utilize them in other areas where we do need them, that's my intention and that's my goal. And so there's not a huge difference in option 1 and option 3 in terms of the time. I think it's like 30-minute difference or like an hour difference in the middle school, but then the high school and elementary remain the same. So I'm wondering what the support difference between option 1 and option 3 was.
We could go ahead and advance to slide 14, please. And what we have for overall for staff, I'm sorry, let me go back to 14. For parents, overall option 3 was at 42.7%, preferred option 3. And then for option 1, it was 21.8%. And that's going to be for parents and guardians. And
so hold on. So parents preferred option 1.
3.
Oh, 3. By how much? 42?
The difference is going to be about 21% difference.
Okay.
The orange area, and you'll see in the other slides too, if you've noticed.
And then if we can go ahead and advance to slide
and
16.
Just to correct you, when you said by 20%, it's really by 50%.
Really by double.
Sure,
Correct.
that is true. By
Not
50%.
20%, it's 50%.
Yeah, it's
Yep.
double.
Yep.
Thank you.
Yeah, there was a significant preference for option 3, both with staff and with parents. The only difference that we saw was elementary staff, and for elementary staff, the preferred option was option 2. And that was because of the earlier start time.
Okay, I think I had another question, but I might have just forgotten it. It is late. Okay, but thank you.
No, I just wanted to go and recognize support option 3.
All right, I think at this time, Dr. Wyatt, board, we have what we need to go ahead and get busy with our team with the implementation process and bring the board timely updates as we go through that process, working with our union groups and our community and doing our town halls. Thank you very much.
So I remembered, can I, before you guys leave, just to get it off my chest. I want to clarify, Mr. Tillman, I don't want you to misquote me. I don't mean to replicate the programs across the district. Not every school has to have the same thing. What I'm asking us to do is to take a look and see where the students are coming from and what programs are they going to. Because maybe we can bring those programs closer to these parents and students' homes that they don't have to travel so far. That doesn't mean taking one program and putting it in all schools. That's not by any means what I'm asking. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Ceballos. All righty, I don't see any other lights. Team, thank you again, and appreciate you and your patience with us, and welcome to Wednesday. We will move on to 13.1, board member comments, and we will start with Mr. Tillman and work our way left, and then back around to Ms. Rosales Medina, Ms. Allen Grande, and then to me. All right, Mr. Tillman.
Yeah, just very briefly, I just want to say thank you to the voters of the San Bernardino City Unified School District for allowing me to serve my 7th term. I love the democratic process. You know, people can tell you that you're not going to come back and you're not going to get reelected, and I don't support you. You know, I just retired from the county of San Bernardino after 42 years of work there. And I survived. I lasted that long, being able to make my boss happy, and being on the school board is no different. I've been elected 7 times by understanding who my boss is, and that's the voters, and making sure when they call me and ask me for things that I respond. And so I don't think it's any more complicated than that. If you do a good job, people are allowed to keep the job. And I always tell people there are a whole lot of people. I'm the longest serving board member. I've seen a whole lot of folks come and go. And a lot of them didn't leave by their own choice. People vote people in and they vote people out. And if you want longevity, then you make sure you understand who the people are that you serve, and you satisfy it. And it makes a difference, and I really think that it benefits our students. It doesn't mean that I operate without controversy, that I say things that I know I say things that upset people at times, but in the end, when people sit back and consider what the motivation is, they know it's always to benefit our students, our parents, our employees, and in the end, that's going to provide the best educational process available to our students. So I just want to say thank you to the voters, and thank you to the district staff and employees, because we as board members don't do anything in terms of everyday work. We set the policy and we set the tone, but we do end up ensuring that what we say in these policies and what we say we're going to do, that we do it. And I think that's what a board member's role is. We can't say that we're going to do something at a board meeting and at the school site, something totally different is happening. We have to be the ones to ensure that the reality that we talk about on this board is happening in the schools. And so when a parent or constituents bring something that shows us that what we said here is not happening, it's our job to make sure that it happens. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Vice President Tillman, Ms. Chahusky. And for our new board members, we do have 5 minutes for board comments.
Thank you. Good evening. First, I just want to say how grateful I am to be here tonight. I'm grateful to have been elected to serve, continue serving in the community that I grew up in, went to school in, and just to continue to give back in my entire career. I'm looking very forward to working on the board committees and with different aspects of the district, particularly where it impacts and where I have contact with students, because that's always where my heart is and where the rubber hits the road for us. They are our #1 client, consumer, customer. So I'm really excited about that. I'm really hopeful that we can continue some of the work that we're doing on safety both in and out of our schools. We heard some comments tonight. And so that's something else I really want to work on as we move forward, and making sure that we have very welcoming schools, that we reduce the number of expulsion recommendations that we're seeing, and that our kids are feeling like they're a part of our schools. So that's something I really want to think about as we move forward. Tonight, it was on. I want to thank everybody that came out to support and be here for me as I started this road. But And my family, my friends, just really wonderful, my colleagues. But there was one person who's here tonight, and I introduced Danny to her. But many years ago, there was a board member who I was fortunate to work with while he was on the board. His name was Lou Yeager, and he was just a force, and he was just a wonderful, wonderful, caring man. And his granddaughter was here today to watch me take the oath. She and I became friends later on, and then I told her about my relationship with, her grandfather, and she had never been here when he was on the board. So it was a really special moment for me, and to be able to come full circle like that tonight was just really, really special. And then the last thing, I want to thank, the staff for helping me get acclimated and get all my paperwork done and all that kind of stuff. And I also want to say thank you to you, Mr. Solons, as you head out. I appreciate the work that you've done and the work that you put in for your report tonight. I know that the first interims are, there's a lot that goes into them, plus a lot of, okay, what is the governor going to say in a month that goes into that. So I appreciate the work you put into that, and I wish you all the best as you move forward in your career. I'm sorry that we're ships in the night, but I appreciate the short time that I got to work with you both in youth services and here tonight.
All right, thank you, Mr. Husky. Ms. Swales.
I'll make this brief. I just want to say, thank you for today. It was, it's running late, but it's actually not as late as we've had other meetings in the past. So that's a positive. It was really nice, and congratulations to the board members that got reelected and the new members that got elected as well. Congratulations to you guys. Mr. Solons, this is your last board meeting, and I'm terribly sad to see you leave, but I do wish you the best. Thank you so much for the time that you spent trying to explain the budget to me. It's a lot, and so I appreciate it. I appreciate the time you've taken. I also want to wish everybody, a Merry Christmas, Happy Holidays, whatever it is that you celebrate. We won't see you until next year, so have a great, New Year, and, go home and be home with your family and disconnect, do what you got to do, but spend it as best as you can and start the year with new goals and just new energies. So with that being said, thank you so much.
Thank you, Ms. Ceballos. Ms. Rosales Medina.
And to add with Ms. Ceballos' Merry Christmas, I also want to wish everyone Happy Hanukkah, as well as Happy Kwanzaa. And there's so many other events. I think this is important, too, for us to also recognize the different religious and holidays that is part of this month as we look as ethnic, but also that's also part of the cultural piece for many groups. So I want to say that. I also agree with Mr. Tillman. We put in a lot of work as being a board member, and we strive to do what parents and what the community wants for their own children within the sites that their children are going to, and that's one thing that we try to do, and voters do recognize the work that we put in, and sometimes we get backlash, but from individuals, most of the time are individuals that don't even live within the school district. So I do appreciate the voters that did come out to vote for each and one of us that are here today. And so just wanted to say thank you as well.
Thank you, Ms. Rosales Medina.
And, she wants to say that she got more votes than me.
I did want to say that.
Mr. Tillman.
I did want to say that, but I didn't want to rub it in, Mr. Tillman, like you did.
Ms. Rosales Medina.
I did close to 100 votes. Close.
Oh,
not
it was over. It had to be over 100. Over 100.
80, but no, it was close.
We're going to round up. We're going to use school math and round it up. Over 100. No, I'm just kidding. You know what? You could have came in fourth, and you're still board member. That's all. No, I'm just kidding. All right. Thank you, Mrs. Osmodian. But I would like to have come in first, too. All right. Miss Marion Grande.
Oh, okay. Do I have to press the button first?
Yes, ma'am.
Crazy. Here we go. I just want to say, first of all, thank you. I mean, you have succeeded and excelled my expectations for this day. And just my heart is just beating with excitement here. You've all been so welcoming and kind and patient, and Abigail, everybody giving me little whispers on what to say and which buttons to push, you know. I go, I'm a college graduate. I should figure this out, you know. I've got several degrees, but I'm telling you, when I went into the classroom, the kids didn't care about those degrees. They cared about the 6 standards, and I learned them really quick because they're there to help me, all right? And that's why I'm unafraid of all of this. I know they're all there to help me. I'm not afraid of paperwork. Once I can get through it, they're all there to help me. And that's the feeling I get from this board. I'm so excited. I feel that collaborative spirit, like Christmas spirit, only it's like collaborative stuff, you know, really like that. But thank you. I just feel so honored to be here on the dais. And I've learned how to say that word, dais. I always wondered how you pronounce it. Was it dais, dais? Dais. Thank you. And I just look so forward to what's coming next. I just can't wait. I can't wait to read all that stuff. It looks boring, but I can't wait, you know. But this is the dream that I've had since I graduated from Cal State San Bernardino. And I was prepared to apply as a field representative for Congressman George Brown, and then he passed away, as you know. So I thought, okay, what do I do now? I could run for mayor. I still have this dream. I'm going to change the name from San Bernardino to Saint Bernardino, and you don't have to make the sign any bigger because it takes ST and a dot. And in 20 years, everybody will have forgotten all the bad part, and it'll be Saint Bernardino, like St. Louis, California. Anyway, that's a long time ago. I became a teacher, and those ideas flew out of my head when I fell in love with the children and the parents. And the principals, not all the time, but they were there to help me sometimes. But I am so grateful that I have this huge fund of knowledge, boots in the ground training with the children, all about the children. That's it. And you cannot think of children without the parents because they are one unit. They are one unit, so you can't love one without the other. I have parents here tonight. They came to see me and hugged me. And that was so happy. That was just the best. And my beautiful family all showed up. No excuses. They all came. I was so proud. My daughters, they all, I have my youngest daughter. She worked 7 years in the classroom with me. She really did. She worked, she changed adult diapers and ran the classroom for me. It was wonderful. And she's now working for Ronald McDonald House. She works there as an associate developer. Another daughter that she worked for Wyland Foundation as an assistant director there. And I have these beautiful daughters. I have a beautiful husband and a beautiful life. This is like the cherry on the cake. I thank you. Thank you so much. All of you. Harold, you're wonderful and you shouldn't leave. I'll say it out loud. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Grande.
And Merry Christmas.
Well done, too, on your time. I just want to compliment you both for staying with the regulations, because I'm going to borrow your extra 3 minutes now. No, I'm just kidding. I'll try to make it within 5, because I do have 11 items. So. Okay, I just want to, again, thank Dr. Barbara Flores and Dr. Daddy Rogers just for everything they've done for our district, our students, our community, and city. It's been a pleasure working with them. Welcome to our new board members, Ms. Jahusky and Ms. Aviles Grande. Definitely looking forward just to new relationships, just new partnerships and new beginnings. I know we have a lot to do, and we're going to do it together. Some student congratulations, and this is kind of neat because almost all of them went to school with my daughter, so it's kind of fun. Just want to congratulate former Cajon High School student athlete Nick Figueroa. If you didn't know it, he was Pac-12 Scholar Athlete of the Year. He plays for USC, if you did not know that. Pac-12 Scholar Athlete of the Year. That's pretty darn good.
He didn't start playing football until the senior year.
I know. He didn't even start playing football till late. Man, that's impressive. Very impressive. Want to congratulate Jaden Daniels and his LSU on winning the SEC West title. At his first year at LSU, he was also selected as MVP for LSU this year, and I imagine many more accolades, and they're that close to making it top 4. So We expect him to be top 4 next year. If he doesn't go pro, let me say that. If he doesn't go pro. Congratulations to Jeremiah Martin, for those of you that remember him, at the University of Washington for being selected to Pac-12 first team for football. So yeah, they played together. Actually, all 3 of those guys played together, and I got to watch them play against each other in college as well, which was fun to see as well. Thank you to all of our staff, students, and community members for participating in the numerous Thanksgiving dinner giveaways, all of our city. I know myself and Dr. Rogers, I don't know if anybody else was there at Young Visionaries Youth Leadership Academy over at Community Action Partnership, where we gave over 1,000 turkey dinners away to our community, so special. Thank you to our special education department for hosting their Special Education College and Career Readiness Fair at Valley Community College. And thank you to Valley Community College as well for allowing us to be there and utilize their facilities. Did get a chance to participate at the CSBA AEC Delegate Assembly with Dr. Flores and Dr. Dowdy Rogers, where we were advocated for fair, full, and equitable funding for all students in all districts. So that was a top priority for us, and tried to work on enrollment funding versus ADA. We'll see if we could get that done. That would really be wonderful if we can. Just want to give a special thank you to all who donated to the Hill Teen Center at San Bernardino campus. Our church there, I know Pastor Reinhardt came and spoke to us. The Rogo Foundation, we were hoping to raise $500,000 to kickstart that center, and we were able to raise almost $800,000. So thank you again to the community and everybody that came out. Just want to say the MLK Day Parade Extravaganza will be held January 16th on San Bernardino's west side along Baseline Street from Mount Vernon Avenue to California Street. The MLK event starts at 11 a.m. at Graciano Gomez Elementary School at Mount Vernon and Baseline. The parade starts at 1 p.m., continuing to West Baseline, ending at Ann Sherrell's Park on California Street. So don't know if any of our colleagues here want to participate in the MLK parade. I know we did receive an invitation. I believe we're also going to have our San Bernardino Rock Group Band, I get their name wrong sometimes, but performing as well, and probably a lot of our, hopefully, school bands, marching bands. I hope to see them there too, and just other performers from our district. We've heard it a lot tonight, but just want to say thank you to Mr. Solon for your service, your transparency, patience, which is huge with this board, and I can't say that enough, and professionalism. I do really appreciate you, and I wish you and your family only the best with your new position and chapter in your life. So thank you again, Harold. Just want to say thank you to my colleagues for appointing me to my second year as board president. I definitely look forward to continuing to serve our amazing community, staff, and most importantly, our outstanding scholars with you as we make hope happen for every student in our district. And then, as many of my colleagues have said, I wish you all a very Merry Christmas, Happy Hanukkah, Happy Holidays, and then Happy New Year. May your New Year be filled with many blessings and prosperity. Thank you. We will move on to Administrator in Charge, Ms. Applegate.
Thank you, Dr. Wyatt. And I just want to thank the board once more. It's really been my honor and my privilege to be sitting in this seat once more. And during this very special meeting where we celebrated your leadership, we welcome back some of our board members that were elected. And then now we have some new board members as well. And then I also had the privilege of helping to say goodbye to 2 wonderful ladies, and Dr. Rogers and Dr. Flores. So it's really been my honor. So I'll go quickly through some of the events that we have here. We want to congratulate Pacific High School senior Nina Cardoza, who was selected for the honor of singing the national anthem at the oath of office ceremony for the San Bernardino County Superintendent of Schools, Ted Alejandre. So that she will be performing December 24th at the Dorothy Ingram Learning Center. We also want to congratulate my colleague, Dr. Marcus Funches. He was honored at a prayer breakfast that was given by the Delta Road chapter of the National Sorority of Phi Delta Kappa. He was recognized for his leadership, so we're very proud of him, and he represents us well always. We also had a wonderful ceremony that many of us attended in honor of Mr. Venancio Jimenez from Chavez Middle School. He was nominated for Teacher of the Year by Region 10 California League of Middle Schools. So we had much representation at that event. Several of us attended, as well as many colleagues from his school, so we're very proud of him. We also want to give a shout out to Jesus Galdames, who was our own Inland Career Educational Center, who was named Administrator of the Year for Adult Education by Access. So congratulations to Mr. Galdames as well. And Dr. Wyatt, you mentioned our Cajon High School students and all of their success, and we're very, very proud of them. We also want to congratulate and appreciate the San Bernardino High School Bilingual School Outreach Worker, Mr. Jamie Rios, who was featured in a 4-page spread in the latest edition of Crowns magazine, a publication dedicated to international pageantry. And many of you who know Jamie knows that he's really into pageantry. He loves the pageants, and so we're very proud of his work with the annual Mr. and Miss Cardinal pageant and all the work that he does around the community. So thank you to him. We also want to call your attention to the Brick Blast. It's an event that CAPS will have in January. Our CAPS department is hosting the first ever Brick Blast on Saturday, January 7th from 9 to noon. So hopefully some of you can join us. It's at Indian Springs High School. And the Brick Blast features 3 time slots where guests will celebrate creativity with lots of Lego fun, including showcases of Lego builds. So they'll have make and take projects. So hopefully you'll be able to join us. It's a great way to start the new year with a fun focus on STEAM. A couple of months ago, we saw a sneak peek of a new website coming to SBCUSD. Within the next week, our communications department is going to launch a beta version so that we can get much more feedback from our community and from our staff. And so board and the public will have the opportunity to see the new website and provide that feedback before it goes live. The feedback has been incorporated, will be incorporated, and we are very excited about the new features that will make information about our district easier to find. Over the past year, we've heard from our community and from you that families would like additional means of communication about important district information. This month, we're launching a new printed newsletter called Connect One. Many of our parents do log on to Parent Square, but many of them said that they would like printed versions as well. So communications will be moving forward with that. In January, the families will receive information about learning resources, and future issues will cover school safety, late start, and information about the upcoming FAFSA deadline. It's called Connect One because it's a single-page companion to the weekly electronic version that is sent through Parent Square. We hope that this helps our families feel more connected and informed. And then we also want to give a special thank you to our payroll department. Last month, the Board of Education, thank you, Board, you graciously approved the contract revisions that included many salary increases and retro pay for some of our employees. And so tonight, you also considered another action again. So in anticipation of your approval, the payroll department has been working diligently to make sure that our employees receive their salary adjustments before the holidays. So they're on a short deadline. It takes a lot of effort to shift the pay for thousands of employees, and our team of payroll heroes is ready to make sure that your action means everyone has a happier holiday. So thank you very much for that. Again, we want to say goodbye and thank you to Mr. Harold Sullins. Harold, we're going to miss your jokes. We're going to miss your sense of humor. Cabinet has been so much nicer with Harold in there and making us laugh all the time. So you will be greatly missed. Oh, yes, but I know that another district will be enjoying your services and your jokes, hopefully. So we're going to miss you very much. We got very close to you in a very short amount of time. So thank you for everything that you've done, for providing clarity on our financial resources, and for your commitment to our district. Thank you, and we wish you well. And again, on behalf of board and the cabinet, I'd like to wish everybody happy holidays, however you celebrate. Please make sure that you spend that time with your loved ones. As you mentioned, unplug, try to enjoy the time. And we want to make sure, board, that you please take the poinsettias that Dr. Rodriguez has so wonderfully provided. They're beautiful, and hopefully it's a little reminder of us, just a little token of our appreciation for everything that you do for us. So make some special memories, and we will see you again next year in 2023. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Applegate, and thank you, Dr. Rodriguez, for the flowers. And I did have a little note here that I forgot, and I just want to say thank you to those of you that know Dr. Margaret Hill's niece, Erica, who brought us these lovely tins of what's like an almond roca toffee chocolate. And if any of you know better, Dr. Hill always brought us this every year for Christmas, and that's what I've been munching on if you've been watching me on camera, and I am in a sugar comatose now, so I'm about to pass out because it's like 12:30 in the morning, and I have sugar overload. But thank you, Erica, and for the wonderful reminder of Dr. Margaret Hill. So her memory continues, her legacy continues. All right, folks, let's move along through these action items. 14.1, approval of personnel report number 10 dated December 13, 2022, which contains actions such as hirings, retirements, resignations, promotions, and terminations.
So, sorry, as presented.
Moved.
Second.
It's been moved and properly second. Any discussion? All right, let's go ahead and vote. All right, motion carries. 14.2, adoption board policy 5030, student wellness.
So moved.
Second.
It's been moved and properly second. Any discussion? All right, let's go ahead and vote. All right, motion carries. 14.3, approval of the annual and 5-year reportable fees report for fiscal year 2021, 2022.
Moved.
It's been moved and properly second. Any discussion? Hearing none, let's go ahead and vote. Okay, motion carries. Moving to 14.4, approval of first period interim final report as of October 31st, 2022.
So moved.
It's been moved and properly second. Any discussion? All right, hearing none, let's vote.
Sorry, I didn't hear who seconded.
It was seconded by Ms. Rosales Medina. All right, motion carries. We're moving on to 14.5, approval of the proposed CSEA bargaining agreement.
So moved.
Second.
All right, it's been moved and properly second. Good job, Ms. Chahusky. Way to get Vice President on that one. He was slacking a little bit there. She did. She got you. She got you at 12:37 a.m. It's past his bedtime. That's my bedtime. What are we talking about? All right, motion carries. 14.6, resolution of district emergency district alarm systems.
Second.
All right, it's been moved and properly second. Any discussion? All right, let's go ahead and vote. I like that enthusiasm, Mr. Husky. Way to move that meeting right along. Move it along. It's already tomorrow. All right, let's go. Yep. Start of a brand new day. Why go to sleep? All right, motion carries. 14.7, signature authority and purchasing manager.
So moved.
Oh,
Second.
Mr. Husky slipped on that one. All right, it's been moved and properly second. Any discussion? Okay, let's go ahead and vote. It's the sugar, Miss Applegate, it's the sugar. That's what it is, it's the sugar. All right, I think I ate the whole tin. So if anybody's diabetic wants, I'm just kidding, donate, I'll take yours. All right, motion carries. Let's continue to move on to 15.0, consent item.
So moved.
All right, I was gonna say 15.1, approval consent item. It's been moved,
Second.
properly second. Any items to pull?
I need to pull 15.25, please.
15.25,
15.4.
15.25, 15.4. Any other items to be pulled on 15.18? We had a read-in already. That was approved earlier on the amended agenda. All right, we are pulling items 15.4 and 15.24. Let's go ahead and vote as amended.
Hold on, just so I'm clear. You said 2.4 or 2.5?
Oh, shoot, 15.25? Sorry about that. Thank you for the correction. We're pulling items 15.4 and 15.25. All right, with those items pulled, let's go ahead and vote. Okay, motion carries. We'll move on to 15.4. Vice President Tillman.
Yeah, I just want to be able to vote against this contract, so somebody can make a motion.
Absolutely, you have that right, you know that.
I'll
All right.
make a comment with this. So the reality is, and this is for our new board members, there's several different law firms that we work with, and there's a few that, some of us have worked with directly, either through open session or closed session, and some of us try, at least for myself, when I see that a certain board members are not really in favor of certain groups, then I'll try to be mindful and not support those certain groups. And in my case, in this one, I hope that I can get the support of not supporting this one. And I can't really say too much other than there are many other good law firms that we are currently working with on different levels. So I would also move not to vote on this one.
All righty, any other discussion? No? Are there any motions on this particular agenda item?
I move to approve.
We had a motion to approve. Do we have a second? I will second. Let's go ahead and vote. It looks like we have 3 nays, 2 yeas, 1 abstention, so it does not carry. Let's move on to 15.25.
Yes, I needed to pull this just so I could abstain. I have a conflict.
And, yeah, and then are you board member or anything like that on there? On 15.25? Sometimes we want to give a little bit more specifics, so it, for the record, what it is and why.
I have a relationship with Reach Out. Not related to this specifically, but I am a contractor with them, and so I do not want to vote on this item.
You do contract with them? Okay, then we'll have to have you.
Around youth courts, not around that.
Pardon me?
So.
Okay, we'll have you
I'll
step
leave.
out.
Okay,
for
that's
this
fine. I
particular
can do
one.
that.
As soon as you do that, we'll vote and you can come right back in.
So moved.
Second.
All right, it's been moved and properly second. Any discussion on an agreement with Reach Out Cajon High School? Okay, let's go ahead and vote. All right, motion carries. Can we ask Ms. Chahusky to return, please? Thank you. We'll move on to 16.0, 16.1, staff will review items, updates, and requested. Ms. Ontiveros.
Well, good morning, Board. I didn't capture too many for you tonight, so I'm hopeful that I got all of them that you requested, but if not, please let me know, we'll add them. So the first that I received was from Ms. Myra Ceballos, who asked that we would, that you would review the board bylaws regarding the election of board officers. Ms. Abigail Rosales Medina asked that we would work with the city, and also Dr. Scott Wyatt echoed that, work with the city of San Bernardino to reestablish the Education Bridge Committee. Ms. Abigail Rosales Medina asked that we would consider acknowledging the Native American lands upon which we're located at the beginning of board meetings. Ms. Abigail Rosales Medina also asked, and this was echoed by several others, that we would ensure that the recognition of Native American Heritage Month is integrated throughout the district next year. Mr. Danny Tillman asked that we would approve a resolution honoring Native American Heritage Month. Ms. Abigail Rosales Medina asked that we would provide a status update on planning for the community schools project, as well as any plans that we have for applying for the implementation grant in January. Ms. Abigail Rosales Medina asked that we would consider options for making exceptions to the college degree requirement for jobs to recognize experience, especially in specialized areas, I think. Mr. Danny Tillman asked that we would agendize an update and discussion about the use of one-time funds. Ms. Mary Ellen Abilas Grande asked that we would consider arranging for the reading of Dr. Martin Luther King's speech during a board meeting. Then I also wrapped that up with Ms. Myra Ceballos, who asked that we would evaluate which programs are attracting the most bus riders and consider whether programs could be moved closer to those students. And those were the requests that I captured this evening.
Move to adjourn.
It's been moved to adjourn and seconded, and I don't think I'll have to ask for a vote. So everyone, please have safe drives home, safe travels, stay awake, maybe call somebody on your way home to keep you awake. And as always, may God bless you all.